Start saving 7 cents per liter on fuel at participating Ultramar stations. Plus, save an extra 3 cents per liter with a linked CIBC card. Go ahead. Take that spontaneous road trip. Download the Journey Rewards app to start saving today. The road is calling. Journey on. Available on Google Play and the Apple App Store. Program terms and conditions apply. Visit journey.ca for more details.
The summer clearance sale continues in all Clipperson stores and at clipperson.ca. Your last chance to take advantage of our best prices of the season on a wide selection of products still in stock. Save up to $1,000 on garden furniture, up to $300 on gazebos and pergolas, or up to $350 on barbecues and smokers. And with our fast delivery, you'll enjoy it for the rest of the summer. But hurry, the Clipperson summer clearance sale ends in a few days.
For all your commercial metal needs, sheet, plate, bar, tubing, and more, Diversified Allbrick is Canada's premier metal supplier. With a full line of the highest quality stainless steel, aluminum, and specialty metals in all grades, forms, finishes, and tempers. AS 9120B certified for aerospace with over 20,000 inventory items to choose from throughout their 150,000 square feet of distribution space in Quebec and Ontario. Diversified Allbrick, Canada's most diversified metal service center. Buy online at diversifiedulb.ca.
Hey there, neighbor. So, any plans for the holidays?
Yeah, you bet. We're going to Gaspé.
Whoa, nice.
Yeah, we're leaving Friday after supper. Jesse and the kids will sleep and I'll drive. It's only 11 hours. Easy breezy.
Stop.
No, I'm not kidding. By Saturday morning, we'll be on the beach.
Stop.
I swear.
No, I'm serious. Stop.
When you're on the road, stop before fatigue stops you. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
We thought we'd prove that we're all play by showing you that lions can be too.
Hey, I said we're all play, not all pray. Maybe try one of our safari-themed games instead.
With your favorite games at the Montreal Casino, we're all play. To prove that we're all play, we'll send you to outer space.
Houston, we have a problem.
Uh-oh. Well, at least our restaurants are out of this world. With inventive cuisine at the Montreal Casino, we're all play. 18 and older. A game should remain a game.
To celebrate its 35th anniversary, New Look has tons of frames at $35. Good news if you've got a head for glasses and figures. And at Figures, you'll want to head over to newlook.ca real soon to make an appointment to get your $35 frames. Jacinthe Laurendeau Optician.
Adam, Gerlene, Dave, Ashley, Doug, and Charlie.
Farmers looking for a partner. Think you could be the perfect match?
Anyone can apply to get on CTV's new matchmaking show, Farming for Love.
Go to ctv.ca/farming for love.
Casting closing soon.
They're called Cuisine West Island because they made their name manufacturing and installing new kitchens. But why stop there? Transform your entire home with Cuisine West Island the way you like it. Contemporary, modern, country, urban, kitchens, bathrooms, or built-in furniture. Everything is designed and manufactured right here in Montreal and installed by the professional team at Cuisine West Island. Pop in and see for yourself at 2758 St. Charles in Kirkland or at cuisinewestisland.com. Cuisine West Island, for those not easily impressed.
For all your window treatments, blinds, and upholstery needs, CM Textiles has got you covered. They're also experts in motorization and wireless technology. Luxury window treatments that are controlled with just a push of a button. Their amazing team will guide you every step of the way to ensure all of your needs are met and your vision becomes a reality. With 4 stunning showrooms for you to visit. Do it once, do it right with CM Textiles. Online at cmtextiles.com and on social media at CM Textiles.
Have you ever encountered sales pressure?
This is Bridget Federley of Kane & Federley Funeral Home. At Kane & Federley, our funeral counselors give you the freedom to make decisions without pressure tactics. You will only encounter helpful staff, truly sensitive to the needs of your family, staff that has been part of our family for many years.
Kane & Federley, recipient of the Consumer Choice Award for 2021 and 2022. For information, call 514-481-5301 or visit kanefederley.com.
Wait, this is...
Imagine feeling like a star every time you walk up your outdoor staircase. Make it happen with Premier Sealers Cement Coatings. Get a decorative cement coating on your patio, balcony, and staircase. Beautifies, renews, and breathes new life into your concrete surfaces. Choose your color finish that protects and enhances the appearance. Find out more about it and other services at premiersealers.com. CAA recommended. Seal you later.
You're listening to the Voice of Montreal. News, Talk Radio, CJAD 800, an iHeart radio station.
6:55, let's get right to it. Peter is on the line. Hello, Peter. How are you?
Fantastic. Yourself?
I'm good. Where are you? You in the car? You on the road?
I'm in the car. I'm in front of Concordia.
Okay. You working there?
I'm working here. I'm just on my computer.
Very
just
nice.
getting ready for the day.
We got some Country Music Fest passes to give you if you win here. We're going to play Pretty Bird or Dirty Word. You up to it?
Yes, sir.
All right. 3 out of 5 and you win. Tell me if this is a pretty bird or a dirty word. Yeah, thank you. Peter, we'll start with this. The Azure Tit. The Azure Tit. Is that a pretty bird or a dirty word?
Dirty word.
No, it's a pretty bird. Number 2, Peter, the Batty Robin. Oh, look, there's a Batty Robin. Is that a pretty bird or a dirty word?
Pretty bird?
No, it's a dirty word. Peter, what's going on? Come on.
Not doing well.
All right. Let's go on a binge here. The blood-eared parakeet. The blood-eared parakeet. Is that a pretty bird or a dirty word?
Pretty bird.
It's a pretty bird. Yeah, there's one. 2 more. The blue-breasted pygmy tyrant. The blue-breasted pygmy tyrant. Is that a dirty word or a pretty bird?
Pretty bird.
No, it's a dirty word.
Ah.
Peter, this one has got double the pointage here. If you get this one, you'll win. All right. The horned coot. The horned coot. Is that a pretty bird or a dirty word?
Pretty bird?
It's a pretty bird, yeah. We double the value of the points there, and you win the Lasso tickets. Way to go.
Thank you.
Peter,
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Drive safe and enjoy your day. And don't hang up. Alex will give you the info, okay, in a second?
Okay. Have a great day.
You too, Peter. Thanks very much. By the way, you can get your tickets for the festival at lassomontreal.com or evenco.ca coming up on the weekend of August 12th and 13th at Parc Jean Drapeau. Busy summer, hot summer. A lot going on here. Comedy Fest just wrapped up. Pride's about to kick off. 6:57. What do you say we take a look at sports here, Sean Starr?
Good morning. It's game day on TSN 690. That's right, the end of the expansion season for the Montreal Alliance of the Canadian Elite Basketball League.
6 seconds left. LaRoche stopping, looking, backdoor. Kemiose into the lane he goes. Jumper at the death. Got it. 78-48 at the end of 3.
The Alliance wrap up their season, hoping to finish on a winning note. The team has struggled down the stretch with 5 straight losses. The Alliance sit at 4-15 this season, 10th in a 10-team league. Tonight, they're in Ottawa to take on the Blackjacks at 7:30. Catch it live on TSN 690. Let's go to Major League Baseball, and it was a first by a local kid.
Charles LeBlanc with 2 Major League hits, and they're both doubles. One into left center and one down the right field line.
Now this one into left and deep and gone. Home run for LeBlanc, his first in the big league.
I hope the family stayed around.
Oh, they were there and celebrating and crying. Pretty cool. Charles LeBlanc from Laval homered for Miami in a game the Marlins would lose 9-3 to the Mets. In 7 at-bats this season, he was called up Friday. LeBlanc has 2 doubles and his first big league homer.
1-1. Swinging a line drive, deep left field. Grossman stops at the wall. It is gone!
And the Toronto Blue Jays are packing for a 9-game road trip, having won 12 of their last 15. The Jays will visit Tampa Bay on Tuesday for 2 games, then they're off to Minnesota Thursday for 4, and they'll finish a road trip in Baltimore, 3 games against the Orioles starting next Monday. The Blue Jays beat Detroit 4-1 yesterday to take 3 of 4. Bill Russell redefined how basketball is played and then changed the way the sports are viewed in a racially divided country. The most prolific winner in NBA history, Russell marched with Martin Luther King Jr., stood with Muhammad Ali, and received the Presidential Medal of Freedom from U.S. President Barack Obama. The centerpiece of the Boston Celtics dynasty that won 11 titles in 13 years, Russell earned his 2 NBA titles as a player coach, the first in black history in any major U.S. sport. Russell passed away Sunday at the age of 88. Happy Monday, Ken. That's a look at your sports.
Right back at you, Sean Starr. Thank you, buddy. It's just about 7 o'clock. We're coming up here on the top of the hour and a look at news. I had a really nice Sunday afternoon. I hope you had a good weekend. I did the trivia show with Dan, and then we headed downtown, my wife and I, and we had a nice little snack, coffee and a gelato on Bernard Avenue, and had a stroll there. And then we headed over to one of the many streets that's closed off for pedestrians, vehicles and pedestrians can enjoy walking down the street. It's Mount Royal East, great street here in Montreal. Of course, they closed it off for the summer, and so it was busy there yesterday. A lot going on, and so it was fun just to stroll there and take in some of the shops and the stores.
So that was my Sunday afternoon. Nice to be here for Andrew Carter on a Monday morning. Coming up after 7 o'clock, we are going to take you to the downtown Montreal day camp that's welcoming in Ukrainian children.
Good morning, it's 7 o'clock. I'm James Foster with your CTV News update. Lots of sunshine today. It's going to be hot and humid. It's 20 degrees downtown. Your weather details in moments. Here's what is making news. A suspicious death and suspected arson in Sorel Tracy last night as grain exports begin. Russia appears to target Ukraine's largest grain exporter, and a Montreal mom outraged after police interrupt her kid's lemonade fundraiser. The stories and more coming up, but first it's the latest from your CJAD 800 Traffic Center with Catherine Wood.
Heavy volume right now on the 136 westbound from Papineau to the start of the Vichy Tunnel, where they've been working to clear away some debris that's all across the highway. You're getting by in the center lane. A truck lost a load of construction materials. Once you're past that point, though, it rolls well through to the Turcotte interchange. 20 and 40 are looking good both directions across the island, but 40 eastbound off island in Repentigny, busy from Valmont over to the spot where they're clearing away an overturned semi. Very minor hesitations for the outbound La Fontaine Tunnel and Laurentian Autoroute southbound at the Grande Côte exit. They have some flares down. We have a truck that's stalled off to the right shoulder. Scotiabank's ultimate and preferred packages have unique rewards for unique people like you. Visit scotiabank.com/ultimate300 to see how you could be rewarded. Next traffic report 7:15.
In the news, provincial police continue their investigation into a suspected arson and the death of one person in Sorel Tracy about an hour from Montreal last night. The flames breaking out inside the home around 11 o'clock. Once firefighters managed to put the blaze out, they discovered the body of one person inside the residence. The cause of death is not yet known. Not far from that scene, one person was found with major burns. They were taken to hospital and will be meeting with investigators once their condition improves. Could be an end to the more than month-long strike at the Agripor plant in Granby. There was a tentative agreement reached yesterday between the union and employer that could see some labor peace for about 250 employees. Over the course of the strike, millions of liters of milk have been wasted. Union members are going to be voting on the deal on Wednesday. Just as sure as we know the sun will be coming up, we know that scammers are going to be scamming. The latest isn't really a new one. It's more of a remix, let's call it, rather than being bombarded with text messages from Revenue Quebec now. Quebecers may be seeing some fraudulent text messages claiming to be from Netflix. They aren't, and you shouldn't click on any link sent to you via the text message. Netflix, Revenue Quebec, and a long list of other businesses and corporations, they're not going to be contacting you via text message demanding money. As the first ship carrying Ukrainian grain set off from the port of Odessa today, we're finding out that one of Ukraine's richest and most prominent businessmen is dead after a Russian missile hit his home. Grain exporter Alexei Vadatursky was killed alongside his wife after heavy Russian strikes slammed a southern Ukrainian port city on Saturday night. A Ukrainian official claims it was a deliberate attack by Russian forces on the 74-year-old as the missile landed in his bedroom. Vadatursky is said to have an invaluable role in the country's grain industry and is the owner of one of the country's largest grain producing and exporting companies. Fans are celebrating the life of actress Nichelle Nichols, who broke barriers for black women in Hollywood. Reporter Mona Kosar-Abdi says that Nichols passed away this weekend at the age of 89.
The former nightclub singer was best known for her groundbreaking role as Lieutenant Uhura on the Star Trek franchise, sharing with William Shatner what's widely believed to be the first interracial kiss on American TV. Worried about reactions from TV stations in the South, showrunners wanted to film a second take of the scene where the kiss happened off-screen. But Nichols said in her book that she and Shatner deliberately flubbed the lines to force the original take to be used.
Now, Shatner tweeted his condolences to Nichols' family, saying that Nichols was a beautiful woman and played an admirable character that did so much for redefining social issues both in the United States and throughout the world, and that he will certainly miss her. Debris from a massive Chinese rocket has returned to Earth. The Long March 5B rocket was used to launch a portion of China's space station into orbit on July the 24th. Chinese officials said debris from the uncontrolled rocket came down Saturday on an island in the Philippines. While there were no reports of damage or injuries on the ground, NASA was highly critical of China's actions, saying that no information on the trajectory of the debris was shared as it fell back to Earth. And back closer to home, a Roxborough woman wants an apology from Montreal police after officers tried to shut down her kid's lemonade stand over the weekend. It started on Saturday when 11-year-old Ness and 8-year-old Ariel set up the stand to raise money for the Multiple Sclerosis Society of Canada. Their mother, Ayana, has MS. With a megaphone in hand, the boys were drumming up support for their stand until police arrived, saying that a neighbor complained. Ayana says that police arrived multiple times through the day.
I said, you came once, you came twice, you're threatening to arrest me. I said, here you go, arrest me, arrest me. And my son is looking at him and telling him, so I'm going to use this money instead of giving it to research to bail my mom out. How can you arrest her? She can't even walk.
Ayana wants an apology for what she calls the harassment that she faced. The boys, they were back at it on Sunday, raising even more money, about $2,500 or so. They plan to continue selling in the coming weekends. For all the news during the day, stream us on your smart speaker. Just say play CJAD 800. Your next CTV News update is at 7:30.
Happening now.
It's your radio. Put it on CJAD 800 to hear Evan Solomon.
Canada is so controlling that we are going to put it on the religious freedom watch list. Like Azerbaijan and Cuba.
The Evan Solomon Show. Weekdays noon to 2. Tell your smart speaker.
Play CJAD 800.
Baby, can't you see I'm calling? A guy like you should wear a warning. It's dangerous. I'm falling.
There's Miss Spears. Kelly Alexander in for John Moore is going to have some news, an update for you on Britney Spears and Britney's career and life. That's coming up in about 15 minutes at 7:07. Let's get right to the weather forecast. Alex is in for Sarah today, and it's going to be a hot, sunny, humid start to the month.
It very much is, and it's a day to take out the sunscreen if you have, because the UV index is going to be 9 or very high today. But as you said, it's going to be a sunny day, high of 30, but it's going to feel more like 35 with the humidex. Looking at Sherbrooke, clearing this morning with some fog patches, a few showers this morning as well. A high of 29, but it's going to feel more like 34. In Mont Tremblant, sunny with some fog patches this morning too, a high of 28, but again feeling more like 35. Back in Montreal tonight, increasing cloudiness and a chance of showers beginning near midnight and a risk of a thunderstorm overnight with a low of 20. Looking ahead to tomorrow, a mix of sun and cloud with a 60% chance of showers and a risk of a thunderstorm and a high of 26. But it's going to feel more like 34 tomorrow. Wednesday, sunny and a high of 27. Right now in Montreal, it's 20 degrees, but feels like 26.
My name is Ken Connors, in for Andrew Carter. Coming up right around the corner, 26 of them are starting new lives and making new friends at a special summer day camp right here in Montreal, and that story is next.
At Dormez-vous, we know that it takes Z's for your child to get A's and B's in school. If music class sounds like this, a little more of this can turn into this. When your child sleeps deeper, they dream bigger. Dormez-vous's Mix and Match event has back-to-school essentials at hot prices, starting at only $39. Get the pillows, sheets, and mattress that'll help your child succeed this school year. Sleep well, stay well. Dormez-vous.
When you just have to see it. Locals keep coming by to see the damage. To believe it, CTV's team shows you the story from every angle. Watch breaking news video and live events on CTV News at 6 and visit ctvnewsmontreal.ca.
To celebrate its 35th anniversary, New Look has tons of frames at $35. Good news if you've got a head for glasses and figures. And at Figures, you'll want to head over to newlook.ca real soon to make an appointment to get your $35 frames. Jacinthe Laurendeau Optician.
At McDonald's, we know there's so much to love about summer. Sandy beaches, hot breezes, a comfy hammock. We've got a few things of our own to add to that list. Because right now, for only $2 plus tax, you can treat yourself to a sundae or snack-sized milkshake. Also, you can get a cone for $1 plus tax, only with the app. With all the favorites you crave, McDonald's is your destination for chill summer treats. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada, product availability varies by restaurant, price exclude delivery, app download, and registration required.
Metropolitan Rust Proofing, the expert in rust proofing for more than 40 years, is offering for a limited time only a $20 rebate on their complete treatment. Metropolitan Rust Proofing uses a unique product developed specifically to protect your car against our difficult climate. Take advantage of Metropolitan Rust Proofing's special offer and protect your vehicle against rust now. Metropolitan Rust Proofing. Rush before it rusts. 9 service centers in the Greater Montreal area. Visit us at rustproofing.com.
The latest news, weather, and road reports every 15 minutes. The Andrew Carter Morning Show, CJAD 800.
It certainly is. Thank you for making this part of your routine every morning. 7-11, 26 kids are starting new lives after fleeing the war in Ukraine and are making new friends at a special summer day camp right here in Montreal. Camp Cosmos, celebrating its 50th anniversary this year, by the way. Half century of providing summer activities for kids from refugee and immigrant families, as well as local, low-income, single-parent families and Indigenous children as well. The camp's affiliated with an organization that welcomes new arrivals, Montreal City Mission. Echo Jiang is camp director, and she's here to tell us how they're accommodating kids who have just arrived from Ukraine, is on the line. Echo, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
This is a wonderful story. Tell me about the camp's mission here.
Of course. So Camp Cosmos has been around in Montreal for more than 50 years.
Mm-hmm.
This is our 50th birthday. We are a camp for kids with diverse backgrounds, and more than 85% of the campers come from newly arrived refugee, immigrant, and low-income families. For us, we really, truly celebrate diversity and accessibility, and we want to try to make the camp as accessible for the families as possible. We recognize the systematic struggles of certain families, so we operate on sliding scale model, and we have waived the fees for all the 26 kids from newly arrived Ukrainian families so that they can enjoy the summer worry-free without any financial constraints.
Tell me a bit about these 26 kids and their journey here. What was that process like, getting them here to Montreal and getting them to the camp?
Yes, for us, I think we have connections in the Ukrainian Montrealer community. Mm-hmm. So we just sent out a Facebook post, and within, I would say, 24 hours, we got 13 campers registered. So the response is really welcoming from the community. And for the kids, I think their journeys are a bit different. Some of them came, I would say most of them came with their mother fleeing the war. Some of them already have some relatives or people that they know in Montreal, but a lot of them just found like a host family or found their own apartment, and their individual stories are really, all of them are very moving.
What age group are we talking about for these kids who you're going to help out at the camp?
Can you repeat the question?
So, yeah, the age group, are they as young as, 4 or 5 years old, or are they teens?
Yes, so we have campers from between 8 to 11 years old.
Okay.
And it's a really diverse age group, and some of the kids, even though their age are young, but they're actually very mature, and I think an experience like this makes you, grow faster, so.
And will language be an issue in terms of communicating with these kids?
I would say that Camp Cosmos have always welcomed kids who are new to Canada, who don't necessarily speak English or French, and the Ukrainian kids are no exception. We do have a volunteer, our amazing Dasha, who is a 17-year-old young woman from Ukraine, who is here to volunteer for us and help us with the translation. But then I think the language sometimes is a very organic process. Our counselors are trying to learn Ukrainian from Duolingo, and even the campers, they're trying to grasp a few words in English or French to be able to better communicate with us. But I would say, yes, language is a challenge, but as long as you have an open heart and you have your patience, I think it's not an impossible challenge to tackle.
Just wrapping up with Echo Jiang of this Camp Cosmos, welcoming in these kids from Ukraine. What are some of the activities that you'll have to keep them busy?
Yeah, so we have lots of activities. We have intercultural, environmental, and athletic and well-being. That's our 3 pillars. We also take them to all kinds of outing trips, like go to the Zhangdehui Beach at the Zhangdabo Park. We visit local swimming pools. And actually Wednesday we're going to Montreal Science Center. I think the campers would really have fun.
You know, it's just amazing and heartbreaking in a way to think what these kids have gone through. I mean, to think, to be pulled from your home like that and wind up on the other side of the world. It's just it's staggering to think what they're going through. I hope this is a great experience for them because they certainly deserve it.
Exactly. And I think one of the main reasons why camp is such a good place for them is that they meet new kids, whether it's from their own community or from other communities. And I think friendship and connections make them feel less alone in a new city and a new country. And it helps with integration. It also helps, just to boost their morale after fleeing a war and having to leave their own houses.
Yeah. Echo, I understand that it's your 50th anniversary and you've got a fundraising campaign going on. So how can our listeners help out? Is there a website they can go to?
Yes, so they can visit our website, Camp Cosmos, CAMPCOSMOS.org, and there is a huge button that said Donate Now, that will lead you a page to our 50th anniversary campaign, and all the funds raised will be used to support this year's operation, which would mean that to help our programming, help out the Ukrainian kids, but also it will support our future projects because we do see a huge need in the community, and we are committed to help them with their first few years in Montreal. So we have new projects coming up for this particular community.
Echo, I think it's a wonderful story. It's a terrific initiative. Keep up the great work, and thanks for coming on the air with us this morning.
Thank you very much.
716 campcosmos.org, by the way, is that website. Metropolitan Rustproofing, get a $20 discount off their complete rustproofing treatment for a limited time. Metropolitan Rustproofing, a smart investment that really pays. What are you seeing out there, Catherine?
Couple things going on the 136 westbound. At the start of the Viger Tunnel, we have construction materials across the lanes, so the truck lost that load. Only the center lane is open. You're backing all the way to Papineau for that. And then further along on the 136 west after the Fort Street entrance, watch out for a stall. 40 and 20 look great across the island. Carey is doing fine. East of the island in Repentigny, we've been dealing with an overturned semi just before the 341. That's causing a backup now from before Valmont as they work to tow that away. Laval auto routes look good. South Shore spans too. Super C is hiring. Present yourself in store and get an interview, or apply online at superc.ca. Students and retirees, join the team. Only at Super C. Next traffic report, 7:30.
Still some cloud cover out there, which is not a bad thing, but a mainly sunny day today and hot. 22 at the moment, feeling like 28. Our daytime high today is 30 for the first day of August, and that 30 will feel like 35 with the humidity. Looks like we might get some showers tonight, overnight. I think they're saying overnight, and tomorrow a 60% chance of rain is in the forecast for tomorrow. Let's head off to the newsroom. Don, what's coming up at 7:30?
Well, Ken, provincial police are waiting to speak to a badly burned person about a suspected case of arson and a suspicious death in Sorel Tracy. Montreal Pride is back this week with calls to improve funding for queer community organizations, and Quebec's lumberjacks say they're just not getting paid enough. All that and more coming right up.
All right, yeah, 7:19. Ken Connors for Andrew Carter. John Moore is also on vacation, so we'll talk to Kelly Alexander from Virgin Radio about some entertainment news. She has some stories on Britney Spears, Shania Twain documentary, an update on that, and Nichelle Nichols, of course, of Star Trek fame, has passed away over the weekend. A groundbreaking role for her on that iconic TV series, and we'll talk to Kelly about all those stories coming up next.
The Andrew Carter Morning Show, brought to you by Matelas Bonheur's Vacation from the Taxes event. Save both taxes on all Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster mattresses.
Chatter Mobile is Canada's #1 prepaid mobile provider with plans that are #1 on your back-to-school shopping list. With Chatter, you can get nationwide prepaid plans with nationwide coverage from only $15 a month. That's really, really affordable. If you're starting school or just need to stay connected, Chatter makes it easy with no credit checks, no term contracts, no commitment. So it's easy to say yes, yes, yes! With Chatter Mobile, now you make the call. Visit your local store or chattermobile.com today.
IGA reinvents online grocery shopping. Introducing Voila par IGA, a new ultra-precise service at a great price, delivered on time, and guaranteed fresh or it's free. That means less time doing your groceries and more time in the sun. All you have to do is... And voila! Voila! And, wait for it, voila! Par IGA. Your groceries delivered just like that. See terms and conditions at voila.ca.
Sledgehammer in hand, he couldn't wait to get started on those renos. But maybe... Here goes nothing.
What are you? No!
Protect your stuff by storing it at the Podium Mini Entrepot. Try 4 weeks free. Rent now before it's too late.
Last time they competed on CTV's MasterChef, they came so close, they could taste it. Now, they're getting a second chance to win it all. Gordon Ramsay hosts MasterChef, Back to Win. All new, Wednesday at 8, only on CTV.
Ken Connors for Electrica, and naturally the warmer weather will have us spending more time relaxing and entertaining on the deck and around the pool. So with an eye on the outside of your home, one of the many services Electrica provides is landscape lighting, professionally designed and of course expertly installed. Landscape lighting will make the outside of your home look great. So take advantage of every minute of the warmer weather while it's here with help from the company that can light up your home inside and out. 514-768-7778. That's Electrica with a K.ca.
It's the summer promo at Bro & Martineau. Now's the time to refresh your decor with lots of fresh products, like a totally chill air conditioner starting at $580. So fresh. What about a brand new sofa starting at $899? A cool place to chillax? Or a new washer dryer for as low as $1,508. So all your laundry smells like a summer breeze. So fresh I can practically smell it. Our summer promo ends August 3rd at Bro & Martineau, online or in-store.
Hey there, neighbor. So, any plans for the holidays?
Yeah, you bet. We're going to Gaspé.
Whoa, nice.
Yeah, we're leaving Friday after supper. Jesse and the kids will sleep and I'll drive. It's only 11 hours. Easy breezy.
Stop.
No, I'm not kidding. By Saturday morning, we'll be on the beach.
Stop.
I swear.
No, I'm serious. Stop.
When you're on the road, stop before fatigue stops you. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
John Moore, brought to you by MontrealHandSurgery.com. For relief of trigger finger, call board-certified Dr. Daniel Duran today. Online and virtual consultation now available.
To our movement, to everyone you are there in the 23rd century. You've created a role that has such dignity and everything. It's powerful. You cannot leave.
The voice of Nichelle Nichols. She was Lieutenant Uhura on the classic TV show Star Trek, and she passed away over the weekend. Kelly Alexander is in for John Moore with a look at entertainment. Hi, Kelly.
Hey, Ken. How are you?
I'm good. Always good to talk to you. This was an iconic show, and this was a groundbreaking role for her, really, on that show.
Yeah, exactly. And we got the news yesterday that she passed away, but actually she did pass away on Saturday at 89, and it was her manager and her son that sort of broke the news. And that clip that you just heard, that was Nichelle in an interview back in 2011 talking about how she was persuaded to stay on the show because she wanted to leave after the first season. And Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. Actually told her, you have to stay for that reason that you heard in the clip. So that was very important. And obviously she's just groundbreaking, a trailblazer, and she even worked with NASA to help recruit women and people of color to apply to be astronauts. So she was very well-rounded, we can say that.
From what I understand, one of the reasons why, or the main reason she wanted to leave the series after one season is because I think in the pilot episode, they gave her a pretty big role with lots of dialogue. And then as that season wore on, she was reduced just to saying yes or no to the captain. So she said, I'm out of here. But that was a very inspirational encounter she had with Martin Luther King, who convinced her to stay, right?
Yeah, exactly. I know that she had some offers to go to Broadway, so I think that was also part of the reason that she was going to leave. But then, I guess when he tells you should say, you should probably listen.
We have some news on the upcoming memoir from one Britney Spears.
Yeah, so she signed a deal back in February to write a tell-all about her life, and she got a huge payday for that. $15 million advance for that memoir. We've now found out that Britney has completed the book, but there is a problem, and I couldn't believe it when I read it, but it kind of reads funny when you first read it. There's a shortage of paper because of the effects of the pandemic, and so even though the powers that be are planning for this book to drop in January of 2023, the release date may have to be pushed back. because of these peripheral problems, if you will. But you can expect in the book for her to sort of overview, like, obviously her rise to fame, what it was like to be in that intense scrutiny when she was a massive pop star in the late 90s and early 2000s. And then, of course, the falling out with her family and the conservatorship and all that sort of stuff. So I think if you want to know what's going on with Britney, this is the way to do it.
All right, with Kelly Alexander this morning in for John Moore. You have an update on that Shania Twain doc, which is on my list, but I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, so the update is that I talked about it with Andrew last week, knowing that it was coming out to Netflix, and then I was a little bit wired for sound on Saturday night after I got back from Osheaga, so I decided to watch it then, and I just wanted to let you know that it's absolutely fantastic. It's such a great documentary, and it's really cool, because even if you're not a fan of hers, you will be by the time that this thing is over. And what's really interesting about the documentary is just seeing the amount of work that had to go into making her an international superstar, not just a country singer that's popular in the States and Canada, but an international superstar. And make no mistake about it, she was calling the shots. And I think a lot of people think that it was Mutt Lange that was doing that, but it was actually her. So definitely watch it. It's on Netflix.
The pride of Timmins, Ontario, Eileen Evans. Hey, listen, tell me about this. Is it Jodie Sweetin from Full House who got married?
Yeah, so she played Stephanie Tanner on Full House, and she got married in a small ceremony of about 50 guests over the weekend in Malibu, California. John Stamos, Candace Cameron, and Andrea Barber were all there, castmates of Full House, to support her. And you have to know, if she only had, guests of 50, they clearly are very important to her if they made the cut to be there. So that was pretty cool. And she's been dating her now husband since 2017. They got engaged this past January. And what's really cool about this whole situation is that Jodie went through a really rough time, several years ago when she had addiction issues, and she's been in recovery for a long time. So it's so great to see her in this next chapter of being happy. And her two daughters, Zoe and Beatrix, were both there for her as well at the ceremony, walking her down the aisle. One more before I let you go. What's the latest on Johnny Depp? Yeah, so ever since that verdict came in, his career has done like a complete 180 from being in the gutter to heading in the right direction if you're him. And what happened is he just raked in a ton of cash from a sale of some of his artwork through a UK-based art gallery. So in just a few hours, Johnny sold 780 pieces and brought in around $3.6 million. And the whole thing was so popular at one point, people going to this gallery's website, that it crashed the website. That's how many people were trying to get their hands on this stuff. And if you'd like to see some of the articles that he did put up for auction, you can check out his IG account. Very nice. Kelly, thanks for this. Thanks, Ken. Kelly Alexander from Virgin Radio, taking care of entertainment, in for vacationing John Moore. It's 7:27. Here's Sean Starr.
Good morning. We begin with sad news. NBA great Bill Russell has passed away at the age of 88. His family said on social media Russell passed away Sunday. The statement did not give the cause of death. Russell was not well enough to present the NBA Finals MVP in June due to a long illness. Russell anchored a Boston Celtics dynasty that won 11 titles in 13 years. His last two were as the first black head coach in any major U.S. sport. Russell was a Hall of Famer, 5-time MVP, and 12-time All-Star.
And LaRoche not missing from the corner. And just like that, we are back tied up at 66.
He literally has not missed from three. He is 3 for 3.
And the Montreal Alliance look to end their season on a winning note. The first season for the Expansion Alliance in the Canadian Elite Basketball League didn't go as planned. The team has lost 5 straight and won't make the playoffs and currently occupy 10th in a 10-team league. Tonight, the Alliance wrap up their season on the road in Ottawa against the Blackjacks. It's live on TSN 690 at 7:30.
Now this one into left and deep and gone. Home run for LeBlanc, his first in the big league. I hope the family stayed around.
Oh, they were there. The family in full attendance as Laval's Charles LeBlanc got called up by the Marlins Friday. By Sunday, he had 2 doubles in his first big league home run, and it came last night. Miami lost the game, though, to the Mets, 9-3. A decision on discipline for Cleveland Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson following accusations of sexual misconduct is coming today. Retired Judge Sue L. Robinson has informed the league and the NFLPA she's ready to issue a ruling on Watson's disciplinary hearing that concluded a month ago. Watson was accused of sexual harassment and assault by 24 massage therapists in Texas and has settled 20 of the civil lawsuits filed against him. To golf, where Tony Finau ran away with the Rocket Mortgage Classic yesterday at the Detroit Golf Club, becoming the first PGA Tour player in 3 years to win back-to-back regular season events. Finau closed with 567 for a 5-shot win. And 2 weeks after Henrik Stenson was stripped of his Ryder Cup captaincy for Europe, he's a winner in his debut on the Saudi-backed Live Golf Series. The Swede got large and immediate returns. He shot 69 at Trump National. He won by 2 over Dustin Johnson and Matthew Wolff. And the payoff for Stenson, $4 million for the win, $375,000 for his team finishing second. There you go, Ken. That's a look at your sports.
Thank you so much, Sean Starr. Ken Connors in for Andrew Carter. Once again, congratulations to Peter, who was downtown listening to the show this morning, and he played the Almost Can't Lose quiz, and he picked up those passes, weekend passes for the Lasso Country Music Festival, Parc Jean-Drapeau, the 12th and the 13th. We'll have these passes for the Country Music Fest all this week on the Andrew Carter Morning Show on the Can't Lose quiz just before the 7 o'clock news. Why is Quebec seeing a huge bump in Tory party memberships, and the disapproval ratings of our federal government hits a new high? We'll talk to David Hertel, who's in for Tom Mulcair, coming up right after the news.
This newscast brought to you by Supermarché Akavan, Iranian, Mediterranean, and Middle Eastern grocery. Open 8 to 4 Monday to Saturday with 2 locations to serve you. Visit akavanfood.com.
Good morning. It's 7:30. I'm Don Kagan-Fleming with your CTV News Update. It's 20 degrees downtown right now. Your weather details coming in just minutes. Here's what's making news. Police still gathering details about a suspected case of arson and a suspicious death just north of Montreal. Montreal Pride is on this week, and Quebec's lumberjacks say the major timber companies aren't paying enough. First, though, with the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, here's Catherine Wood.
On the 136 westbound, we've been dealing with debris at the start of the Vigier Tunnel. Only one lane available, and you're busy from about Papineau. Further along on the 136 west, watch out for a stall just after the 4th Street entrance, not causing any big delays. In general, we have very light volume out there, but the outbound LaFontaine Tunnel's a bit sluggish now from Sherbrooke. And on the outbound Champlain, they've started a left lane inspection. Right now, you're still crossing over just fine to the South Shore. In from the South Shore, things look good. In Repentigny on the 40 East, you're congested after Brienne to an overturned semi that they're working on near the 341. Southbound Laurentian Otter at Grande Côte, there's a stalled truck off to the right shoulder. Super C is hiring. Present yourself in store and get an interview, or apply online at superc.ca. Students and retirees, join the team. Only at Super C. Next traffic report, 7:45.
In the news, provincial police have a potential lead in an investigation into a suspected arson and suspicious death case in Sorel Tracy, an hour north of Montreal. The SQ says a body was found after putting out a fire in a home late last night. It had been doused in gasoline, and there's no known cause of death at this point. A person with serious burns was stopped by police not far from that fire and was taken to hospital, but is set to be interrogated by police once their condition allows it. Montreal Pride begins today and runs through to Sunday when the famous Pride Parade takes place in Montreal's Gay Village. It's the festival's 15th year in the city, and along with the week of celebrations, Montreal Pride has a list of demands created in order to better support the queer community. A call for better funding for LGBTQ2S community organizations tops that list, with the head of Montreal Pride, Simon Gamache, saying that 150 of those organizations in Quebec lack the resources to keep employees after large projects are finished. Those organizations represent resources in everything from mental and physical health to community and financial support, among other things. There are also calls to do more in the fight against HIV, as well as the creation of programs for queer seniors to end isolation. Quebec's lumberjacks are frustrated with how much they're making, which is about the same as it was 20 years ago, according to the Journal de Montréal. They say that the timber companies they sell wood to are swimming in profits, but their own revenues have stayed relatively stagnant despite an estimated 36% jump in costs over the last decade because of gas and equipment becoming pricier. As it stands, basic equipment alone costs over $2 million in many cases. Several forestry contractors say they want to speak out to try and get better payment for their wood from big companies. The first ship carrying Ukrainian grain has set off from the port of Odessa.
The departure of the Sierra Leone-flagged cargo ship the Rossoni, laden with corn, is expected to finally allow large stores of Ukrainian crops to reach foreign markets and ease a growing hunger crisis. Russia and Ukraine have signed separate agreements with Turkey and the UN, clearing the way for Ukraine, one of the world's key breadbaskets, to export around 22 million tons of it and other agricultural goods that have been stuck in Black Sea ports because of Russia's invasion. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
And the very lucky winner of Friday's Mega Millions drawing in the U.S. has yet to claim the $1.34 billion prize, the third largest jackpot in U.S. history. The winning ticket sold at a Speedway gas station in Des Plaines, Illinois, near Chicago. We get more on that from reporter Stephanie Wade.
$1.34 billion, the nation's third largest lottery prize, and the largest jackpot ever won in Illinois. The odds of winning the ginormous prize were 1 in 303 million. The winner has 12 months to claim the bounty, but only 60 days to opt for the $780 million cash payout option.
One financial expert says when the winner does collect their winnings, they should make sure to put some aside for taxes. Studies have shown that on average, 70% of jackpot winners are broke within 3 to 5 years. For all the news during the day, stream us on your smart speaker. Just say, play CJAD 800. Your next CTV News update is at 8 o'clock.
And we have breaking.
Stay informed with breaking news from CJAD 800.
So what's the situation now?
Delivered right to your inbox as soon as it happens.
The sound of gunfire.
Nothing short of a horrific human tragedy.
Stay up to date.
About when,
up to the minute.
and how.
Register now at CJAD800.com.
Should not be a surprise.
Life is full of fun if you know how to enjoy it. And a Mars bar helps you enjoy life even more. You see, Mars gives you energy while you work, nourishes you while you relax, keeps you going while you play.
Wow.
A Mars a day helps you work, rest, and play. Because glucose and sugar, milk and chocolate are all in Mars.
We are playing that
Yes,
for...
a Mars a day helps you work, rest, and
Okay,
play.
got it. It was on this day, 90 years ago, the Mars bar was introduced. And what year was that commercial from?
This, 1961.
61, the Mars bar. David Hertel, favorite chocolate bar from your youth? What was your favorite chocolate? The Arrow bar. Arrow bar? The plain or the mint?
Plain Arrow.
All right. I mentioned this on the air before. When I was a kid, we had the Bar 6. I love the Bar 6. And as an adult, I got a little older, more mature. I graduated to the Kit Kat Chunky. Anthony? You look like a snack bar guy. Oh, Henry?
Kit Kat. No, Kit Kat.
Kit Kat? Yeah. Individual fingers?
Yeah.
For sharing.
No, they're all mine.
Let's get to the weather forecast. Alex Robertson is in for Sarah DeHay. And what are you looking at in terms of our day today?
Well, if I look outside right now, the clouds are starting to move in, but don't be fooled because it will be a sunny day today with a high of 30. But with the Humidex, it's going to feel more like 35, so it's going to be very hot today. Looking at Sherbrooke, clearing this morning with some fog patches and maybe a few showers this morning as well. A high of 29, but it's going to feel more like 34. In Mont Tremblant, sunny day as well with some fog patches this morning. A high of 28, but it will feel like more like 35. Back in Montreal tonight, increasing cloudiness and a few showers beginning near midnight, a risk of a thunderstorm overnight, and a low of 20. Looking ahead to tomorrow, a mix of sun and cloud for Tuesday with a 60% chance of showers and a risk of a thunderstorm with a high of 26. Wednesday, sunny and a high of 27. Right now in Montreal, it's 22 degrees, but feels like 28.
All right, thank you, Alex. It's Ken Connors for Andrew Carter at 7:37. Thanks for being here on this Monday morning, first day of a brand new month. I guess it was one day last week on the Andrew Carter Morning Show. He had a conversation with a West Island mom who's battling MS, and then a wonderful story about her two sons who wanted to raise money and help out their mom who's going through a really tough time. And now this Montreal mom is demanding an apology from the Montreal police. We'll look at that story with David Hertel after this.
iHeartRadio, Canada's #1 streaming app for radio. Stay informed wherever you are with all your favorite talk hosts.
How lucky are we that we settle our disputes through elections and talk radio?
iHeartRadio.
Anytime,
anywhere. Now with personalized playlists made just for you and curated playlists, including your own. Add songs straight from live radio. Connect on the go with Apple CarPlay or Android Auto.
iHeartRadio.
Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
There's no mistaking a fungal nail infection. You feel helpless and embarrassed to show your bare feet in public. But there's help. Fungal laser treatment is effective and can have you in sandals in time for summer. Call Dr. Shazia Malik at 514-844-5250 or visit malikpodiatry.com.
Hi, I'm Jad Deegan, Director of the West Island Career Center. Whether you're finishing high school or just looking for a fresh start, the West Island Career Center is a great pathway to a new career. After just a few months of training in our hygiene and sanitation program or in our general building maintenance program, you'll be ready to start an exciting, well-paying career with great benefits and job security. Check us out online at West Island Career Center or call us at 514-620-0707 and start your journey to an awesome new career today.
This year at Spinelli, we're celebrating our 100th anniversary. And for the occasion, we invite you to celebrate and welcome the team from our new Volkswagen dealership, Spinelli Campbell and Cameron Volkswagen, at 1855 Dollard in Villa Sal, the address of choice for all automotive services.
The Andrew Carter Morning Show on News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
Exactly 7:40. Hi, good morning. It's Ken in for Andrew. He is a former Liberal cabinet minister. Council at Faskin is on the air throughout the day here, different shifts, filling in for us over the summer. David Hertel is sitting across from me. How was your weekend? You were in Osheaga.
I went to Osheaga.
Way good.
And
on Saturday.
On Saturday, and I found out that I was old. I'm an old man. I must admit, I hit the wall.
Yeah, well, you're never too old to enjoy live music, but sometimes you just
there's a way of it that now I want to enjoy live music, and it's with a certain level of comfort.
Okay, all right. It was hot too, right?
It was hot, but it was a great show. Yeah. I mean, great music, great lineup. The site is awesome.
Yeah. But convenient to get. Well, you can walk.
Yeah, I took the metro, and it was perfect.
Very nice. All right, let's talk about this West Island mom. I know we mentioned it earlier this morning. I saw a report on CTV Montreal last night. We had her on the air last week. She's battling MS. Her kids were setting up, I think, a lemonade stand to raise money for her and for the cause. And it was a wonderful story about her love of her two boys. And now, what happened over the weekend where she's now demanding an apology from police?
So apparently, the facts are that what we know so far, because to be fair, we don't have the police's side of this yet, but we'll find out hopefully very soon. Mm-hmm. But her two kids, the lemonade stand is on her own property. It's around 10:45 a.m.
She's on Roxborough, I think.
She's in Roxborough, a quiet neighborhood street, and the kids apparently are using some sort of megaphone to announce, we're raising money for MS. We have a lemonade stand. Please come. Yeah. And people in the neighborhood actually, come and show up and support. And apparently some person showed up saying, I'm going to shut you down. And a few moments later, the police arrives. Now, okay, maybe there was some noise. We'll find out. But again, the police hangs out apparently for hours. And at the end of all of this, no tickets. Nothing.
Right.
So that's what the facts, as reported right now by CTV News Montreal. We'll find out. But what I really appreciate about this is the political response to this. Pierrefonds Roxborough Mayor Jim Bies heard about this. What did he do yesterday? He went to see the family.
Right to the source.
Sat down in their home, see what's going on, and requested, even more than requested, demanded, and is apparently going to meet with police today.
Right.
And that's what you want a local politician to do. I'm here a lot of times we're eager, if not anything else, to criticize, and that's what we do, and it's our job, and we do it. But the fact is, here you have a borough mayor that is on the ground. He could have, in the middle, at the end of July. I mean, we're August 1st today.
Yeah, I'm out of here.
I'm out of here. July 30th on a weekend. July 31st on a Sunday, and he's there on the ground. And there's an interesting contrast to this story, Ken, because at the same time, there's another story this morning, and if you live like me, or if you ever try to get in and around Old Montreal these days, it's a disaster. If the traffic jams are massive, especially in the evening, and it's more so than in 2019 or in the before times, it is something that there's a massive problem with traffic management with the Old Port and the city. You have the Cirque du Soleil shows, you have all the attractions, and it's good because that means it's success. There's tourism. Everything is going well, but you got people staying in their cars for more than an hour just trying to park their cars.
Yeah.
And the response there from the local elected official, Robert Baudry, is to say, we'll consult. That's it. We're going to do a public consultation. We'll talk to all the players, and eventually we'll see what happens.
Where does that go? What does that do?
If a tourist stays in an hour in their car just to get it parked, that's an hour that tourist is not spending, is not having a good experience, and that tourist is going to talk about it to that person's entourage, and they're going to tell to family, friends, hey, you know what, Montreal, the old part, they don't have their act together. Avoid.
Yeah.
And that's what you don't want. And you want action. You want your elected official to say, hey, let's get in a room today. Let's find a solution today. That's how it works. That's why you're elected. You're not elected to stay on the sidelines and say, okay, get together now and get back to me with a solution. No, your job is actually to get people to find a solution. And if not, impose the solution.
All right. At the best of times, it's tough to find a parking spot in Montreal.
No, but it's crazy right now. And you can talk about philosophy and parking and taking the metro and walking. But the fact is that right now, people are getting there with their cars. Yeah. And we can talk about climate change and everything else and alternative modes of transportation. But the fact is that this is a problem now, and it needs a solution now, not in 2 years.
I hear you. We got 2 minutes. Tell me about this story this morning, how there's a real bump in Tory party memberships in this province.
Yeah. Close to 60,000 members. Just to give you an idea, 60,000 Conservative Party of Canada members in Quebec. The Liberal Party of Quebec doesn't have that number. Just to give you,
perspective,
Just to give you that perspective, I mean, the Liberals, and it depends, depending on you look at the numbers, they're around half that. So just to give you an idea, they've really bumped it up, and it shows that there's a lot of momentum. But nationally, also an Abacus poll showing us that yet again this has been trending for several months. And I know this is late July, early August, no election coming up, and this is a snapshot, but it says a lot about where Canadians are, Quebecers are as well. 35% nationally for the Conservatives, 30% for the Liberals. But what's really interesting about this poll is for one of the first times you're seeing the Conservatives getting an edge in Ontario and climbing out of the hole in Quebec. And that's always been the Conservative weakness. Remember at the 2019 election, the 2021 election, and something is happening in Ontario, something is happening in Quebec, and that is despite Pierre Poilievre. I mean, think about it. This is despite Pierre Poilievre and everything that he spewed out over the past few weeks and months. So there's something happening.
Do we know where these memberships are coming from within the province?
We don't have the distribution, but you can bet this is the regions, Quebec City area, Beauce, and also, let's face it, Jean Charest in the race is, his organization here in Quebec. You have a lot of provincial Liberals that have jumped in with Jean Charest to help on the organization side. Some of the top organizers in the last few years, former Charest organizers provincially. So you got to see that membership also across Quebec, but mainly the Conservatives are stronger in the regions, the Francophone region. What also this shows, you have to be careful though, regardless of the number of members you may have in each riding, when you win the riding, you only get 100 points for the leadership, which will be announced on September 10th. If you win the riding, you only get 100 points. So it's going to be very interesting to find out how these members are distributed, and the national numbers as well, 678,000 members. So something is happening on the Conservative side, and the federal Liberals, I think, are looking at this very closely and thinking about, okay, while the Prime Minister is starting his 2-week vacation in Costa Rica today, maybe there are others talking about thinking about the future and a future leader.
Text came in about the lemonade stand issue and said, don't blame the police. Someone filed a noise complaint, so the police are required to respond. The police don't stay for 2.5 hours.
It's the way the response was made. Yes, you do have to respond to a noise complaint, but seriously, you stay for hours, and at the end of the day, you don't issue a ticket? Yeah. So what happened? And what has happened now in our neighborhoods that we just can't talk to each other and say, okay, there's a little noise. Maybe the kids, I don't know the facts. We'll find out. Maybe the noise was a bit too much. But it's Saturday morning in your neighborhood. How about talking to the mother and saying, okay, can we do something here? Just maybe keep it down a bit?
No. Pick up the phone and call the cops.
Yeah, call the cops, and then the cops hang out for hours? No. What is that? And at the end of the day, no tickets. So what was the response, and why stay for hours?
Let's see if we get some news for tomorrow morning.
But again, here on this, what I like is Jim Beese's response. Being a real mayor that really cares about his people, and he's there on the ground.
Grassroots guy.
Grassroots, meeting with the family, and now going to meet with the police and asking for answers right away, not waiting for an inquiry that's going to take 6 months.
Direct from Oceaga this morning, David Hertel on a Monday morning. David, always appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ken.
7:49. Let's get to the road, shall we? And we'll do it this time around. For Metropolitan Rustproofing, get a $20 discount off their complete rustproofing treatment for a limited time. Metropolitan Rustproofing, a smart investment that really pays. Good morning, Catherine.
Good morning. Bit of extra volume now at the top of northbound Décarie and on the westbound map between Stinson and Décarie, but coming in through the West Island and Vaudreuil, the 40 and 20 are still rolling really well. East of the island on the 40 east, you have heavy volume from Brienne towards the 341. Before that spot, they are working to remove an overturned semi. It's been there all morning long. Outbound LaFontaine Tunnel's a bit sluggish from Hochelaga. Outbound Champlain, they've started an inspection in the left lane. Inbound South Shore spans look good. 136 West remains busy from Papineau to the start of the Vichy Tunnel, where they've been working to pick up debris. Looking for a used vehicle? At Automobile en Direct, have access to more than 850 vehicles under the $25,000 mark. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800. Next report, 8 o'clock.
A sunny and hot 22 out there, already feeling like 28 with the humidity. 30 is our high for today, 35 on the Humidex. Let's head to the newsroom. James Foster, what's coming up at 8 o'clock?
Well, Ken, the body of a woman was found shortly before midnight inside a burned home in Sorel-Tracy. That's about an hour northeast of Montreal. New rules for paying off the minimum payment on a credit card balance come into effect today. And I'll tell you how a man originally from Moscow has been helping Ukrainian children here in Montreal get back a bit of their lost childhood. Those stories and more at 8.
Thank you so much. 7:51. Nice to have you up with us here on a Monday morning. Coming up around the corner, Dr. Mitch Shulman, who's back after some vacation time, to tell us why it's important every now and then just to put the phone away.
The Andrew Carter Morning Show, brought to you by Matelas Bonheur's Vacation from the Taxes event. Save both taxes on all Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster mattresses.
Montreal's home for live sports and sports talk. TSN 690.
3-on-1 from Montreal. Osborne on the right side, and a one-handed slam.
The ball is up. He makes the grab. Touchdown, Montreal.
When you need to know. When you need to get it off your chest.
This has the makings of a team that will likely be drafting in the top 10 again next year without actively tanking.
Montreal's Major League Sports Talk lives on TSN 690.
CTV tonight. It's time to ninja. The most elite athletes, the most difficult obstacle courses, the most innovative challenges on TV.
Unbelievable!
American Ninja Warrior. All new tonight at 8, only on CTV.
Welcome to Notre-Dame-des-Neiges Cemetery's Remembrance Grove, as well as its new St. Louis Grove, which offers a view on Lake St. Louis. Choosing one of these first eco-friendly burial sites in Montreal means continuing the circle of life by having your ashes buried under one of 6 local tree species. It's a poetic way of giving back by contributing to improved air quality and biodiversity. Learn more at NotreDameDesNeigesCemetery.ca.
You're listening to the Voice of Montreal. News Talk Radio, CJAD 800, an iHeart radio station.
eBox has internet packages starting at $39. That gives you more wiggle room for all kinds of stuff.
Like buying a 20th pair of shoes for the next party?
You can do whatever you want with the wiggle room. Internet packages starting at $39 at ebox.ca.
They're called Cuisine West Island because they made their name manufacturing and installing new kitchens. But why stop there? Transform your entire home with Cuisine West Island the way you like it. Contemporary, modern, country, urban, kitchens, bathrooms, or built-in furniture. Everything is designed and manufactured right here in Montreal and installed by the professional team at Cuisine West Island. Pop in and see for yourself at 2758 St. Charles in Kirkland or at cuisinewestisland.com. Cuisine West Island, for those not easily impressed.
This summer, I'm going to avoid spreading COVID-19. It's easy. I'll wear a mask in crowded places.
If I have symptoms, I'll self-isolate and do a rapid test. If I test positive, I'll stay home for at least 5 days. And for the next 5 days, I won't visit anyone who's at risk. I'll avoid social events like festivals and gatherings. And I'll limit my activities to only the most essential, all while wearing a mask and staying 2 meters away from others. The virus is still out there, so we have to be careful. A message from the Gouvernement du Québec.
The opinions expressed in the following segment are for general information only and should not be construed as advice from CJAD 800 or Bell Media. Listeners should always consult their own qualified healthcare provider.
This morning's conversation with Dr. Mitch is brought to you by your friends at XL Honda on Paré, taking good care of you and your Honda.
7:54 with Ken in for Andrew this morning. Dr. Mitch Schulman's on the line. Mitch, welcome back.
Thank you. It's so nice to be back talking to you.
Enjoy your time off?
Very, very, very much. I'm sorry, was that too obvious?
You deserve it. So you're, you got a chance to just rest and relax and recharge?
Recharge, yes, but no, bounced around, did all sorts of things, which for me is fun. I like seeing and doing and being with family, so it was a lot of fun, without question. And I hope everybody takes the opportunity also to take some time off. Studies show that we as Canadians actually do not take enough time off, and even if you're not doing much, just the opportunity to break your natural routine and focus on other things is a huge boost to your mind, even if it's just a long weekend, and it improves productivity. So for you managers out there who are worried about, giving your employees time off, it turns out that a motivated employee population actually performs better. So there's no excuse. Get out there, enjoy.
Dr. Mitch, this morning we're going to talk about taking some time off and a vacation away from your phone and the benefits of doing such a thing.
Isn't that phenomenal? I don't know about you, but if you go anywhere, even walking on the street, people's heads are buried in their phones. And I don't even know why they call them smartphones anymore, to be honest with you. Well, this is a lovely study looking at what people's anticipation of being left alone was like compared to what they actually experienced when they did it. What do I mean? So they basically took some students, and they did this both in Japan and the UK to make it more generalizable to both, like a very large population. And they asked them, what do you think about being left alone for about 20 minutes or 3 minutes? And they asked them to rate it. Then they left them alone. In fact, in one part of this study, they put them in a very darkened room with obviously no cell phone watch or anything like that, but no lights, no windows, nothing. Just forced them to sit there thinking. And said, you can think about anything you want. We'll get back to you. And lo and behold, when they asked them to rate the experience of just sitting there thinking, they actually found that the students rated that experience much higher than they had anticipated. So you're going to say, so what? So what? Well, it turns out if you leave someone alone to think, just think. Just let their mind wander. It has all sorts of benefits for them. And other studies published going back as far as 2012 have shown that you think out what you're going to do for the future, you put yourself in a better perspective. Nostalgic thinking can help people find meaning to their life, enhance their good pursuits, how they're feeling about themselves. So rather than being a waste of time, just letting your mind be your mind, just letting it wander off and think through things can actually be good for you, and the key point here is much better than you would have thought. So if you thought it wasn't going to be useful for you, if you thought you should be doing something with every single moment of your time, you're wrong. You should enjoy yourself and think and let your mind wander from time to time. It'll do you immeasurable benefits. And this fits in with what we were talking about in terms of vacation and all that. The same way that vacation time helps you, so does just mind vacation time help you.
Yeah, well, Mitch, you hear so many stories of people who go out for that early morning walk or early morning jog, and one of the things is not just physical. They love they get all their
mind wander.
They get their thinking done, and and their planning done.
Not looking at the phone, not looking at anything, just kind of enjoying. Tremendous benefits. And maybe it's time for us to be a little bit more focused on ourselves and on the world around us rather than our smartphones or computers or video screens.
Mitch, good to have you back. We'll chat tomorrow.
Looking forward to it. You have a great day.
Dr. Mitch Schulman here at 7:58. Here's a look at sports with Sean Starr.
Good morning. It's game day on TSN 690. That's right, the end of the expansion season for the Montreal Alliance of the Canadian Elite Basketball League.
6 seconds left. LaRoche stopping, looking, backdoor. Kemiose into the lane he goes. Jumper at the death. Got it. 78-48 at the end of 3.
The Alliance wrap up their season, hoping to finish on a winning note. The team has struggled down the stretch with 5 straight losses. The Alliance sit at 4-15 this season, 10th in a 10-team league. Tonight, they're in Ottawa to take on the Blackjacks at 7:30. Catch it live on TSN 690. Let's go to Major League Baseball, and it was a first by a local kid.
They had Charles LeBlanc with 2 Major League hits, and they're both doubles. One into left center and one down the right field line. And now this one into left and deep and gone. Home run for LeBlanc, his first in the big league. I hope the family stayed around.
Oh, they were there and celebrating and crying. Pretty cool. Charles LeBlanc from Laval homered for Miami in a game the Marlins would lose 9-3 to the Mets. In 7 at-bats this season, he was called up Friday. LeBlanc has 2 doubles and his first big league homer.
1-1. Swinging a line drive, deep left field. Grossman stops at the wall. It is gone!
And the Toronto Blue Jays are packing for a 9-game road trip, having won 12 of their last 15. The Jays will visit Tampa Bay on Tuesday for 2 games, then they're off to Minnesota Thursday for 4, and they'll finish a road trip in Baltimore, 3 games against the Orioles starting next Monday. The Blue Jays beat Detroit 4-1 yesterday to take 3 of 4. Bill Russell redefined how basketball is played and then changed the way the sports are viewed in a racially divided country. The most prolific winner in NBA history, Russell marched with Martin Luther King Jr., stood with Muhammad Ali, and received the Presidential Medal of Freedom from U.S. President Barack Obama. The centerpiece of the Boston Celtics dynasty that won 11 titles in 13 years, Russell earned his 2 NBA titles as a player coach, the first in black history in any major U.S. sport. Russell passed away Sunday at the age of 88. Happy Monday, Ken. That's a look at your sports.
Thank you, Sean. Coming up right after the 8 o'clock news, we'll talk about Pride Week, Montreal, and the AIDS crisis.
Good morning, it's 8 o'clock. I'm James Foster with your CTV News update. It is going to be hot and humid today, and that means maybe a thunderstorm tomorrow. Have to wait and see. It's 22 degrees downtown. Your weather details in moments. Here's what is making news. A woman found dead inside a burned-out home just outside of Montreal. Sunny and hot today. Great day for lemonade, so long as the cops don't show up. And helping Ukrainian children in Montreal get back their childhood. Those stories and more coming up, but first it's the latest from your CJAD 800 Traffic Center with Catherine Wood.
The westbound Metropolitan has extra volume now from Lackady to DeCarry, but you're moving. Eastbound 40, very minor hesitations at DeCarry Circle, and northbound DeCarry is a bit sluggish. Royal Mount up. Highway 20 looks great across the island. 136 westbound, heavy from Papineau to the start of the Vichy Tunnel, where they've been picking up debris. Outbound LaFontaine Tunnel is a bit sluggish from Hochelaga. On Laurentian Autoroute northbound, we have an accident now just around the Martigny. That's causing a backup down to the 158 as you make your way up north. And on the eastbound 40 in Repentigny, very busy from before Brien over to a problem with an overturned semi just before the 341. Pay less for airport parking. Download the Park and Fly app to reserve your stay and get their best rate guaranteed. Tap and save with Park and Fly at parkandfly.ca. Next report, 8:15.
In the news, the body of a woman was found shortly before midnight inside a burned home in Sorel-Tracy, about an hour northeast of Montreal. The exact circumstances of the fire have yet to be determined. At one point, police even saying that there were traces of an accelerant found on the body. Not far from the scene, one person was found with major burns. They were taken to hospital and are said to be meeting with investigators, but only when their condition improves. A Roxborough woman with MS wants an apology from Montreal police after officers tried to shut down her kid's lemonade stand over the weekend. CTV's Max Harold has more on Ayana Massa's 11 and 8-year-old sons who set up the stand to raise money for the Multiple Sclerosis Society of Canada.
And all this stems from a noise complaint by a neighbor Saturday morning about 10:30 a.m. because the kids were using a megaphone to let the neighborhood know that they were selling lemonade. A neighbor called police because he didn't like the sound of the kids on the megaphone. Although some of the officers doctors were understanding. Massa says others were not. They told her the lemonade stand had to stop. She refused and told them she would prefer if they just give her a ticket and leave.
Now, they didn't leave. Mazza says police stayed in her yard for hours, during which time they didn't allow anyone to buy lemonade, and she wants answers and an apology.
I feel harassed. I feel that this was an incredible injustice.
Pierrefonds Mayor Jim Bays was at Massa's home yesterday to offer his support, get some lemonade as well, and he says he plans to speak to authorities today about the ordeal. New rules for paying off the minimum payment on a credit card balance come into effect today. If you had a credit card before August 1st, 2019, and your monthly minimum payment was less than 3.5%, well, now it is. There'll be half a percentage point increase each year, right up to 5% by August the 1st of 2025. The first grain ship has left the Ukrainian port of Odessa under a UN brokered deal to end the months-long Russian blockade.
We just watched the first ship move out from the port here in Odessa from down here by the water. It's headed now towards Turkey. It's a Sierra Leone flagged vessel carrying 26,000 tons of corn. It's a major breakthrough after 5 months of Russia's blockade. It's the first ship to leave the port here in Odessa since that time. It's hoped that more ships will soon follow, carrying the millions of tons of food crops here that could help ease a global hunger crisis that Russia's invasion has worsened. Patrick Reevell, ABC News, Odessa, Ukraine.
And although there are memories of war and the invasion that stay for most Ukrainian children, some who have arrived here in Montreal have had a chance to relive some happy childhood memories by visiting a zoo or perhaps a water park. Dmitry Cherkassky and his daughter Anna are both originally from Moscow, and they've been organizing weekly excursions for Ukrainian children and mothers to distract them from the recent experience.
We try to bring the happens at their life at least one day. We're gonna see this woman, some of them lost the children, some of them lost brothers, husbands, all other relatives. And only one question, why? For what?
Yesterday, Dimitri's bus ventured off to Park Safari to give kids a chance to see some elephants, deer, and some buffalo in person. His daughter Anna says it was just nice to see the kids smile.
It is really relieving to see, especially when they smile and when they have those reactions, because a child, when they feel something, they just express it. There's no filter.
The father-daughter duo have previously completed 2-day trips, one to Granby Zoo, another to the Village de Père Noël water park, each about an hour from Montreal. The trips were made on a family-owned bus with a capacity of 40 people. For all your news during the day, stream us on your smart speaker. Just say play CJAD 800. Your next CTV News update is at 8:30.
Stay informed with CJAD 800's brand new newsletter.
I just want to say kudos.
Get headlines and audio highlights delivered right to your inbox twice a day. The top stories as reported on CJAD 800.
Canada signed an agreement.
Press conference today by our public health director.
Morning and afternoon editions. Sign up now at CJAD800.com.
It was on this day in 1981. A channel by the name of MTV premiered and changed everything in music. I've got to make a what? I've got to make a video. Oh, okay. 8:06. Some of those early videos, too, were really weird. They got more and more slick and professional. Sometimes some big-time directors were directing them as well. I know Scorsese did a Michael Jackson video. I think Spielberg did one as well for someone. 8:07. Let's get right to the weather forecast. Alex Robertson is in for Sarah DeHay. Alex, take it away.
Yeah, so it's going to be a sunny day today, Ken, but very humid. It's going to be a high of 30, but with the humidex, it's going to feel more like 35. So if you're heading out today and spending the day outside, sunscreen is a must. Looking at Sherbrooke, clearing this morning with some fog patches. A few showers this morning as well. A high of 29, but it's going to feel more like 34. In Mont Tremblant, sunny with some fog patches as well this morning, and a high of 28, but it's going to feel more like 35. Back in Montreal tonight, increasing cloudiness, a few showers beginning near midnight, and a risk of a thunderstorm overnight with a low of 20. Looking ahead to tomorrow, a mix of sun and cloud with a 60% chance of showers and a risk of a thunderstorm, and a high of 26. Wednesday, sunny and a high of 27. Right now in Montreal, it's 22 degrees, but feels like 28.
All right, Alex, thank you so much. Here's a Monday morning, first day of August, and coming up right around the corner, we're going to talk to my friend Richard Bugs Burnett about the fact that Pride Montreal is kicking off this weekend and the AIDS conference here in Montreal is wrapping up. So those stories are next.
If you want to come and cheer on your Alouettes as a group of 10 or more people, you can get a great deal on tickets with the Alouettes group packages. Don't wait to reserve. To learn more, visit alouettesdemontreal.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.ca/Canada. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ziprecruiter.ca/Canada. That's ziprecruiter.ca/Canada. ziprecruiter.ca/Canada.
Montrealers' favorite fine furniture store is Mobile Art Decor. For over 30 years, Mobile Art has been the best source of exceptional, top-quality luxury furniture, custom upholstery, and accessories for lighting and design that will inspire and motivate you. Imported from Europe and around the world for every room and every taste. For a truly unique experience, professional interior design advice, and great service, visit Mobile Art, 8260 Devonshire, west of DeCarry. mobileart.ca.
Is living at home more difficult, or are you concerned about your parents' well-being? Liana's Senior Transition Support provides guidance in finding the ideal options in home care and seniors' residences. Solutions are available to you right now, including immediate care and urgent relocation.
Hi, I'm Matt Del Vecchio. Call us for a free, no-obligation consultation at 514-622-8074 or look us up at Liana's Senior Transition Support. That's Liana's Senior Transition Support.
It's the ride you can rely on every morning. Andrew Carter, CJAD 800.
That's Ken Connors sitting in for a vacationing Andrew Carter at 8:11. Pride Montreal activities kick off today, culminating in the big parade this coming Sunday. All the while, the International AIDS Conference is wrapping up in the city, some 34 years after Montreal last hosted that world event. Here to tie all these threads together is Richard Bugs Burnett, Montreal arts and culture journalist, longtime LGBTQ activist, veteran Pride organizer with Diversité in the 1990s. He helped organize a memorial for HIV/AIDS victims last night in the Village. And Richard's on the line. Bugs, good morning.
Good morning, Ken.
Oh, good to talk to you. Good to have you on the show. Richard, tell me a bit about the memorial last night. How did it go? Who was there?
It was wonderful. I'm part of this group called Parc Vivant Mémoire of the Parc de l'Espoir. It's been around since 2007. Its goal is to protect the Parc de l'Espoir, or Hope Park, in the Village, which was established in 1991 on World AIDS Day. And so, while AIDS 22 was happening in Montreal, we had basically spent the last 8 months organizing an event with speeches and stuff, and this great live performances by Montreal Soul Queen, Michelle Sweeney, and her backing singers. And they did a glorious rendition of Amazing Grace last night. I swear to God, the crowd just went completely nuts.
Yeah, Michelle never disappoints, does she? Never, never. Montreal's hosted this International AIDS Conference again this year. Only the 5th city to have the honor of hosting it twice. The 1989 conference is famous for a particular reason. Activists took a stand. Can you tell me about the history there?
Yeah, in 1989, the New York chapter of ACT UP drove up in a bunch of buses to Montreal to protest. At the time, AIDS activists and AIDS patients and survivors were not really part of the conferences, and so they were just kind of like numbers on a spreadsheet. And so with local Canadian activists, they stormed the opening session of the 1989 AIDS conference, and it was historic. They published a Montreal Manifesto, which was basically a Bill of Rights for people living with HIV/AIDS. And ever since then, it revolutionized the world and business of HIV/AIDS, and the AIDS conferences have never been the same since.
We're on the line with Richard Bugs Burnett. Bugs, let's switch to Pride. What are you looking forward to this year?
Oh my God, tons of stuff. But I would think the opening concert over at the main site this year is at Parc on the Esplanade of the Olympic Stadium.
Oh yeah.
And the opening night concert is August 3rd. It's with Diane Dufresne. It's going to be her first show at a Pride celebration in 20 years, almost to the day.
So this Wednesday night, yeah.
That's Wednesday night.
Okay.
The next night we've got drag superstars. So you're going to have a lot of those big, famous drag queens from all the various incarnations of RuPaul's Drag Race, and a lot of local drag stars. And that's going to be on the big outdoor stage again on the Esplanade at the Olympic Stadium. And that's going to be on August 4th.
And the parade's set for Sunday, right?
Yeah, the parade is this year. It's going to run from Metcalfe to Alexandre de Sèvres. It's going to run east along René-Lévesque Boulevard. It begins at 1:00 in the afternoon. That's next Sunday, August 7th. And I always remind everybody not to forget to observe the Minute of Silence. It's at 2:30 in the afternoon, and that Minute of Silence to honor all of those that we have lost to violence, to gay bashings and so on, and to HIV/AIDS.
Right. Richard, before I let you go, is there a talk or discussion within the gay community this year with Pride about the spread of monkeypox?
Yeah, it's a huge issue. And, I got my vaccination at the end of June. We're talking about 18 or 20,000 documented cases right now around the world. Almost 98% are those among men who have sex with men. And while it's not spread sexually, it is spread by close contact. And a lot of spreader events have been big Pride events across North America and Europe. So I really encourage people to get vaccinated. There are free vaccination clinics in the village. There's a mobile clinic on the pedestrian mall in the village on St. Catherine Street, and there's also a permanent free walk-in clinic at 965 de Maisonneuve East.
Richard Bugs Burnett, one of my favorite Montrealers. Bugs, thanks for joining me this morning. Appreciate your time.
Thank you ever so much, Ken. I wish everybody a happy Pride. Thank you.
Et voilà. Brings us to 8:16. Time for another look at the roads, brought to you by Metropolitan Rust Proofing. Get a $20 discount off their complete rust proofing treatment for a limited time. Metropolitan Rust Proofing, a smart investment that really pays. What kind of a morning are they having out there, Catherine?
Pretty good, actually. We've had a few incidents that have caused backups in a couple of places, but mostly outlying. On the westbound Metro, a bit busy between the 215s. The 136 westbound remains really busy from at least Papineau now into the Vigier Tunnel. That's because a truck lost a load of construction materials, and they're working to pick that up. Met West is a bit sluggish between the 215s. Eastbound 40, eastbound 20 look good. Off Island in Repentigny, the eastbound 40 is heavy now. From Bréien over to where they're working on an overturned semi. That's just before the 343. Laurentian Autoroute northbound, we have an accident up around de Martigny, and that's causing a delay now from the 158. Looking to save money on airport parking? Book your stay using the Park and Fly app. Best rate guaranteed. Download at parkandfly.ca. Tap and save with Park and Fly. Next report, 8:30.
Tap and save. All right. 22 at the moment, feeling like 28. Sunny, hot, and humid today. We're heading up to 30 today as our daytime high. Let's head over to the newsroom. Don Kagan-Fleming. Don, what's coming up at 8:30?
Well, Ken, a woman's body's been found doused in gasoline in a burning house north of Montreal, while police are still waiting to question a person found nearby covered in burns. A $14 million bill for the feds over anti-COVID measure protest convoys, and a guardian angel refused permanent residency in Canada because of his cancer.
Right. Don't go anywhere. I have a question to ask you. Yesterday on the trivia show, we were doing audio clips in the first hour, identifying just clips from vintage TV shows. And at one point, All in the Family was one of them. And we started talking about great scenes in All in the Family. And we got on the topic of what's the first thing you ever saw on television that made you cry? And there were a couple of, Dan and I were both going over All in the Family. The time that Mike and Gloria, the son-in-law and daughter on All in the Family, left to move away, and there's this great scene. Meathead and Archie were always at odds, always arguing, always fighting, and there's this great moment when Archie tells him, he goes, I always loved you. I lost it. Had to leave the room. Watching it with my mom, what's wrong? Nothing. I'm going to get a cookie. Do you remember the first thing that you saw on TV that made you cry?
I don't think... Nothing's ever made me cry on television.
Not a great episode of the Flintstones,
but
maybe.
I've gotten emotional. Let's say,
right. Okay.
And so, actually, that's one of them.
Okay.
And the other one, believe it or not, the finale to Lost, when he realizes he's dead. Oh, spoiler alert!
Oh, thanks, Anthony. Alex, you have one?
Yes. Grey's Anatomy fans will remember this. The plane crash, the infamous plane crash that took place. I don't remember what season it was in. And then almost all of the characters in that season, the main ones, die.
Under your side of your mouth. Don, you have one?
Yeah, not counting movies. Those were the rough ones for me as a kid, cartoon movies. But The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. And it's the episode where Will's dad comes back.
Yes.
And then he's like, oh, we'll reorganize. And he's clearly leaving forever. And he goes on this whole rant and he's angry. He's like, I don't need him. And at the end he just goes, how come he don't want me?
Yeah.
Oh, he hugs Uncle Phil. Bald.
The other one I brought up, I'm a little older than you guys, was on MASH. When one of the characters, Henry Blake, was sent home, and then Radar's got to come into the operating room and announce that the helicopter was shot down that he was on. Oh my goodness!
And the cast didn't know that.
Oh, is that right?
The cast didn't know that
was in the script.
That was in the script, and he comes in and he reads it, and they did it on purpose to have the cast react like naturally to it.
Those are the best moments.
You want to weigh in on the text line? Let us know the first thing that you saw on TV that made you cry. 514-800. Speaking of television, iconic character from Star Trek, Nichelle Nichols, who played Uhura, passed away over the weekend. And we're going to play you a clip of her describing an encounter with one particular fan and the inspirational talk that he gave her.
The Andrew Carter Morning Show, brought to you by Matelas Bonheur's Vacation from the Taxes event. Save both taxes on all Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster mattresses.
Mom, Dad, I humbly suggest you save some money and shop Amazon for back to school. It's for my growth, meaning my body's growing at an alarming rate. And clothes you buy me this year will be very small very soon. Plus, the clothes I love today will be out of style tomorrow. But at least your wallet doesn't have to be my fashion victim if you shop low prices for school at Amazon. Hopefully this is helpful. Amazon. Spend less, smile more.
Chatter Mobile is Canada's #1 prepaid mobile provider with plans that are #1 on your back-to-school shopping list. With Chatter, you can get nationwide prepaid plans with nationwide coverage from only $15 a month. That's really, really affordable. If you're starting school or just need to stay connected, Chatter makes it easy with no credit checks, no term contracts, no commitment. So it's easy to say yes, yes, yes. With Chatter Mobile, now you make the call. Visit your local store or chattermobile.com today.
Adam, Gerline, Dave, Ashley, Doug, and Charlie.
Farmers looking for a partner. Think you could be the perfect match?
Anyone can apply to get on CTV's new matchmaking show, Farming for Love.
Go to ctv.ca/farming for love.
Casting closing soon.
At McDonald's, we know there's so much to love about summer. Sandy beaches, hot breezes, a comfy hammock. We've got a few things of our own to add to that list. Because right now, for only $2 plus tax, you can treat yourself to a sundae or snack-sized milkshake. Also, you can get a cone for $1 plus tax, only with the app. With all the favorites you crave, McDonald's is your destination for chill summer treats. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada, product availability varies by restaurant, prices exclude delivery, app download, and registration required.
Meldrum the Mover.
Hi, I'm Paul Filgeno, and I am Meldrum the Mover. Need a safe, clean, and affordable storage solution? Meldrum's has it. We have high-security storage for your most valued items, climate-controlled, secured, and the most highly government-rated storage facility in Montreal. So when you need to store those items that are most important to you, call Meldrum the Mover. Take it away, girls.
Call 514-481-1122. Meldrum the Mover.
Linen Chest is having its famous white sale. Save at least 30% on all duvets, pillows, and mattress pads, plus we pay the taxes. Beauty Rest Savoy mattresses, regular up to $1,069, now starting at an incredible $499. Save 65% on Ultra Soft modal sets, regular up to $240, now starting at only $49.95. Save 60% on Oasis bath towels, now only $7.95. The Linen Chest famous white sale is now on. This is your chance to save big.
Yannick's talking with Miles, another Navco customer.
We had a complete master bathroom renovation. Quality of the materials chosen were outstanding. The quality of the workmanship was excellent. Most particularly, the project manager was totally amazing. And every day the site was left clean, which is a phobia of mine. It was very, very clean every time on a daily basis, never an issue. At the end of the day, I actually called Walter up. I said, Walter, you know what? It was pretty seamless.
RENOVCO.com, telephone 514-856-9993.
Everyone loves Italian food, and you can bring delicious and authentic Italian food home from Restaurant Di Menna. They've been serving the East End's best Italian dishes since 1971. Order your favorites for delivery or counter pickup, or better yet, load up your freezer with Di Menna's restaurant quality frozen meals, Di Menna's famous Montreal-style pizzas, or lasagnas, pastas, sauces, and more to make dinner easy and delicious. Visit DiMenna.com to see the full menu today. Restaurant Di Menna, your new favorite Italian restaurant in St. Leonard.
Honey, I don't know what's going on with your toenail,
It's a nail fungus infection.
but now I have it too.
Relax, it's nothing. It's contagious and eats away your nail.
It may be nothing, but it's gross.
It makes it brittle and discolored.
I'm
telling you, it's no big deal. And eventually, it can destroy it almost completely.
So it'll go away on its own.
Yeah, of course. No, it won't go away on its own. It's an infection. Nail fungus should be taken seriously. At the first signs, show it to your doctor and ask about prescription treatments that can be applied to the nail.
Russian forces have advanced in southern Ukraine.
When big news happens,
Officials are alleging cultural sites are being targeted.
Montrealers know where to turn. Watch CTV News at 6 and visit ctvnewsmontreal.ca.
Security sweeps of all decks are negative, Mr. Spock. No evidence of intruder.
Very well. Cancel red alert, but maintain increased security.
Aye, sir. All decks cancel red alert. Maintain increased security.
That is Nichelle Nichols, who played Lieutenant Uhura, the communications officer on the Star Trek Enterprise. Nichelle Nichols died of heart failure. It was announced over the weekend. She was 89 years old, and that was a groundbreaking role. She was one of the first black women to be featured in a major TV show. And we're going to play some audio from Nichelle that goes back a few years. It seems after the first season of the show on Star Trek, she was thinking of leaving the show. She was a special guest at a fundraiser one night, and she ran into a fan, a very particular and certain fan of the show, who gave her an inspirational talk about not leaving the show and why she shouldn't leave the show.
When the organizer came over and said, Miss Nichols, there's someone here. He is your biggest fan, and he's desperate to meet you. I said, certainly. And I stand up looking for a young man who's a Star Trek fan. And instead of fan, there's this face the world knows. And I remember thinking, whoever that fan is going to have to wait, because Dr. Martin Luther King, my leader, is walking toward me, not 10 feet away, with a beautiful smile on his face. Yes, Miss Nichols, I am your greatest fan. He said, we admire you greatly, you know. And then I got the courage to say, and I really am going to miss my co-stars. And he said, what do you mean? Dead serious. What are you talking about? And so I said, well, I'm going to leave Star Trek because I'm going to say have an offer to star in I never got that far. I said, well, I'm leaving Star Trek. He said, you cannot. You cannot. I was taken aback, and I didn't say anything. I just looked at him. He said, Don't you understand what this man has achieved? For the first time on television, we will be seen as we should be seen every day. As intelligent, quality, beautiful people who can sing, dance, but who can go into space. Who can be lawyers, who can be teachers, who can be professors, who are in this day, and yet you don't see it on television until now. And he said, if you leave, Michelle, Gene Roddenberry has opened a door for the world to see us. If you leave, that door can be closed because you see, your role is not a black role.
Nichelle Nichols has passed away over the weekend. She was Uhura on Star Trek. And thanks to the texter who mentioned, there's a documentary on Nichelle called Woman in Motion about her efforts to open the NASA space program to women and people of color. Let's get to a look at sports one more time. Here's Sean Starr.
Good morning. It's game day on TSN 690. That's right, the end of the expansion season for the Montreal Alliance of the Canadian Elite Basketball League.
6 seconds left. LaRoche stopping, looking, backdoor. Kemiose into the lane he goes. Jumper at the death. Got it. 78-48 at the end of 3.
The Alliance wrap up their season, hoping to finish on a winning note. The team has struggled down the stretch with 5 straight losses. The Alliance sit at 4-15 this season, 10th in a 10-team league. Tonight, they're in Ottawa to take on the Blackjacks at 7:30. Catch it live on TSN 690. Let's go to Major League Baseball, and it was a first by a local kid.
Charles LeBlanc with 2 Major League hits, and they're both doubles. One into left center and one down the right field line.
Now this one into left and deep and gone. Home run for LeBlanc, his first in the big league.
I hope the family stayed around.
Oh, they were there and celebrating and crying. Pretty cool. Charles LeBlanc from Laval homered for Miami in a game the Marlins would lose 9-3 to the Mets. In 7 at-bats this season, he was called up Friday. LeBlanc has 2 doubles and his first big league homer.
1-1. Swinging a line drive, deep left field. Grossman stops at the wall. It is gone!
And the Toronto Blue Jays are packing for a 9-game road trip, having won 12 of their last 15. The Jays will visit Tampa Bay on Tuesday for 2 games, then they're off to Minnesota Thursday for 4, and they'll finish a road trip in Baltimore, 3 games against the Orioles starting next Monday. The Blue Jays beat Detroit 4-1 yesterday to take 3 of 4. Bill Russell redefined how basketball is played and then changed the way the sports are viewed in a racially divided country. The most prolific winner in NBA history, Russell marched with Martin Luther King Jr., stood with Muhammad Ali, and received the Presidential Medal of Freedom from U.S. President Barack Obama. The centerpiece of the Boston Celtics dynasty that won 11 titles in 13 years, Russell earned his 2 NBA titles as a player coach, the first in black history in any major U.S. sport. Russell passed away Sunday at the age of 88. Happy Monday, Ken. That's a look at your sports.
All right, Sean, thank you very much. We'll look back on a very busy weekend here in Montreal with Oceaga and the Comedy Fest with Elias Makos and Mitch Joel on a second breakfast chat right after the news.
This newscast brought to you by Supermarché Akavan, Iranian, Mediterranean, and Middle Eastern grocery. Open 8 to 4 Monday to Saturday with 2 locations to serve you. Visit akavanfood.com.
Good morning. It's 8:30. I'm Don Kagan-Fleming with your CTV News update. It's 22 degrees right now. Your full weather in just minutes. Here's what's making news. A woman found dead inside a building on fire. The anti-health measures convoy cost the government $14 million, and a guardian angel refused residency because of his cancer. First, though, with the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, here's Catherine Wood.
Coming in through the West Island, the 40 and the 20 are rolling really well. Westbound on the Met, you're a bit sluggish on and off now between P9 and DeCarry. DeCarry northbound, minor hesitations down at the bottom. 136 West continues to back up towards Papineau from the start of the Vigier Tunnel. Outbound LaFontaine Tunnel is a bit sluggish from Hochelaga. On Laurentian Autoroute northbound in Saint-Jérôme, we've been dealing with an accident. You're heavy from the 158 to just before Desmartigny, and east East of the island, 40 East is congested in Repentigny from Brien over towards an overturned semi just before Route 341. Pay less for airport parking. Download the Park and Fly app to reserve your stay and get their best rate guaranteed. Tap and save with Park and Fly at parkandfly.ca. Your next traffic report is at 8:45.
In the news, after what's suspected to be a criminal fire, provincial police have taken over the investigation into both that blaze and a dead body found in Sorel Tracy, an hour north of Montreal. The Sûreté du Québec says that a home in the area caught fire around 11 p.m. last night, and the body of a woman doused in gasoline was found inside. The fire was brought under control, but a person with serious burns on their body was also found nearby. Police are waiting to speak to this person of interest in the case, who is being treated for those second and third degree burns right now. The convoy protests against vaccine mandates and COVID health measures earlier this year had a $14 million bill for the federal government, according to La Presse. $6 million of that is from the blockades in Coutts, Alberta, plus what happened in Ottawa. Meanwhile, when it comes to that convoy that froze Ottawa for weeks earlier in the year, the RCMP spent $1.6 million for overtime and travel expenses alone, with the rest of that $8 million expense to the feds. One of Quebec's guardian angels working in the overburdened health network is having his family's application for permanent residence denied because he has cancer, according to the Journal de Montréal. Yverneau, identified only by his first name, has been working in the healthcare system non-stop through the pandemic despite dealing with pancreatic cancer. In theory, through Quebec's Guardian Angel program, that should allow him and his family to get permanent residence status, but Immigration Canada considers him a, quote, excessive burden on the health system because treating him would cost about $24,000 a year. That decision leaves him and his wife, as well as their children, in a precarious position. Yverneau and a doctor from Haiti both say his return to Haiti, his country of origin, would be a death sentence based on his health and a lack of specialists that can take on his case currently. A former MP says she was recently racially profiled by Parliamentary Security and is calling on the service to address racism within its ranks.
Selena Caesar-Chavin says she was questioned by the Parliamentary Protective Service back in June when she tried getting into a building while wearing her parliamentary pin. Now, the pin is worn by current and former MPs and gives them access to any building on the parliamentary precinct without having to go through a search. But Caesar-Chavin says security questioned where she got the pin and wanted her to go through searches. She said this all happened while former NDP MP Peggy Nash was able to walk through security with her pin without incident. The head of the service has apologized, but Caesar-Chavin says she wants to make sure this doesn't happen in the future. Rob Westgate, The Canadian Press.
And there's been a recall on a popular brand of sunscreen.
Check your label before heading to the beach or pool. The FDA says there's now a voluntary recall of 3 batches of Banana Boat sunscreen. This after trace levels of benzene known to cause cancer were found during an internal review. The recall is for Banana Boat hair and scalp spray SPF 30, which is packaged in 6-ounce aerosol spray cans. They have expiration dates of December 2022, February 2023, or April 2024. You should stop using that product immediately and return it for a full refund. Lionel Moise, ABC News.
For all the news during the day, stream us on your smart speaker. Just say, play CJAD 800. Your next CTV News update is at 9 o'clock.
Find out what's on CJAD 800 ahead of time.
Like, it's unbelievable.
With programming alerts sent right to your inbox.
I did want to bring up something because this story is just breaking now.
Whether it's live coverage of a news conference or important guests.
Hi, thank you so much for your time today.
On the program.
Thank you for having me.
Sign up now at CJAD800.com.
And there's more.
Spider-Man does whatever a spider can. Spins a web any size, catches thieves just like flies. Look out, here comes the Spider-Man.
Oh, that's one cool dude. It's one cool spider. What'd you tell me? It was the 50th anniversary today of Spider-Man appearing for the first time in a comic book?
First time in a comic book. 1962 was Marvel's Amazing Fantasy number 15. First appearance of Spider-Man.
What year?
1962, 50 years ago today.
No, it's 60, isn't it?
I'm sorry, 60 years ago.
All right, wow. What'd that comic book be worth right about now if it was in good condition?
You know what? I was just looking that up. Just give me a second.
Thank you, Anthony. 8:36. Let's get right to a look at the weather forecast. Here's Alex Robertson. Anytime you're ready, Alex.
I'm sorry, multitasking back here.
I know.
Anyway, it's going to be a very sunny day today, as we are seeing right now the corner of René Lévesque and Papineau, and a high of 30, but it's going to feel more like 35 with the humidex, and a UV index of 9 or very high today, so get that sunscreen out. In Sherbrooke today, clearing this morning with some fog patches, a few showers this morning too, a high of 29, but again going to feel like 34. In Mont Tremblant, sunny with some fog patches as well this morning, and a high of 28, but it's going to feel more like 35. So a very warm day in Quebec all around. Back in Montreal tonight, increasing cloudiness and a few showers beginning near midnight. Risk of a thunderstorm overnight and a low of 20. Looking ahead to tomorrow, a mix of sun and cloud with a 60% chance of showers and a risk of a thunderstorm. High of 26. And for Wednesday, sunny and a high of 27. Right now in Montreal, it's 22 degrees, but feels like 28.
Thank you so much. 8:37. Did you track down some prices on this Spider-Man comic book?
So the cover price, if you bought it in 1962, was 12 cents. If you have a near mint copy, so like it's a 9.2 grading, it's sold for $1.1 million.
Ooh, really?
Yep.
Serious comic book there. 8:37. We're going to talk about the weekend that was busy. Osheaga and Comedy Fest wrapping up. Mitch Joel and Elias Makos on the Second Breakfast Chat next.
Kids get hurt, kids get sick, and kids need your help. The annual CJAD 800 Caring for Kids Radiothon returns August 25th. Your support of the Montreal Children's Hospital Foundation literally saves lives. Dormez-vous joins us once again as our phone bank sponsor to help this great cause. Sleep well, stay well. Thanks to Dormez-vous. And feel great knowing you're helping sick children right here in Quebec. From News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
Welcome to Notre-Dame-des-Neiges Cemetery's Remembrance Grove, as well as its new St. Louis Grove, which offers a view on Lake St. Louis. Choosing one of these first eco-friendly burial sites in Montreal means continuing the circle of life by having your ashes buried under one of 6 local tree species. It's a poetic way of giving back by contributing to improved air quality and biodiversity. Learn more at NotreDameDesNeigesCemetery.ca.
Hi, Justin here from Res AV. If you're building or renovating, I suggest you run all your wires now, before you close your walls. Even with Wi-Fi, you still have to hardwire your home as the foundation for most electronic platforms. The best wireless homes start as well-wired homes. Let Res AV show you how with a free consultation and design estimate. Best of all, we come to you. We're Res AV. Call us at 514-439-3901 or visit resav.ca.
Orange cones don't have families. They don't have loved ones who count on them. No kids waiting to play hide and seek after dinner. They have no dreams or projects. Orange cones aren't afraid when they get brushed by a car, and they're not worried about being hit by a driver in a hurry. Orange cones can't lose their lives. But road workers can because they're human. When driving through roadwork zones, be alert and obey signs and signals. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
It's the ride you can rely on every morning. Andrew Carter, CJAD 800.
At 8:40, I'm Ken Connor, sitting in for Andrew Carter, who's enjoying some vacation time. Let's get to our Second Breakfast Chat with Elias and Mitch Joel, tech advisor, investor, author, Control-Alt-Delete. Gentlemen, good morning. Mitch, how are you?
I'm great, Ken. Good morning to you and Elias.
Good morning, guys.
So I had a very busy weekend.
Tell me.
Well, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I was out at Comedy Fest shows.
Okay.
So very busy. A lot of time on the Metro. Rode the Metro into town and spent some time Saturday night walking around downtown, just taking it. It was great to see all the people downtown on the weekend. It was. I joked that it felt like 1981.
That beats your original plan, because I remember before the weekend, you're like, you know what I'm doing this weekend, Elias? I'm driving around the West Island and calling the cops on lemonade stands.
Yeah,
and that was a much better plan.
Well, we did have time for some comedy too. Oh boy, who did? Mitch, did you take in any of Osheaga?
Didn't take in any Osheaga this year. I don't fare well. I texted Elias. I don't fare well in an open field with other people. It's just not my thing for music. I'm at that age where I need soft seaters, standing rooms sometimes. But I did head down to Just for Laughs, and it was amazing. I think you're right. Bustling. I mean, not jazz festival bustling, but the Quartier du Spectacle was super busy with a whole bunch of activities. Took in James Acaster, who, in my opinion, is maybe one of the greatest comedians out there, just truly brilliant, a UK comedian.
Was that Club Soda on Saturday night?
Club Soda, he sold out multiple nights in a row. Apparently, every single night was different. And if you don't know who he is, on Netflix, he has a four episode stand up called Repertoire. And watching him do over 4 hours of unique stand up and calling back, in the third hour to the first hour to spin, and the way he spins, absolutely incredible. And you're right, it was wild to try to find parking at Complexe des Jardins. Yeah. At the same time, me thinking like, wow, Elias is at Osheaga where it's packed with people too. It was amazing to think about it.
And it was packed. I mean, this was a busy weekend. And I gotta say, there were times where I'm like, geez, am I cut out for Festival Life? But then
is Festival Life for me?
but then the music would come on and you're like, okay, I'm cut out for this. But it was crazy, hectic, busy. And here's what I did. I went to Osheaga, right? I did Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I did all 3 days.
Trooper.
But then the first 2 nights, the acts end at 10:45 basically. 10:45, it's done. Everyone leave, right? And then I got onto the Metro, went downtown, and I watched midnight surprise shows at Just for Laughs, right? Yeah. And, I did that 2 days in a row, and then I went to the 9:45 gala last night.
Look at young and spry Elias.
Still young, just trying to cram it all in, but it's too much. It's too much.
I have this image now of you in your home, in your condo, standing in front of the mirror going, mirror, is Festival Life for me?
Yeah. I was asking myself.
Guys, I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago during the Jazz Fest. There was a wow moment where you said that the city is back, because I walked out of the Manhattan Transfer concert at Place des Arts, and it was just so wonderful. It was wonderful, the vibe and the summer breeze, and I had it again when we walked out of John Mulaney on a Thursday night and came out. It was about 9:30, and right there on the Esplanade at Place des Arts, there was this beautiful, wonderful song and dance troupe, and they were singing Elton John songs, and people were enjoying it.
Wasn't Mulaney great, by the way? Wasn't that a great show?
Fantastic. Early show I went to.
I went to the late.
Yeah.
You're the reason why we were delayed, because you took too long to exit the building.
There was also some great TikTok footage from the folks at Osheaga and others where people are walking to the Metro after the event and singing Wonderwall by Oasis, like everyone's singing.
Nice.
Now, that all being said, I have to say, in comparison to the Jazz Festival, I saw a lot more masks going around this time. I don't know if both of you felt that too.
Well, I wore my mask for Ryan Hamilton, Mulaney, and for went to see Tommy Tiernan on Saturday. I had my mask on.
I think I felt like I saw very few masks.
Yeah.
Very few. Especially even like after the night's over and you're on the Metro that is packed, right? Because they're squeezing everyone in there still to try and get back onto the island. It felt like I wasn't seeing many masks at all.
You know why I put my mask on?
Just for Laughs had more for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you're right.
You know why I put my mask on? Yeah. Because if I was going to test positive for COVID, you're going to be sitting here doing the morning show for a week.
That's right. You're protecting me. I appreciate that.
I did it for you. We're short-staffed enough around here. 8:45. You know what else I brought up the name of the comic was James Ancaster, you said, Mitch?
James Acaster.
Acaster, because I noticed his name on the marquee and the lineup to get in on Saturday at Club Soda, because when we got out of our Tommy Tiernan show, we walked down to the corner of St. Laurent and St. Catherine, and we snuck in. There's a great place, like a food court called La Centrale.
Oh my!
Right there,
revelation of the festival, Ken. Because I'd never been there.
It's fantastic.
It's great.
Oh, what a great vibe in there. It was packed, but it was jammed. Do you know this place, Mitch?
Yeah, it's right across the street, right near Monument, and I haven't been in there, but it seems like it's exactly my vibe, and at the same time a Montreal vibe, where it is this we could call it a food court, but it really feels like a massive bar hanged, and people put in different, stalls where you get different types of food. Yeah. It's not really like this. Call it a food court. It's almost like diminishing how amazingly classy and fun and party the vibe is in there.
Yeah,
and correct me if I'm wrong. Right, all of these. Because, as Mitch said, the food courts, right? But these are it's a reimagining of that concept. And Centrale and Cathcart, there's one, the Cathcart, I think it's called, and there's the Timeout Market.
Yeah.
Didn't they all open literally 2 seconds before the pandemic, right? So it's a great concept, and they're all shut down. So it's really great to finally visit these places.
Can I just end here with an in-transit vent? because Mitch, Elias has this segment called In Transit on his show every weekday morning. So I rode the Metro a lot into town the last 4 or 5 days. I take the Metro a lot, and so, and a lot of the shows right there at Place des Arts. So there's a very convenient, when you get off the Metro at Place des Arts, there's a very convenient tunnelway hallway that leads you directly into the area where all the cells, the rooms are. That's closed.
Yes.
So you're forced to go outside. Yes. Now, here's my question. What were they doing during the 2 years where nothing was going on at Place des Arts? They waited till the festivals are back to close that entrance.
Yeah, so true.
Mitch, tell me if that makes any sense.
It doesn't make any sense. And what makes me crazier is when you have an area like that where we finally have built up the Quartier des Spectacles, and it is an incredible testament to Montreal's culture and entertainment. And they do these little things that just make you go, oh, yeah, that's the other side of Montreal. Construction, complications, no reason for closures. I hate it.
Yeah. We also, after Tommy Tiernan, we walked towards Place Ville Marie, bought a Ben & Jerry's gelato and sat outside on the Esplanade at PVM and stared at the ring on a beautiful night.
Oh, great. Did you take any good, did you take a photo of yourself inside the ring?
Everyone's doing that, eh?
Oh, it's great. See, and all those people, I just want to bring this out, okay? Sorry, now I'm frustrated here. All of the people that said, oh, what a waste of money, why are they doing that? I'm like, you know what? We need nice things for tourists to take photos for their Instagram. It's cool. Fantastic.
It's cool. It looks good.
I'm with you.
Yeah, as long as it's fastened properly to those two buildings. Mitch, always great to have you on the show. Have a great week.
Excellent week to both of you. Thanks for having me.
Elias is sticking around to tell us what's coming up at 9:05. But first, we will get to look at the roads and do it for Metropolitan Rust Proofing. Get a $20 discount off their complete rust proofing treatment for a limited time. Metropolitan Rust Proofing, a smart investment that really pays. Catherine, how's Monday morning been faring?
Getting a little bit busier out there on the westbound Met, on and off from P9 to DeCarry in the sunshine. Eastbound side of the 40, minor slowdowns at DeCarry Circle. 20 looks great. DeCarry's doing fine too. Outbound Champlain Bridge, they've been doing an inspection in the left lane, so you're a bit sluggish from around Wellington. Outbound LaFontaine Tunnel has more volume now from Yves Prévost, but you're moving. On the 40 East in Repentigny, heavy from before Brienne to before the 341. At Super C, discover many local products. A 10-pound bag of washed Quebec potatoes is only $2.88 until Wednesday, only at Super C. Next traffic report, 9 o'clock.
Weather-wise, we're going to have a hot, humid, sticky one today. Sunny and a high of 30. It'll feel like 35 or 36 with the humidity. It's currently 22, feeling like 28. Here's another thing that made me cry. Again from MASH. It was a time that Radar got sent home because I think his uncle or someone had passed away, so he had to go home and take care of the family farm. And so he leaves. And the final scene is the guys who are left behind, Alan Alda and the other characters. They go into where his bunk was, and he left his teddy bear behind. It's kind of a sign that he had graduated and finally became a man.
Is that on streaming service? Can you go watch that right now? If you wanted to go today and have a good cry, could you watch that?
MASH? I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Why, are you recommending this as part of therapy?
No, because well, yeah, you just asked me the question about the shows that made you cry, and I remembered, right? There's an episode, I invariably my answer is going to return to Star Trek, right? When you ask me about television.
Sure.
So there's an episode of Star Trek, Deep Space Nine, my favorite of all the series. Yeah. Season 4, episode 1, where the captain dies, and his son, through science fiction and time travel and stuff like that, can save him. And it makes me cry every single time.
Yeah, the ugly cry.
Season 4, episode 1.
All right.
Ugly cry. Ugly cry.
What's coming up at 9?
Okay, man, am I in a mood after this weekend? I got to tell you, Ken, I'm in a mood. So we got the Big Five at 9:05. We're going to take a look at the police shutting down the lemonade stand. Okay, and by the way, some of you may say, if the police don't shut down the lemonade stand, society descends into chaos. So we're going to take a look at that. Plus, should cars be banned from Old Montreal?
Yeah. David Hertel was on that.
A lot of people are talking about this, so we'll take a look at that. Later on in the show, 11:20, Colin Standish is the leader of the Canadian Party of Quebec, and he'll join us, and we'll get an update on how his campaign, his party is doing.
Kicking off a week, Elias Mackos here in just a few minutes. It's 8:51. Your late night roundup is next.
The Andrew Carter Morning Show, brought to you by Matelas Bonheur's Vacation from the Taxes event. Save both taxes on all Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster mattresses.
Rock marks moments in time, and only one radio station has been doing it in Montreal for over 50 years. Get your rock fix from the spirit of rock. Chaume
977. We love hearing how ordering through PC Express Online Grocery gives you time back for the fun stuff. Here's how Elliot made the most of his summer.
Hey PC, if you travel, the fridge is often left empty. So on my way home, I order my favorites online and they're ready for pickup or delivery when we're back. PC Express to the rescue.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's PC Express. From same-day pickup to speedy delivery, all while earning points, PC Express Online Grocery is just one of the ways we make life better. Start your cart at pcexpress.ca.
You're more worried than ever about the air quality in your home. Guaranteed Industries is right there with you and have been since 1957. For the best in high-pressure duct cleaning and ultraviolet air purifiers, call the experts. Guaranteed Industries at 514-342-3400. With over 65 years in the business, you can trust that your health and safety is their number one concern. To find out more about their duct cleaning programs and specials, call 514-342-3400 or visit guaranteedindustries.com.
You're listening to the Voice of Montreal. News Talk Radio, CJAD 800, an iHeart radio station.
Metropolitan Rust Proofing, the expert in rust proofing for more than 40 years, is offering for a limited time only a $20 rebate on their complete treatment. Metropolitan Rust Proofing uses a unique product developed specifically to protect your car against our difficult climate. Take advantage of Metropolitan Rust Proofing's special offer and protect your vehicle against rust now. Metropolitan Rust Proofing. Rush before it rusts. 9 service centers in the Greater Montreal area. Visit us at rustproofing.com.
Canadians have a lot to say. Vast in culture and landscape, our communities are connected and our stories are shared through local broadcasters. Local broadcasters are on the pulse and create the rhythm that beats across this great land. Now imagine a world without them. Our communities need local broadcasting. Visit localbroadcasters.ca to learn more. A message from the Canadian Association of Broadcasters.
For everything vacuum, go to the pros. Vacuum Pro. Vacuums? Check. Vacuum bags? Check. Vacuum filters? Check. Vacuum brushes? Check. Vacuum repairs? Check. Vacuum installations? Check. Shop at Vacuum Pro in Plaza Point Claire or at vacuumpro.ca.
Physical intimacy is an important part of a healthy, loving relationship. If you feel that something is getting in the way, decreased desire, perhaps due to the changes that occur after childbirth or aging, consider a visit to Elna Sexual Wellness. You may not feel comfortable discussing intimate matters, but talking about it is important, both for you and for your partner. Rest assured that at Elna Sexual Wellness, you will be treated with the utmost respect and discretion. Find out more about how they can help you at elnasexualwellness.com.
For all your window treatments, blinds, and upholstery needs, CM Textiles has got you covered. They're also experts in motorization and wireless technology. Luxury window treatments that are controlled with just a push of a button. Their amazing team will guide you every step of the way to ensure all of your needs are met and your vision becomes a reality. With 4 stunning showrooms for you to visit. Do it once, do it right with CM Textiles. Online at cmtextiles.com and on social media at CM Textiles.
eBox has internet packages starting at $39. That gives you more wiggle room for all kinds of stuff.
Like ordering takeout 7 times instead of 5 this week?
You can do whatever you want with the wiggle room. Internet packages starting at $39 at ebox.ca.
Last time they competed on CTV's MasterChef, they came so close. They could taste it. Now they're getting a second chance to win it all. Gordon Ramsay hosts MasterChef Back to Win. All new Wednesday at 8, only on CTV.
Not only will he go the extra mile, he'll even avoid the potholes. The Andrew Carter Morning Show, CJAD 800.
It's 8:55, just ahead of the late night roundup. One of the highlights of the festival for me was John Mulaney. 2 sold-out shows Thursday night at Place des Arts. Here's Mulaney doing what he does best on real estate agents.
I like having a house, but I loved looking for a house because I love real estate agents. I mean, they are the true heroes. They really are. Have you ever watched HGTV? Real estate agents have to deal with the dumbest people in the world making the biggest decisions of their lives. Every episode of HGTV is like, Craig and Stasia are looking for a 2-story A-frame that's near Craig's job in the downtown, but also satisfies Stasia's need to be near the beach, which is nowhere near Craig's job. With 3 children and 9 on the way, and a max budget of $7, let's Let's see what Lori Jo can do on this week's episode of You Don't Deserve a Beach House.
8:56, here is your late night roundup.
Stephen Colbert.
Rising prices are also hitting New York's desserts because ice cream trucks are the latest target of inflation. If ice cream trucks used to be lucrative, but not anymore, now the gas prices are up, and a 25-pound box of sprinkles goes for about $60, double what it cost a year ago, which really makes sprinkles sound like a street drug. Hey, you want to sweeten your cone? Now, ice cream trucks are on the verge of bankruptcy. Mr. Softy's so desperate, he'll let you lick his hair for $50 behind the bus stop. These rising costs mean that ice cream trucks might become a thing of the past. It's such a shame. If we don't have ice cream trucks, kids will no longer have a reason to gather in the street to happy jingles like this. Come, children. Come heed the siren song of the mystery van and collect your sweet treats. Oh, do make haste, for the van will not be here upon the morrow. We accept Venmo.
Jimmy Fallon.
Well, guys, some big business news. JetBlue announced they reached a deal to buy Spirit Airlines. Ooh. It's the perfect marriage between broken TVs and broken planes. That's right. Spirit agreed to a deal with JetBlue and canceled their merger with Frontier Airlines. Today, Frontier was like, well, it's Spirit. How do we not see this cancellation coming? Did you guys see this? In an effort to be more eco-friendly, Coca-Cola announced that Sprite will no longer be sold in green bottles. Most Americans heard and were like, damn, that was the only green thing in my diet. Hey, I heard about a man in Florida who was arrested for a DUI at Walmart after he crashed a motorized scooter into the shelves. Wait a second. Walmart, drunk, scooter crash, arrested. Bingo! I got Florida bingo! I got it, yeah!
Seth Meyers.
A man in the UK said in a new interview that he drank 30 cans of Pepsi a day for 20 years, but ended his addiction after doing hypnotherapy. Man, that guy must have been hard to hypnotize. You're getting very sleepy. I'm really not, though. I'm wide awake.
You're listening to Andrew Carter on CJAD 800.
They're called Cuisine West Island because they made their name manufacturing and installing new kitchens. But why stop there? Transform your entire home with Cuisine West Island the way you like it. Contemporary, modern, country, urban, kitchens, bathrooms, or built-in furniture. Everything is designed and manufactured right here in Montreal and installed by the professional team at Cuisine West Island. Pop in and see for yourself at 2758 St. Charles in Kirkland or at CuisineWestIsland.com. Cuisine West Island, for those not easily impressed.
My time to go. Thank you so much. Anthony DiBiasio in Master Control. Alex, thank you so much for filling in and doing a great job putting the show together for Sarah DeHay. Sarah's back tomorrow. Ken Connor's going to step aside and let Elias Mackos take over the chair. His show, the Big 5 at 9:05 coming up. By the way, speaking of the Comedy Festival, a belated happy birthday to my friend Bruce Hills of the festival. Runs the thing with a great team, and Bruce had a milestone birthday over the weekend. And what a way to celebrate with a great edition, 40th anniversary edition of one of the great events here in the city, the Just for Laughs Festival. All right, have yourself a safe day. Try to stay cool with the hot weather on the way. Already hot out there. We'll talk to you again tomorrow morning as of 5 a.m. here on the Andrew Carter Morning Show.
This newscast brought to you by the Summer Clearance Event, on now at Winners and Marshalls. New markdowns on brands you love at even better prices. Visit a Winners or Marshalls store near you today.
Good morning, it's 9 o'clock. I'm Don Kagan-Fleming with your CTV News Update. It's 22 degrees right now, your full weather in just minutes. Here's what's making news. Bullet holes this morning in Kirkland. Old Montreal filled with cars bumper to bumper, and Pride is back in Montreal. First, though, with the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, here's Catherine Wood.
In Laval on the 13 northbound at Saint-Martin, they're in the process of filling in some potholes, so the right lane is blocked. Elsewhere in Laval, things look great. You're moving along nicely on the highways. Met West is slowing on and off Lac-Audière to Décarie. Eastbound 40, a bit of extra volume again around Décarie Circle on Island. And off Island in Repentigny, heavy from La Rochelle to Valmont. Northbound Décarie bunches up Jean Talon up. Outbound La Fontaine Tunnel thick. Yves Prévost out. And if you're making your way along Viger westbound, you're busy now from Papineau to the start of the Viger Tunnel. Looking to save money on airport parking? Book your stay using the Park and Fly app. Best rate guaranteed. Download at parkandfly.ca. Tap and save with Park and Fly. Next report, 9:50.
In the news, more gunshots rang out in Montreal early this morning. A bullet hole was found on the front of a car dealership in Kirkland after police were called around 1:30 a.m. No arrests have been made and no victims have come forward for injuries as investigations continue. The return of tourists to Montreal has been something to celebrate, but it's becoming an issue in Old Montreal this summer. La Presse reports that streets are filled with cars bumper to bumper just about every day, particularly around the time of Cirque du Soleil performances. People complain that new parking situations and payment methods are holding up the lines and causing chaos around the Old Port in particular. Worse than the slowdown for people visiting the area is the fact that safety issues are now being caused with streets clogged up and emergency vehicles not able to get through at times. The city says they're aware of how much of an issue this is and are working on a new model for transport around the area to get things under control. Montreal Pride begins today and runs through Sunday when the famous Pride Parade takes place in Montreal's Gay Village. It's the festival's 15th year in Montreal, and along with the week of celebrations, Montreal Pride has a list of demands created in order to better support the queer community. A call for better funding for LGBTQ2S community organizations tops that list, with the head of Montreal Pride, Simon Gamache, saying that 150 of those organizations across Quebec lack the resources to keep employees after large projects are finished. Those organizations represent resources in everything from mental and physical health to community and financial support, among other things. There are also calls to do more in the fight against HIV, as well as the creation of programs for queer seniors to end isolation. The first grain ship has left the port of Odessa under a UN-brokered deal to end the months-long Russian blockade. Ukrainian MP Oleksiy Goncharenko was at the port as the cargo ship carrying 26,000 tons of corn moved out.
I think it's a historical moment, crucial, because that was one of the aims of Putin, to block the Black Sea. And here you see, this is Putin's failure. This is the victory of Ukraine and free world.
The United Nations welcomed the development, saying in a statement that Secretary General Antonio Guterres hopes it will be just the first of many commercial ships carrying Ukrainian grain abroad. And fans are celebrating the life of actress Nichelle Nichols, who broke barriers for black women in Hollywood. Reporter Mona Kassar Abdi says Nichols passed away this weekend at the age of 89.
The former nightclub singer was best known for her groundbreaking role as Lieutenant Uhura on the Star Trek franchise, sharing with William Shatner what's widely believed to be the first interracial kiss on American TV. Worried about reactions from TV stations in the South, showrunners wanted to film a second take of the scene where the kiss happened off-screen. But Nichols said in her book that she and Shatner deliberately flubbed the lines to force the original take to be used.
Shatner tweeted his condolences to her family, posting, quote, "She was a beautiful woman and played an admirable character that did so much for redefining social issues, both here in the U.S. and throughout the world. I will certainly miss her." Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at CJAD 800. And now your Dormez-vous Weather Center forecast. A hot and sunny one today with a high of 30. That will feel more like 35. Clouds rolling in tonight and some showers after that around midnight with a low of 20. And then a mix of sun and cloud tomorrow with a 60% chance of showers and the risk of a thunderstorm. It'll be humid with a high of 26 degrees and a humidex of 34. Right now in Montreal, it's 22 degrees. For all the news during the day, stream us on your smart speaker. Just say, play CJAD 800. Your next CTV News update is coming at 9:30.
Now, the Big Five on the Elias Mecco Show. Brought to you by investment advisor Richard Lapointe of CIBC Wood Gundy. Richard Lapointe can always be reached at 847-6324.
Welcome to Monday.
Welcome to August. When did that happen? It's August, everybody. August 1st, 2022. Big 5 on the Elias Mackos Show. I'm Elias Mackos. I'm in a mood this morning, people. We've got a lot to talk about. On the Big 5 this morning, shut down the lemonade stands. Plus, should cars be banned from Old Montreal? Before we do that, let's do some shout-outs. Some of these shout-outs, certain people know the shout-outs are coming. Shout out to CJAD 800 listeners who were at Osheaga over the weekend, particularly those that took the time to come up to me and say, hey, Elias, listen to CJAD. Love you guys. Boy, do we ever appreciate it. Hong and Blaine and Dave and the others that I did not get your names, thank you so much. It was great to see Montrealers who listen to this station rocking out, partying at Osheaga over the weekend. And a shout out to incognito billionaires. The billionaires or the billionaire that has not shown their face. Person that won in Illinois $1.3-something billion on Friday, they still have not shown their face. And a shout out for keeping it cool even if you have $1 billion lottery ticket. Let's get to our panelists this morning. On the Big 5 for a Monday, August 1st. Jimmy Zubris is a special advisor to the mayor of Montreal. Hi, Jimmy.
Good morning, Elias.
And Egbert Gay is with us, founder and editor of Montreal Community Contact. Hi, Egbert.
Hello.
All right, guys, first things first. Shut down the lemonade stands, shall we? Montreal police shut down a fundraiser being held by two young brothers to support their mother with multiple sclerosis. 8-year-old Ness, 11-year-old Ariel, setting up a lemonade stand to raise money for MS research. Their mother was diagnosed a couple of years ago with the disease. And then what happens, guys? Somebody complains. Lemonade stand on a suburban street. Call the cops! And, police show up saying, hey, you gotta shut this down. Not allowed. We've got bylaws in this city. Mother refuses to shut it down, opting to pay a fine instead. And then they say, well, we'll arrest you. You're not going to pay a fine here. You got to shut it down or we'll arrest you. And apparently, this isn't, allegedly they said this, you think because you're in a wheelchair that you're above the law. Okay? Police reportedly staying in the yard for hours, blocking people from buying any lemonade from the boys. Now, guys, I know at first thought, oh boy, I'm poking bears this morning. I know at first thought, right? You're like, where inhumanity here? What are these cops thinking? How dare you shut down the lemonade stand? But I would imagine that for those who work in municipalities, that if you allow one thing, then you have to allow everything, and society descends into chaos. So let's get your take on this, Egbert. What do you say here? Heavy-handedness, or at a certain point, bylaws are bylaws?
Well, what I say is this has very little to do with lemonade stands. It has very little to do with private property, very and absolutely nothing to do with society descending into chaos and everything, just disintegrating. No, it has very little to do with that. Those kids have been out there selling for the last, 100 years or so? Kids have been out there selling lemonade for 2 cents a penny. This has to do with the absence of community relations. It has to do, to a certain extent, with the distrust of minorities. It has to do with a police department that cannot de-escalate when they see obvious reasons.
Egbert, I'm just going to stop. I just have to stop you here for a second, because you brought up that this has to do with police and minorities. I just want to point out this is invariable in life. Every time someone now starts a lemonade stand, it doesn't matter what color skin you are. The police show up and shut it down. I mean, I'm just saying that's what happens now. So there's always going to be that neighbor that complains.
You know what? Not too long ago, we had the police showing up in force at the parking lot of a restaurant in Ville-Saint-Pierre where a black group was hosting a Saint Jean-Baptiste Day event.
This is the Spice Island. We had it on the show, right? The Spice Island Festival.
It's an opportunity for the police to say, you know what, we can de-escalate. We can move beyond the force and the ugliness. We can arrest you even if you're in a wheelchair. That's not how police should deal with the communities. That's not the way it's done. This has nothing to do with police work. This has to do with a police department that is in discord, that is at odds with community. That's what it is. And unless we get to that, we're going to continue to have this silly way of, talking about what police is doing and trying to justify police action. It's frightening and it's frustrating.
So a couple of things I'm going to throw out here at you, okay? And then maybe, Egbert, you've got something to your argument here. So first things first is they were using a megaphone to advertise the lemonade stand. I don't know if that makes anything different here. So there's one note. But listen to this text message I got from a listener, 514-800. Got it from a listener in DDO in the West Island. I had a lemonade stand with my two nieces where I was in the middle of the road stopping cars. All the money raised was donated to children's hospital is what they're trying to say here. Police came by, made a $5 donation, took a glass. Okay. Now I wonder, if the police are just coming by, is it different as if they got a complaint or something, if somebody calls up. But
everything that I say is true.
Yeah.
In everything, I'm 100% correct with this. The police cannot de-escalate. The police is the absence of community relations. Whenever the police come into contact with people who are so-called cultural minorities in Quebec, they act differently. Everything I say is true.
Jimmy,
that cannot be challenged.
Well, I don't know about everything, Egbert, but I'll give you some of that. Okay, a couple of things. Ayana Massa, the mother of these two children, she will join us just after the 9:30 news, so a little bit of a program. Now, Jimmy, let's get you involved here. Yeah. Listen, I'd love your perspective here, right? You're an advisor to the mayor, and bylaws are bylaws.
Well, you know what? If the police were to enforce every single bylaw, then we wouldn't have any car washes. The policemen and the firemen, who sometimes go in the middle of the street once or twice a year and collect money for different funds. I've seen it with different organizations. They wouldn't be able to do it. So there has to be some common sense on the side of the police. I mean, we're not going to enforce every bylaw at every time at every single point. This case here, I saw it yesterday, and from my understanding was that some neighbor was upset because they were using a bullhorn. So maybe they were being a little loud. Now, you got to understand one thing. When the police receive a complaint, they must show up. They just can't say over the phone, sorry, we're not showing up. This is a small case. They showed up. I'm trying to find out information. Obviously, it's early in the morning, and to find out what happened. What I assume is the police went there, said, hey, guys, can you keep down the noise, whatever? And things probably escalated from there. And again, I'm hoping you're going to ask the mother. I don't know what happened there, but we can't stop lemonade stands. We can't, at the corner here where I'm on Park at the YMCA at the corner, there's 20 fundraisers a year, including sometimes where they cook hot dogs outside. Mm-hmm. Now we're going to get the health department involved. We're going to get the fire department involved, everybody involved. So there has to be some common sense. And in most cases, and I think, like one of your texters said, the police show up, they say, hey guys, maybe just put it inside a little, don't go in the middle of the street, little things like that. And, in some cases, I've seen this even myself, where the police say, hey, here's $5 from us, we'll buy a lemonade, or we'll buy a hot dog, or we'll buy whatever it is. So there's something obviously a little more to this case, which probably involves a disgruntled neighbor, but no, we're not going to start applying every single bylaw, and then all of a sudden, what's next? Sorry, the sign didn't conform to bylaw of the borough. You have to get a sign permit.
Can I make your lives more difficult? I love making these kinds of things a difficult conundrum. Okay, so let's just put aside this story for a second. Let me ask you this question, and this is the question we had sent out to you guys earlier. Should you be allowed to sell things from your front yard without a permit? You're on your yard, you're on your front yard, you can sell whatever you want, no talking to the city whenever you want. Should you allow that? Because I think, by the way, some people are like, hey, police shouldn't be shutting this down. Maybe this is where we have to lead to, right? Maybe so Egbert,
no, you shouldn't be allowed to sell anything on your front yard, but you should be allowed to have a garage sale, and you certainly should be allowed to do lemonades. The deal is, things cannot escalate with an 11-year-old kid and an 8-year-old kid and the police. There's no way that things can escalate. Yeah. So whatever we see, whatever we know, is that the police is wrong.
Okay, Egbert.
The police did wrong. That's it.
Lemonade allowed. Okay, so now you're allowed to have a lemonade.
You can do a garage sale on lemonade, of course.
Okay, so next week, lemonade was such a hit. So you're like, okay, we're going to do lemonade and we're going to do sodas. Okay, that's still allowed, Egbert? You still allow, let's say it's lemonade and now sodas. Would you still allow that from your front lawn?
No.
No. Okay. So once you
can do lemonade and you can do garage sale.
Okay.
It's pretty simple.
All right.
It's been done for 100 years.
Jimmy, what are your thoughts here? It's your property. It's your lawn.
Common sense. You're doing a fundraiser. You're doing a garage sale. Yes, no problem. Whatever. But you can't set up a store in front of your, and create traffic and everything. And what's next week? Happy hour. We're gonna have a rope off the lineup, put up a disco ball and everything. Of course, the neighbors would go absolutely.
I make a really good bagel. I would like to sell them on my front yard.
Okay, guys. Listen. When we return, we're going to take a look at a brewing situation in Old Montreal, which has descended into chaos, especially over the weekends, as throngs of people try and show up with their cars, and there simply isn't enough space. That's what's coming up next. 9:16. Let's do some traffic. Look at traffic brought to you by CTV. 6 farmers looking for a partner. Think you could be the perfect match? Anyone can apply, even Egbert. Go to ctv.ca/farmingforlove to see if you can get on CTV's new matchmaking show, Farming for Love. The casting closes soon. Catherine Wood is with us this morning. Catherine, take it away.
Bit more volume on northbound to Carrie now from before Jean Talon up to the top, and westbound on the Met on and off from Lac-Audière to the Carrie. Westbound 40's a bit thick around Chemin Saint-Marie and at the start of the outbound de la Tourte too. East of the island, 40 East holds you back from La Rochelle to the 341. Outbound La Fontaine Tunnel slowing now from at least Yves Prévost. Outbound Champlain seeing volume from after Atwater on the 15 South. Pay less for airport parking. Download the Park and Fly app to reserve your stay and get their best rate guaranteed. Tap and save with Park and Fly at parkandfly.ca. Next traffic report, 9:30.
Back to the Big Five at 9:05 and more of the morning's hot topics on CJAD 800.
We are back here on the Big Five this morning. On the Big Five, Jimmy Zubris is a special advisor to the mayor of Montreal, and he's on the CTV series Farming for Love. Egbert Gay is with us.
My wife wouldn't allow it.
Egbert, of course, founder and editor of Montreal Community Contact. Okay, guys, here's the next topic up for discussion. Residents and motorists in Old Montreal are exasperated, living through a summer of traffic gridlock, tourism, events. And guys, you know what? This federal government, it seems like they can't do the simplest of things correct, okay? So the parking lots are controlled by the federal government, federal land. And get this is unbelievable. So part of the reason why it's an insane madness type of atmosphere and there's gridlock is because the parking lots that the federal government runs, they require you to pay before you get on the site, even though, not pay at a machine as you exit. And that's creating lineups as people try and access sites. So the federal government cannot even run parking lots properly. The government that cannot give you a passport can also not run a parking lot. Just want to point that out. But with all the gridlock, like De La Commune, all the little cobblestone streets that still have cars allowed on it, many are asking why, in a historic area like this, a beautiful part of town, why are there even cars there to begin with? So should cars be banned from Old Montreal? Jimmy Zubris, you go first.
No, not completely, because I know that some people would love that, and don't forget, at the first year of the pandemic, we closed down a lot of streets as was requested by the health department, where we put in those zones where people can walk around because there was more people staying in town. We tried it on De La Commune. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't fantastic. The other problem is that accessibility, right? The metro station goes near there. They walk down. There has to be some roads open. The biggest problem down there, too, by the way, in terms of noise, number one is, you said it, Elias, is a lot of it is the land that's run by the government. The other thing we're seeing, too, a lot of the residents are telling us, is that there's many what I call heavy cars that go down there, loud cars. And in Toronto, they've actually taken measures about this. So, for example, when certain cars make a lot of noise, and there's a lot of cars that are going down there and speeding at night with motorcycles and so on. So a lot of the residents are complaining about that as well. So I think we have to limit the where cars can go, because like you said, St. Paul is closed in the summer. De la Commune, there's a lot of people walking and everything, but we can't completely close off.
Jimmy, why isn't there a crackdown on those loud cars? Would a single person complain if the police start pulling over these cars with the exhaust?
The one thing we did was, because I know that I was involved in that a couple of years ago, I met the residents a lot that live on McGill. There's that big building, 1 McGill, right at the corner, McGill College, whatever it's called. It's
McGill in Old Montreal.
Yeah, and we put in some traffic calming measures, lights, stop signs, speed bumps and that. So that's part of it, right? But now we have to go a step further, and probably this year we're going to be talking to the federal government to also their end, because like you said, it doesn't make sense. You have to pay. There's a huge lineup of cars just waiting on the street to go in to pay before you park. So there has to be some sort of balance between the two. But yes, the police are down there. There is quite a large presence. The problem is that sometimes these heavy cars, where, like I say, the motorcycles that go by at night and race a little bit, because it's a big stretch over there, and I know you know it well, Elias. That area.
I'm right there. So I see the lineups.
Yeah, it happens sometimes at certain hours where the police aren't there. Like at 12:31 or 2 in the morning.
Old Port Parking, a division of Passport Canada. Okay, Egbert, what do you say? Ban the cars from Old Montreal.
Well, you know what? I was downtown at the Old Port on Saturday night, and I saw the chaos. I saw what we can describe as chaos. Hardly any police officers. A lot of tickets were given out. A whole lineup of cars.
Who was giving out the tickets, though? If there weren't police officers?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I came back and I saw every car in a certain line of traffic, they had tickets. So somebody's making a hell of a lot of money from this chaos, this so-called chaos. That somebody's the city of Montreal. They're making some money. Right? Yeah. Jimmy and his peeps down at City Hall, they're making some money. So I would imagine that to do something about the chaos, they might be a little bit hesitant. I would imagine that something can be done, and taking into consideration that this might be federal property, so-called.
They must love it. Egbert, I got to say something. You're actually onto something. For once on this program, you're onto something. They must love the fact that all these people come into Old Montreal and they park in the vignette spots, the resident parking, and then it's like shooting fish in a barrel for the city.
Oh my God! It's like you should have seen it on Saturday night. And I'm walking. I know I was parked properly, but I was so scared because I'm thinking this is very arbitrary. I'm thinking the fact that we're looking at 11 o'clock on Saturday evening and having so many people downtown trying to look at it, trying to take in the fireworks.
Jimmy, quickly here, Egbert's right. The fix is in. You want this?
No.
All right, guys. Let's move on to our next topic here. The administration of an elementary school in Lévis wants to shut down an intensive English course for students in 6th grade, causing a big behind-the-scenes battle between administrators, school boards, parents alike. Who has it worse when it comes to trying to get bilingual education? Anglos or Francos? Jimmy, you go first.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part. I just cut
who has it worse when it comes to bilingual education? Anglos or Francos? Let's have Egbert go first.
You know what it is? Here's the deal. We have a government that's hardcore in terms of its language policies. And they are motivated to limit English as much as they can. The thing about it is administrators who are on the ground and have to implement some of the changes or some of this change of direction, it's difficult for them. It's difficult for administrators. It doesn't matter whether it's Anglos or Francos. It's a government with bad motivations and administrators who can't make it happen properly. Both groups are suffering.
Jimmy,
look, who has it worse? I think Anglos have it worse, and I'll tell you why. Because today with the internet, with the availability, there's certain stuff that's always in English. So I think it's easier for a French person to learn English than an English person to learn French. Of course, it's also a matter of effort, right? When I say learn from the tools around you, of course, if you practice with your neighbor, we still live in a city that's 80% French. Yes, you can learn, but for a person who doesn't, I think it's a little easier because of what's available on TV, what's available on the internet, the words we use. So, it's really a tough call, but I would say that it's harder for an Anglophone to learn French than it is a Francophone to learn English.
Yeah, Jimmy, it does not surprise me, right? I meet Francophone after Francophone, and their English is actually really, really good. And I always ask them, so how'd you learn your English, right? And they're like, TV. They had no schooling in English, and they still pulled it off. Okay, guys, I want to talk about the so-called Freedom Convoy that visited Ottawa, Alberta, among other places. They left the federal government with a huge bill. Federal government paying $14 million in those instances. About $5 million of that was to cover base salary and overtime work of police officers. So when you think back at what happened in Ottawa and other places in Canada where there were some protests here, and the final tally on how much it cost the government, is that the price of democracy, or should protesters foot some of this bill? Jimmy?
Look, we've had other protests for other things, or whether it be for the G20 and other events, the Red Squares here in Montreal, and we can go on because Montreal not only is the city of festivals, but sometimes the city of protests. So there's a lot of it's part of the price of democracy. In this case here, one of the things was they were asked to leave. I know that the Ottawa Police Department really screwed up on this, but let's not forget, these people raised a lot of money for their Freedom Convoy. I would say that this is an opportunity to say, hey, we want some of this money to cover the cost. You ended up staying further after we told you not to leave. You're going to pay for part of that, and you know what? They have the money, I believe, from the fundraising they did.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Jimmy. Egbert, does that change anything? The fundraising,
but you can't do that, Jimmy. You can't enact laws like that because people have money. You want them to pay. No, that's not. It can't. It doesn't work like that. That has to go through the courts, and a judge decide if they're going to pay. Look, money is an issue only in the absence of value. The value that we got from spending $14 million was bringing peace and stability to the people of Ottawa. That's what it is. You spend $14 million to get people off the street, individuals who had underlying tendencies of racism, people who were saying bad things about the government.
This wasn't $14 million to remove the people off the street.
Stuff like that. People were roasting pigs and acting up on the street. You spend $14 million to get rid of them. That's all right. It's okay. That's very little money to spend to get rid. Leave the rest in the hands of the judges and the courts.
This wasn't $14 million to get rid of the people off the street. This was $14 million because the convoy refused to leave. I mean, they made their point. I think people have a right to peaceful protest, and I think that even the people of the convoy, whether I agree or disagree, they had the right to make their point. At some point, they couldn't leave, and it also showed that and we saw that the Ottawa Police Department, the leadership of it, I don't want to blame the officers, had no plan how to deal with this, and it ended up costing taxpayers. The worst part about this is that it's not just that it costs taxpayers, it really costs a lot of small businesses over there, a lot of people, a lot of money. I would hope that they would be able to get some sort of compensation.
And Jimmy, you are making an interesting point, right? Because the protest is one thing. That is a price for democracy. I'll take it. But then at a certain point, it went beyond that. Okay, guys, I have a minute left, and I want to talk about this. The $1 billion winner of the Mega Millions jackpot from Friday. A winner is out of Illinois, by the way. They have still not shown their face, and they may not want to. Lottery winning stories are filled with tragedy and bankruptcy and all types of terrible things. Guys, 30 seconds to each of you. What do you do? Let's say you won this lottery. You have a ticket. It's $1 billion plus. What do you do before showing your face, before claiming the prize? Egbert, you first.
Oh, God. I don't know. I would... what would I do? I'm not sure. I basically would try to get some sort of financial advice on how to spend it. I'll try to spend it to be sure. There are a lot of poor people, there are a lot of communities. I like helping people, so I'd probably spend it out helping poor people.
Jimmy?
I would sell everything I have, everything top to bottom, walk in, get that ticket, start fresh, and really
witness relocation program for billionaire lottery winners.
That's right. Yeah. And probably be on a beach somewhere, Elias, and be calling in if you guys
Jimmy, you're going to give me a call also.
All right, guys. Thanks very much for coming on this morning. Jimmy Zubris and Egbert Gay on the Big Five this morning. When we return, we're going to speak to the mom, right, of the two kids. They ran the lemonade stand over the weekend. Police came to shut it down. She's coming up next. Plus, we'll get your take on this story and on the lemonade stand. Stay with us.
Missed it live? You can check out the Big Five podcast on the iHeartRadio app and all major podcast platforms.
Good morning. It's 9:30. I'm Don Kagan-Fleming with the CTV News Update. Here's what's making news. Provincial police have a potential lead in an investigation into a suspected arson and suspicious death in Sorel Tracy, an hour north of Montreal. The SQ says a woman's body that had been doused in gasoline was found after putting out a fire in a home last night. A person with serious burns was stopped by police not far from that fire and was taken to hospital but is set to be interrogated later. Medical marijuana is becoming increasingly popular among Canadian veterans. Veterans Affairs says the usage and reimbursement for marijuana products has increased every year. The federal government is planning to spend $195 million for programs related to it for 2022-2023, 27% more than last year. And don't click any links supposedly sent from Netflix. It's a new scam hitting Quebecers that pretends to send a text to you that your account has been suspended due to non-payment. Never click any suspicious links or give info to unknown numbers. And now with the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, here's Catherine Wood. And now your Dormez-vous Weather Center forecast. We've got a hot and sunny one today with a high of 30. That's going to feel more like 35. Clouds rolling in tonight and some showers after that around midnight with a low of 20. And then tomorrow, a mix of sun and cloud with a 60% chance of showers and even the risk of a thunderstorm. It'll be a humid one with the high of 26 degrees, but with the humidity, that'll feel more like 34 degrees. In Montreal right now, it's 22 degrees. Your next CTV News update is coming at 10 o'clock.
Breaking news, expert opinion, The Elias Macco Show.
All right, coming up on The Elias Macco Show, going to turn our attention to the lemonade stand story from over the weekend. A couple of kids, 8-year-old and 11-year-old, setting up a lemonade stand to raise money for multiple sclerosis research. Their mother was diagnosed a couple of years ago with the disease. And then a neighbor complains. And then the police show up. We're going to speak to the mom coming up next, and then we'll get your take on the police shutting down a lemonade stand. Did they make the right decision? Stay tuned.
The Elias Macco Show, brought to you by the Brick's 51st Birthday Bash. Unbelievable deals in every department, like 50% off sofas when you buy the matching love seat or chair. The Brick, saving you more.
Producing videos for your business is serious business.
Creative Services can help. We're the production team at CTV Montreal, and we create high-end video content that will get people looking at your business. Take your videos to the next level.
Visit creativeservices.ca.
Hello, I'm Richard Lapointe of CIBC Wood Gunning. How many times have you heard that we're living through uncertain times? Well, we are. And that uncertainty translates into what we call market volatility. And how that affects your investments can be stressful. I'm not worried about it, and I don't want you to be either. Things don't always make sense in the market, so align yourself with someone who can help clear it up and set you on the right financial path. I'm Richard Lapointe, and I can always be reached at 514-847-6324.
CIBC Wood Gundy is a division of CIBC World Markets Inc., member of CIPF and IROC.
Hey there, neighbor. So, any plans for the holidays?
Yeah, you bet. We're going to Gaspé.
Whoa, nice.
Yeah, we're leaving Friday after supper. Jesse and the kids will sleep, and I'll drive. It's only 11 hours. Easy breezy.
Stop.
No, I'm not kidding. By Saturday morning, we'll be on the beach.
Stop.
I swear.
No, I'm serious. Stop.
When you're on the road, stop before fatigue stops you. A message from the Société de l'assurance automobile du Québec.
National Carpet is Quebec's premier destination for all the latest trends in floor coverings. They've been a trusted name for over 60 years for hand-woven area rugs, elegant broadloom, custom staircase runners, as well as hardwood floors and tiles. Come visit National Carpet's beautiful showroom. Choose from a vast selection of exclusive patterns and designs from around the world. National Carpet, 8995 Jean Prat, facing Autoroute 15 just north of the Lacadie Circle. tapinational.com.
Restaurant Petros Taverna is opening another new location, their 5th, this one in Lachine, with the same mouth-watering Mediterranean and Greek cuisine you expect from Restaurant Petros Taverna. Fresh seafood and grills, home-style entrees, and more. Book a table now at restaurantpetros.ca.
CTV tonight, it's time to ninja. The most elite athletes, the most difficult obstacle courses, the most innovative challenges on TV.
Unbelievable!
American Ninja Warrior, all new, tonight at 8, only on CTV.
Where Montreal calls in and speaks out. The Elias Macco Show, CJAD 800.
This should be a heartwarming, happy story. Should be a great story about kids in a lemonade stand. It's not what happens at the end of the day. I'll tell you the story now about two kids, 8-year-old Ness, 11-year-old Ariel. And they set up a lemonade stand to raise money for MS research, multiple sclerosis research. Their mother was diagnosed a couple of years ago with the disease. And then, sometimes invariably happens nowadays in society, someone complains. And then the cops show up. And they say, you got to shut down, of all things, the lemonade stand. We're going to get your take on this in your calls in a few moments. 514-790-0800 if you want to jump on the lines early. But it is really our pleasure to welcome Ayana Massa onto the program. She's the mom of these two, I would imagine, terrific kids, Ness and Ariel. Ayana, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Elias. Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks for coming on. First things first, let's talk about Ness and Ariel. Tell me about your kids.
So I just want to correct one little thing.
Yes.
Ness is 11 and Ariel is 8.
Sorry about that.
No problem. So Ness was born weighing 1 pound. He has autism. He's an incredible human being, an amazing heart. Ariel is 8. He's just the sweetest. I tell him he's sweet as can be. Just great kids. Unfortunately, mommy has been sick. I had a bout with cancer in 2016. Thank God, got over that. My kids were very young. And then now there's MS. And unfortunately, they've had to learn compassion as they go. And I am the proudest mom, I think, on this planet. And these two little boys, in a matter of 2 weekends, I just want to say that the first Saturday, which was last weekend, they raised $114. On the Sunday, they raised $400. On this Saturday, they raised $1,050.
Wow.
And yesterday, they raised $1,365.
And getting to that level of fundraising, was it because the word spread and people were just showing up?
People were showing up. There was a story that came out in the Gazette that was beautifully written, which I'd like to mention that I was not on because I really wanted the story to be about the boys and not about poor Ayana who's sick. I thought that the beauty of that story was their selflessness and their generosity and the compassion that they have. And people were coming and, Ness was explaining to them, I'm a miracle and I have autism and it means that I'm smart and I want to help people get better and get them a cure. So I think it was word of mouth. People just fell in love with these two little boys that, quite honestly, though I'm biased and I'm their mom, these two little ones at 8 and 11 years old changed not only the whole spirit of a community, but literally, I mean, it's gotten a life of its own, and I'm just so grateful to be able to call them my friends.
So, Ayana, I'll be honest with you. When I saw the story in the Gazette a while back, right, last week, it was last week. It was in the paper,
yes,
right?
Last week.
And so when I saw the story, I was in passing. I saw the story, right? I saw the headline, and I made a joke in my brain. Okay. I made a joke in my brain where I said, I can't wait till someone complains and tries to shut this down, right? Because this is it seems like what society's like nowadays, right? And I made that joke in my brain, and lo and behold, yesterday when I see the story I saw the story. Oh, geez, the police actually did show up and shut it down. I immediately copied that link and I put it into my notes for this morning. I said, I cannot believe this. So let's go to the moment where the police do show up.
So, Elias, first of all, I'd like to say, on behalf of my boys, that the police never shut them down, nor will they. I've always taught my boys that when you commit to something, you finish it. And as a mom, I made the promise to support them, and I'm going to stick by that promise. Now, that being said, yesterday morning, so the boys do the lemonade stand every Saturday and Sunday for the summer from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Now, at 10 a.m., quite clearly, we were outside. People were lining up already waiting to get their lemonade. Some people were lining up just to bring me flowers, to shake their hands. We've gotten a card. They've gotten, people that just came to tell them how incredibly amazing they are, and they really are truly making a difference. At 10:45-ish yesterday morning, I saw a gentleman that was, was it yesterday? Yes, it was
Sunday?
I'm losing track. I'm sorry, Saturday.
Saturday? Okay.
So Saturday, 10:45-ish, I see this gentleman. Mind you, we've been living in this home. We're going on our third year. Have never seen this man. A gentleman, probably late 60s, and he's walking so fast towards my front lawn. And so I'm thinking to myself, wow, like this man really wants his lemonade. And as he comes to the lawn, he starts yelling at my children, "You little mother effers, I'm going to shut you down." And he's pointing at them. Now, at this point, I'm in shock. So the first thing that I said to him, not in such kind words, to get the heck off my property. And he said to me, "I'm calling the police." I said, "You go ahead and do that. I mean, it's 11 in the morning, right? Like, what's going to happen?" So 15 minutes later, the first police car shows up. First police car shows up, an officer and his partner, a female partner, get out of the car, and the male officer tells the female partner, "Stay with the kids, I'm going to talk to the mom." So I said, "Hello, officer." So he says, "Well, we got a nuisance call, and you need to shut this down. Like, this is getting ridiculous." And I said, "Officer, go ahead and give me a fine. I'm going to pay for it." I'd like to also say that I truly respect authority. I believe that there are a lot of good police officers out there. I think that what happened is somewhat isolated.
And can I ask you, Anna, just on this, right? Because that's, to me, this is what it all comes down to. The police show up, right? And they've received that nuisance call, right? I want to know about the tone of the police. So was this police officer, was his tone like, "Listen, we know this sucks, but we got to do our job. Let me give you a donation and then we got to shut it down"? Or was it heavy-handed?
No. So it was not only heavy-handed, but I clicked, thank goodness, and I started filming after he threatened to arrest me and told me that it's not because I'm in a wheelchair that I'm above the law and I'm responsible for my children. When I started filming him and he noticed that I started filming him, he says on the video, "Oh, you're filming me?" So I didn't want him to know because I didn't want a confrontation. So I said, "Listen, it's my mom calling. I'm answering the phone." He says, "Well, you tell your mom that she can wait and you're talking to me." So I said, "But what is wrong with you?" Now, all this, again, is taped. And he grabs his badge off his body, takes his name tag, puts it about an inch aggressively from my face, tells me, "This is my name," goes ahead and says his name, his badge number, and he's like yelling at me. At this point, I'm videotaping him. So I said, "You do me a favor, like this is enough. Don't you guys have any common sense?" I said, "Now do me a favor, call your supervisor." Another cop car comes. It was the sergeant, who I have to say was incredibly kind. Looks at me and says, "Look, I'm really sorry. Your boys are doing an amazing job." And he says, "Between you and I saw this officer this morning, and he's not usually like this. I think he might have had a bad night." So I said, "Sergeant, you're an amazing guy, but honestly, it's really not my problem. There was no excuse for what happened." I show him the video. He tells me, "Look, I'm going to buy some lemonade," tells the boys, "Good job," gives me his card and says, "If you need anything, just please tell the boys if they can just use the megaphone just a little bit less." And everything is good. He bought the lemonade. Everything was great. He left.
Uh-huh.
Lo and behold, Elias, 30 minutes later, I see 2 cop cars pull up. But I'm thinking this amazing sergeant told them to come and get lemonade. So I tell the boys, guys, look, the police is here. And my son says, oh, I love cops, Mom. I'm going to give them free lemonade. Now, the cop that was with the original cop that showed up, the one that's on video, his female partner is the one that comes out, but with a different partner now, an Asian officer. So he gets out of the car. At this point, I have Malik Shahid, who's somebody who does a lot of charity work and a lot with children, is present. So I'm thinking they're coming, but the officer has his hand on his holster. He's on my lawn, and Malik Shahid tells him, look, can we talk on the side? I just want to, calm things down. So I said, guys, listen, I'm not even going to argue with you. I take out the car to the sergeant. I said, your sergeant told them there's no problem. If there's anything, you can go ahead and call him. The female officer who was here when this whole thing happened looks at me and says, that's unfortunate. He's not on shift anymore.
Oh, interesting.
So I said, excuse me? So now the male officer who's still standing on my lawn starts telling me how aggressive I am. So I get up from the wheelchair, I take my walker, I walk down my steps, go on my lawn, and I'm telling him, of course I'm aggressive. What is wrong with you guys? Don't you see what these children are doing? What are you guys doing? I said, do me a favor, give me the ticket. Well, didn't we tell you that we're going to arrest you?
Jeez.
I looked at him, I gave him my wrist, and I said, please, arrest me. Arrest me. Go ahead and arrest me.
Ayana, I'm limited on time, so I just want to find out.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. Listen, I'm enthralled. Trust me. But I do want to find out. At the end of the day, there was no arrest, right? So how did it all end? How did the day end?
So it ended that again. Another sergeant came over, threatened that he said, I really don't want to have to arrest you, but I might have to. I said, go right ahead. And he said, look, the only thing I'm going to ask you is to remove the megaphone.
Okay.
At this point, I was just over it. I took the megaphone away, and the kids made a killing yesterday. And like I said, every penny is going to charity. Yeah. And I think that it's a really, really sad day that we have to wait for people to die because they're waiting for police and ambulance. But, they're here for 3 hours. So what I said to everyone is, I'd like an apology to be issued to my children from the SPVM, as well as a donation made directly to the Multiple Sclerosis Society in the name of my children from the SPVM for the 3.5 hours that they stayed on our lawn and prevented people from doing what they were doing.
Ayana, are the kids gonna have this lemonade stand this upcoming weekend?
Absolutely, Elias.
And what happens if the police show up again?
It's going to be the exact same thing. I'm going to respect the noise ordinance. They will not use their megaphone. But I have to say in a very respectful way that we live in a world, sick or not sick, where we're going through enough. And we have these 2 beautiful children that have made a huge, massive impact on our society. They're making a huge impact for people who are going through this horrible disease.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that I am going to teach my children respectfully to respect the law, but stand strong and not let anyone bully them into not doing something that they believe in.
Ayana, thank you for coming on. Give my best to your 2 kids, Ness and Ariel, and we'll stay in touch. We'll get an update if anything develops.
Elias, thank you so much.
Okay, cheers. Thank you so much. That's Ayana Massa. My lines are jammed. We'll get to you next at 514-790-0800. Late to traffic, 9:49. Let's check in with Catherine Wood.
And right now on the westbound Metropolitan, we have a left lane accident at Saint Laurent. It's backing you up to Viau. You'll also find that the 40 West is thick at the start of the outbound Illatort Bridge as you go to board. Eastbound 40 east of the island, heavy from the Benjamin Moreau out towards Valmont. They've been working on an overturned semi in that area. Outbound La Fontaine Tunnel holds you back from the Anjou interchange. Inbound Champlain a bit busy at the start. Looking for a used vehicle? At Automobile en Direct, have access to more than 850 vehicles under the $25,000 mark. Your next traffic report's at 10 o'clock.
Thanks so much, Catherine. That look at traffic brought to you by Marché Akavan, Montreal's Iranian, Mediterranean, and Middle Eastern food emporium. Open 8 to 4 Monday to Saturday. 2 locations to serve you. Visit akavanfood.com. And coming up next, we'll go to our phone lines, get your take on Ayana's story.
Hit music lives on Virgin Radio, home of the biggest artists. Boost your mood with Montreal's #1 hit music station. 95.9 Virgin Radio.
How can we not worry? We're running out of time. Selling the house is not a problem. We've got multiple offers, but what if we can't find a new house to move into? That's the problem.
And Northeast is the solution. I'm Terry Kalakos, and at Northeast, we have the key to your new home. Our team of expert realtors will make sure you're not left out in the cold. It's simple, and it's free.
Let Terry and his team make your dreams come true. Call Northeast today at 514-680-4674.
Bernavco doesn't just renovate, it is a partner in your renovation.
They get involved right from the start and help you plan, suggest ideas that you might have considered, suggest alternatives to your vision, but let you come to your own conclusion on what would be best for your project.
And they also use their team to help us choose tiles and things like that.
RENOVCO.com, 514-856-9993, and tell them Yannick sent you.
Hey, yesterday we were at Scores. There was something new. Spicy crispy chicken tenders.
Yeah.
It was really good.
We're spicing things up all summer at Scores with our 3 crispy chicken tenders dishes in spicy versions, each offered for a limited time.
Metropolitan Rust Proofing, the expert in rust proofing for more than 40 years, is offering for a limited time only a $20 rebate on their complete treatment. Metropolitan Rust Proofing uses a unique product developed specifically to protect your car against our difficult climate. Take advantage of Metropolitan Rust Proofing's special offer and protect your vehicle against rust now. Metropolitan Rust Proofing. Rush before it rusts. 9 service centers in the Greater Montreal area. Visit us at rustproofing.com.
Make your life outdoors better. Turn your garden or backyard into a beautiful oasis with Pépinière Pierrefonds. For over 55 years, Pépinière Pierrefonds' family-owned garden centers, along with Teco-Bloc, North America's leading manufacturer of paving stones, have inspired DIYers and professionals to create beautiful landscapes with Teco-Bloc paving stones, retaining walls, blocks, and borders. Pépinière Pierrefonds' expert staff and remarkable service in Pierrefonds and Saint-Laurent help make life outdoors better. For details, visit pépinièrepierrefonds.com.
Moving to a new home sounds simple, but sometimes
we can't move in until when?
Life gets in the way. Downsizing, upsizing, or staging your house to sell, Depodium Mini Entrepot has affordable storage solutions near you. Depodium Mini Entrepot. Rent now before it's too late.
eBox has internet packages starting at $39. That gives you more wiggle room for all kinds of stuff.
Like buying a 20th pair of shoes for the next party?
You can do whatever you want with the wiggle room. Internet packages starting at $39 at ebox.ca.
Adam, Gerline, Dave, Ashley, Doug, and Charlie.
Farmers looking for a partner. Think you could be the perfect match?
Anyone can apply to get on CTV's new matchmaking show, Farming for Love.
Go to ctv.ca/farmingforlove.
Casting closing soon.
So now the male officer who's still standing on my lawn starts telling me how aggressive I am. So I get up from the wheelchair, I take my walker, I walk down my steps, go on my lawn, and I'm telling him, of course I'm aggressive. Like, what is wrong with you guys? Don't you see what these children are doing? What are you guys doing? I said, do me a favor, give me the ticket. Well, didn't we tell you that we're going to arrest you? Jeez. I looked at him, I gave him my wrist, and I said, please, arrest me.
Time for your take on this morning's hot topic. Call Elias at 514-790-0800 or text 514-800.
The lines are ablazing over a lemonade stand in Roxborough. I know the West Island Facebook page, the West Island Community Facebook page, also hopping over this one. You just heard a little snippet of Ayana Massa, just joined us on the program. It was her 2 children, 8-year-old Ariel, 11-year-old Ness, that started a lemonade stand to support their mom. Their mom, Ayana, has MS, multiple sclerosis. They said, we want to raise funds. Second weekend in, well, lo and behold, somebody complains. They were using a megaphone. Somebody complains, police shows up, and it turns into that situation. I want to know what your thoughts are. You heard from Ayana, and I want to know what you think. If the police were too heavy-handed here, If you think, hey, lemonade stand, we should just let the lemonade stands be. On the text line, before I get to our phone lines, Onawa in Ganawake writes this: sickened by the neighbor who reported the lemonade stand this weekend. We don't have the same regulations in Ganawake, so if those amazing kiddos and their mom want to set up in my yard, please connect us. We'd be happy to host them. The people of Ganawake would be happy to support their cause. Let's go to our phone lines here, and I'll start off. Where am I starting off? Mike has been waiting forever. Mike, you're first. What do you say?
You should send a load of lemons to the police of Montreal. They don't even have a chief of police anymore because the police are so corrupt. They don't know which way they're going.
All right, Mike. Thanks very much for the call. Carlo is on the line. Hey, Carlo.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good. What do you say?
Well, I think the lady needed a permit to sell the lemonade.
Okay, so you're saying the police did the right thing, shut it down.
Of course, but you don't know if someone could drink the lemonade and they could get sick also.
All right, Carlo. I mean, there's a whole lot of things that can happen in life. Lemonade poisoning is not one of the things I'm concerned about. Pierre is on the line. Hi, Pierre.
Hi.
What do you say?
Well, I'm just questioning the whole issue here. We're talking about police. When is an adult allowed to be abusive to children? I mean, that is the issue right now.
Where's the abuse? What are you talking about? Abusive to children? What are you talking about?
He called them mother effers. I mean, didn't she say that? She said he went over to them and he yelled and screamed that an adult isn't allowed to yell and scream at other people's children.
You're right. Okay, you're talking about the neighbor. Okay, great. Yeah, okay, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that's the issue. Why are we talking about the cops? This guy is obviously a sick individual, and he's their neighbor. That's what they should be complaining about. This guy is dangerous.
Pierre, interesting take and a good pickup there, because this all begins with the belligerent neighbor, and you have to wonder how this turns out if there wasn't that belligerent neighbor at the start of this process. Let's go to Kim on the phone line. Hi, Kim. Kim, are you there?
Kim, yes, I'm here.
What do you say, Kim?
I feel very sorry for this woman and the children. I'm very sorry. But to my mind, she should have contacted multiple sclerosis before and asked of their approval, and they would have told her. That would have been a very good proof for the policeman. It would have been recorded, and she would have found out from them if it was okay for her to do that. I think it was the appropriate way to do it.
Thanks very much, Kim. Let's go to Cheryl in LaSalle. Hey, Cheryl.
Good morning, Elias. How are you?
I'm good. What do you say?
There's many things to say, but I think the initial thing is that neighbor. That's the crux. The cops did their thing wrong, of course. Yes, you're going to blame it on, that lieutenant has left his shift, whatever. But that is so unneighborly. How can you, first of all, drop that F-bomb to those children 8 and 11, first thing in the morning? And it's not even like it was 7 o'clock in the morning they're doing the lawn, right? Mm-hmm. 10 o'clock in the morning, they're doing something good for their mother who's in a wheelchair. When I saw that broke my heart, that people today don't have the decency, consideration, and kindness for one another. That is so awful. And the cops, that's a whole nother Oprah show. A whole nother Oprah show.
A whole nother Oprah show? Is that what you said?
I'm telling you. They give you lip service. We pay so much taxes, and they're rude for nothing. And how come there's different varieties of cops that were treating her 1 minute nice and 1 minute not nice?
Yeah.
What was that? What was the up and down like a cardiac machine? What was that?
Cheryl,
so sad.
Thanks for the call. And that's why, that's the one thing that I wanted to know. I wanted to know about that tone of the cops, right? Like, do they show up and know? They're like, okay, we know we're the jerks here, but we got to do our jobs. Dave in Verdun, what do you say?
Well, when I was a kid, my friend and I sold lemonade. Nobody bothered us. We did it for 2 days and in the summertime. I don't understand it. I think it is society. I think there's people have bees in their bonnets, and they just want to make trouble for other people. And these are the people. They should have went and arrested this idiot that called them. They should have went and got him.
Yeah, Dave, thanks very much for calling. And I think as we get this story, a lot of people now focusing on that belligerent neighbor, and I think with good reason. Now, have Natalie, we'll end off with Natalie here. Natalie, it says here that you went to the lemonade stand. What can you tell us?
Yeah, hi. I went there on Saturday. I worked with this family. Ness was one of my students, and they're a beautiful family. So when I went on one side, they're right on a corner, so there's no neighbor on one side. So it's got to be the other neighbor on the other side. It's a quiet place, area. And I even said, what a beautiful little area you have. This Ness is so tiny, even his voice on the megaphone, you can hardly hear it. So I don't know what the problem was with the neighbor, but everybody was having a great time. And for the guy with the lemonade there, the comment, the lemonade was delicious. I mean, really.
I know. I mean, just imagine. I thought that was out of left field, eh? Natalie, thanks for calling and giving us
you're welcome.
your
And I wish them all well.
Absolutely.
They're a beautiful family. They don't deserve this.
Natalie, thanks so much. Okay, listen, thanks for all your calls. We're just getting so many of them. I appreciate all of your insights and all the texts that we couldn't get to. Next hour of the program, action-packed. We'll take a look at what happened over the weekend in this city with a couple of big festivals wrapping up. Stay tuned.
This newscast brought to you by Supermarché Akavan, Iranian, Mediterranean, and Middle Eastern grocery. Open 8 to 4 Monday to Saturday with 2 locations to serve you. Visit akavanfood.com.
Good morning. It's 10 o'clock. I'm Don Kagan-Fleming with your CTV News Update. Right now in Montreal, it's 23 degrees. Your full forecast coming in just minutes. Here's what's making news. A woman found dead inside a burned-out home outside of Montreal. Quebec's lumberjacks say they aren't being paid enough. And a school governing board fighting to keep an English class alive. First, though, with the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, here's Catherine Wood.
Heavy volume on the westbound Met from at least Lac-Cordaire to Saint Laurent, where they're working on a left lane accident. You'll find the eastbound Met a bit thick from DeCarry Circle to about Saint Laurent. Outbound La Fontaine tunnels heaviest from Yves Prévost out, and the inbound Champlain has some delays to board. They've started a left lane inspection in the inbound direction on the span. East of the island, 40 East remains congested from the Benjamin Moreau over towards the Valmont area. They've been working to clear away a semi that overturned earlier today. And on Laurentian Autoroute northbound, a lot of volume across the Gédéon-Ouimet Bridge as you cross to the North Shore. At Super C, discover many local products. A 10-pound bag of washed Quebec potatoes is only $2.88 until Wednesday, only at Super C. Next traffic report, 10:15.
In the news, after what's suspected to be a criminal fire, provincial police have taken over the investigation into both that blaze and a dead body found in Sorel-Tracy, about an hour north of Montreal. The Sûreté du Québec say that a home in the area caught fire around 11 p.m. last night, and the body of a woman doused in gasoline was found inside. The fire was brought under control, but a person with serious burns on their body was also found nearby. Police are waiting to speak to this person of interest in the case, who is being treated for those second and third degree burns. They've also identified other people of interest they're set to speak to today. Quebec's lumberjacks are frustrated with how much they're making, which is about the same as it was 20 years ago, according to a Journal de Montréal report. They say that the timber companies they sell wood to are swimming in profits, but what they're getting paid themselves has stayed relatively stagnant, despite an estimated 36% jump in costs over the last decade because of gas and equipment becoming pricier. As it stands, basic equipment alone costs over $2 million in many cases. Several forestry contractors say they want to speak out to try and get better payment for their wood from big companies. Language in the classroom is causing a big stir at a school board in Lévis, about 2.5 hours east of Montreal. Parents and staff in the area are fighting to keep an intensive English course in the French system for their children, according to the Journal de Montréal. The governing board at the École de l'Étoile is made up of those teachers and parents and shot down a proposed schedule by the school's management that would limit access to the English course for many grade 6 students. That refusal was met with a formal notice that led to the resignation of the governing board's president, and states that the school management simply doesn't have the required English substitute teacher, along with the main English teacher, to keep the program in full force, and won't be doing so. The board is frustrated to see their decision overturned and has turned to Education Minister Jean-François Roberge for help, but with no answer so far. The first grain ship has left the Ukrainian port of Odessa under a UN brokered deal to end the months-long Russian blockade.
We just watched the first ship move out from the port here in Odessa from down here by the water. It's headed now towards Turkey. It's a Sierra Leone flagged vessel carrying 26,000 tons of corn. It's a major breakthrough after 5 months of Russia's blockade. It's the first ship to leave the port here in Odessa since that time. It's hoped that more ships will soon follow, carrying the millions of tons of food crops here that could help ease a global hunger crisis that Russia's invasion has worsened. Patrick Reevell, ABC News, Odessa, Ukraine.
A jury in Texas returns to work today to consider how much in financial damages conspiracy theorist Alex Jones should pay to parents of a child murdered in the Sandy Hook Elementary School massacre. Jones made false claims that the 2012 shooting was a hoax. Jim Ryan has more on that.
That suit filed by the parents of 6-year-old Jesse Lewis is the first of 3 involving Sandy Hook families. Attorneys for Alex Jones, possibly anticipating hefty jury awards, have filed for bankruptcy protection for his main company, Free Speech Systems. That may not have an impact on the current trial in Austin, but could put the brakes on future lawsuits.
Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at CJAD 800. And now your Dormevu Weather Center forecast. We've got a hot and sunny one today with a high of 30 degrees. That'll feel more like 35. Some clouds rolling in tonight and some showers after that around midnight with a low of 20. And then tomorrow, a mix of sun and cloud with a 60% chance of showers and the risk of a thunderstorm. It'll be a humid one with a high of 26 degrees. That'll feel more like 34 degrees. It's 23 degrees in Montreal right now. For all the news during the day, stream us on your smart speaker. Just say, play CJAD 800. Your next CTV News update is coming at 10:30.
At McDonald's, we know there's so much to love about summer. Sandy beaches, hot breezes, a comfy hammock. We've got a few things of our own to add to that list. Because right now, for only $2 plus tax, you can treat yourself to a sundae or snack-sized milkshake. Also, you can get a cone for $1 plus tax, only with the app. With all the favorites you crave, McDonald's is your destination for chill summer treats. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada, product availability varies by restaurant, prices exclude delivery, app download, and registration required.
Fully charged and ready to roll. The Elias Macco Show. CJAD 800.
This is a good beat, eh? I'll take this all show long. You know, when you go to a music festival, often you go because you know a few bands, right? Oh, I'm going to Osheaga. I love Arcade Fire. Oh, I'm going to Osheaga. I love Burna Boy. Or I love Dua Lipa. And then there's a whole bunch of other bands that you have never heard of in your entire life. But that's part of the fun of going to a music festival, because you will see 30 bands you've never seen or heard from in your entire life. And then there's a moment where you say to yourself, who are these guys? These guys are good. And this was my experience with what you're listening to right now. From Osheaga over the weekend, a little bit of, now I'm going to say, how am I going to pronounce this? Khruangbin. 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 Song here is called Maria Tambien. And I'm listening to them. It was Saturday. And they were on, I think, around 5 o'clock, you know, just before, like, the big headliners come out, 5 or 6 o'clock. And I said, who are these guys? And everyone's bopping to the beat. Another reason why, if you're sort of skittish on festivals, I don't know about going to a music festival, too many people. Well, I think part of it is because of discovery. And that was a revelation over the weekend. It is hour 2 of the Elias Macco Show, and I am tired. I'll be very, very honest with you. Sometimes I overshare from the personal life, but with good reason. Because I'm very tired this morning. Did the last 3 days there, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I did Osheaga each and every day. Boy, it was fun partying with the CJAD crew. Natasha Hall, there every single day. Brian Calazar was there on 2 of the days. I saw Sarah DeA yesterday. So the CJAD crew out in full force. It was so much fun, by the way, to have you guys coming up to me over the last few days and say, Elias, listen to the show. Some of you were coming up to me using some of my catchphrases, and I really that was fun actually. I was like, okay, it's registering. I think it was Blaine. It was Blaine or Dave. Somebody came up to me, and they were like, Elias, and they used one of my lines on centrism, right? Because I'm a radical centrist, ladies and gentlemen. And they used it at me, and I said, yes, I'm resonating with at least someone. So we had a fun time over the weekend at Osheaga. Arcade Fire on Friday night. Let me tell you something. I've seen them before, and I knew they were good, but there was just something special about Arcade Fire in festival mode and 40,000 people swooning under a gorgeous sky in Montreal. It was amazing. And then, of course, I did Osheaga. The reason I'm tired is because, I said, how am I going to pick here? It's Osheaga. It's the last weekend of Just for Laughs. Just for Laughs is the love of my life. It's my favorite week of the year in Montreal, right? To me, that's the most wonderful time of the year, Christmas time. And then of course, there's JFL week. So I said, I got to do Just for Laughs as well. I got to do it. So on the 3 nights, on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night, I left, Osheaga. On Friday and Saturday night, I left after the last act, like 10:45, last act ends. I just, book it straight to the Metro, get back to downtown Montreal, go see a midnight show at Just for Laughs. Yesterday, I left a little early. I'm going to say this, Dua Lipa. I heard Dua Lipa was amazing. And now 2 weeks back to back, she had her Bell Center show, she had the show at Osheaga, and I missed both of them. So that now will enter the bucket list as I've missed both of my opportunities at Dua Lipa. I heard she was phenomenal last night at Osheaga. So I gotta say, one of the things that struck me about this weekend and about Osheaga is just how much everyone was dying to get back to partying with strangers. I mean, that really was the vibe from this weekend. Can we please get back to partying with strangers? And you know what? It was great to see the 40,000 plus on each of the days. It seemed to get progressively busier. Like Saturday was busier than Friday. And yesterday, I mean, I'll be very honest, there were so many people yesterday. I said, geez, what did I sign up for here? But nonetheless, it was a fun time. If you were there, and I know there was a couple of moments I said, oh, someone's giving me the eye here. They know who I am, and they want to say hi. They're just shy about it. If you didn't get a chance to say hi, next time you see me, don't be shy. Feel free to come on over. I want to just bring up one thing here. I bought the weekend pass for the STM to get to and from the festival, right? I live downtown. Easiest way to get the festival, by Metro. So I said, okay, I'll buy the weekend pass. And the weekend pass, is there a better deal in the entire city than the weekend pass by the STM? Some of you may argue, well, Elias, if you think the weekend pass is a good deal, just wait till you see the monthly pass. And yes, the monthly pass is a good deal, but I would never use the monthly pass. Whereas the weekend pass, $14.75 for unlimited weekend travel. And that is from 4 p.m. on Friday to 5 a.m. on Monday. So it truly is the weekend. Think of Daniel Craig, ladies and gentlemen, the weekend. That's the STM pass. And I was holding this pass in my hand, and I tapped it on the turnstile to get into the Metro after I paid $14 for it. And then I look at the turnstile, and it says free unlimited travel on the Metro from downtown, 7 downtown stations this summer on weekends. So actually, I thought it was the best deal ever. And then I realized I overpaid because in actuality, over the weekends, the Saturdays and Sundays, the STM is free from 7 downtown stations. So I only needed to use the pass 3 times, and I paid for the weekend pass. But I digress. It is still a great deal. And one of the things I'd love to hear from you this week on the show, and we've been talking about this behind the scenes, something we want to do this week, in light of the $14.75 STM pass, right, for unlimited weekend travel, I said to myself, is there a better deal in this city on anything? So, and I'm just trying to think, like, what else in this city is just the best deal ever? What came into my mind as well, there's this window on Fairmount that serves gnocchi for $5 for lunch. I said, $5 gnocchi. That is a good deal in this city. So we got a text line, 514-800. We get tons of text messages. This week, we're going to take some time to talk about the best deals in this city. I would put the STM 1475 weekend pass right up there. But if you have any other ideas, please send them our way as we try and collect some of your thoughts on the best deals in this city and share them on this first week of August. Coming up a little later on in the program, after 10:30, and I'm getting text messages on this story. We talked about it briefly during the Big Five. The chaos that is happening in the Old Port in Old Montreal. There are so many cars trying to get to the Old Port. It is making life miserable for residents of Old Montreal. And then at the end of this hour at 10:50, on Friday morning, we got a landmark Supreme Court ruling. Supreme Court of Canada, thankfully. And the Supreme Court of Canada ruling that you need separate consent if you want to have sex without a condom. If you're with someone and you have sex with a condom, then you remove the condom. You need separate consent. A really interesting Supreme Court ruling. We'll dissect the legalities of that ruling at the end of this hour. When we return, Montreal, City of Festivals. Pride is back. We're going to get the details. That starts today, August 1st. That's coming up next. First things first, though, we got to do some traffic from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center now. This look at traffic brought to you by Metropolitan Rust Proofing. Get a $20 discount off their complete rust proofing treatment for a limited time. Metropolitan Rust Proofing, a smart investment that really pays. And let's check in now with Catherine Wood.
The westbound Metropolitan is stop and go now from Langelier to Saint Laurent, where they're working on an accident. Only one lane is open as they clear that up. Eastbound direction of the Met is heavy now from before Laurentian Autoroute to Saint Denis. Bit of extra volume at the bottom of Laurentian Autoroute southbound, and northbound Laurentian Autoroute is holding you back from Carré-Labelle up to the bridge onto the North Shore. We have an accident on that span. Westbound 40 through the West Island, you're doing fine, but once you get to Ancien Combattant, it thickens up for the outbound Dilator Bridge. 20's looking good. Northbound to Carrie, some minor slowdowns at the top. Outbound La Fontaine Tunnel is slowing from Yves Prévost. And if you're leaving the eastern tip of the island on the 40 East, you're heavy from Benjamin Moreau over to Valmont. Looking to save money on airport parking? Book your stay using the Park and Fly app. Best rate guaranteed. Download at parkandfly.ca. Tap and save with Park and Fly. Next report, 10:30.
The Elias Macco Show, brought to you by the Brick's 51st Birthday Bash. Unbelievable deals in every department, like 50% off sofas when you buy the matching love seat or chair. The Brick, saving you more.
How Bell makes mobile plans better.
With Bell's new unlimited ultimate plans, you get tons of data with no overage fees. So you can do more of what you love on Canada's best 5G network.
You mean I can play rom-coms all day?
Every day, thanks to a 24-month Crave mobile bonus.
Bell Ultimate Plan? You complete me.
You can also stream videos in HD, plus use your data and call or text to your heart's content across Canada and the U.S. Visit a Bell store or bell.ca/ultimate for details. Bell, doing more of what you love just got better.
Life is better framed.
Hi, we're Matt and Tanya of La Frame Shop.
We've been busy the last few months expanding our workshop, adding in new services, and updating our website.
And I've been improving my radio voice.
Wow, it's almost too good, Matt. So good it may be a little distracting.
Noted.
Now at Le Frame Shop, we have even more ways to help you frame the stuff you love and love the stuff you frame.
Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, or see it all at leframeshop.com.
You'll see why we say life is better framed.
Summer means the windows are down and the music is up. Enjoy it with summer drink days at McDonald's McCafe. Try a medium frappe for $2 or a delicious small McCafe iced coffee for $1 all summer long. Taxes extra. Prices exclude delivery. See restaurants at mcdonalds.ca for details.
I just went to Jean Coutu and did all the back-to-school shopping.
Did you get the sticky name labels for the school supplies?
Yep, I even took advantage of the Air Miles offer.
Wow, you're good. You should take care of the school supplies every year.
Yeah, thanks, but
Jean Coutu has everything you need for back to school, including personalized self-adhesive labels, just 99 cents for a sheet of 80. Plus, until August 25th, get 15 Air Miles bonus miles when you spend $45 on school items. There's no doubt about it. Jean Coutu is your one-stop school shop. Details at jeancoutu.com.
Canadians have a lot to say. Vast in culture and landscape, together we share unique and diverse stories. Every minute of every day, local broadcasters are connecting communities. serving as the trusted source during natural disasters and local emergencies.
It was a particularly intense downburst, not a tornado.
Providing a platform to diverse groups.
It's an attack on fundamental rights and freedoms for trans people.
Offering a Canadian perspective on global issues.
Those images of Kyiv are beyond disturbing.
And celebrating victories. As the voices of our communities, local broadcasters are on the pulse, creating the rhythm that beats across this great land. Now imagine a world without them. Our communities need local broadcasting. Visit localbroadcasters.ca to learn more. A message from the Canadian Association of Broadcasters.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate online at carsforkids.ca. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll benefit a child and get a maximum tax credit.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today, and your car can be gone tomorrow.
I'm Mitsumi Takahashi. When news breaks, Montrealers turn to CTV News, the team you trust to tell the stories that matter to you. It's your home. Make it your news.
Watch CTV News at 6 and visit ctvnewsmontreal.ca.
When renovating, you want peace of mind. Call Renofco, winner of Consumer's Choice Award and West Island Chamber of Commerce Excellence in Business category. Renofco.com, 514-856-9993.
Live, local, and up to the minute. Elias Makos on CJAD 800.
Best deals in town. Getting some text messages here on the best deal in town. Elias, best deal in Montreal is the chow mein, the peanut butter noodles on Saint Laurent Boulevard. Open late every day. The prices are the most affordable in the city. Chow mein, $2. $2 chow mein. 2 spring rolls. Add the 2 spring rolls. $3.75 tax in. Okay, that's a pretty good deal. And Christina, thanks very much for mentioning that Shakespeare in the Park might be the best deal in the city. It's still continuing this week, in fact, with another week of shows, which, of course, is free. And then you give a donation, of course, but that's pretty darn close to free. Thanks, Christina. Let's keep things moving along right here on the Elias Makos Show. I told you about Osheaga, told you about Just for Laughs. Oh, Montreal, the city of festivals, the city of things that happen during the summer. And Montreal Pride is back this year in full swing. The festival starts today in all of its glory for the first time in 3 years. There's a lot to look forward to. Musical performances, an iconic Pride parade, just a couple of the attractions that are coming to town. Simon Gamache is on the line, Executive Director of Pride Montreal. Hi, Simon.
Hi, thanks so much for having me.
So, first things first, let's talk about the wait. 3 years, and I spoke to the folks at Osheaga, spoke to the folks at Just for Laughs, and there were like mini events that happened last year and that kind of thing, but it wasn't the same. How excited are you, Simon, that you're back to normal?
Well, we're thrilled. And, the thing is, I don't want to compare to other festivals, but, we do our festivals for our communities. The past few years have been really hard for everyone. They've been especially hard for marginalized people, like folks from our communities. It's time to get back together, be together, and this hasn't happened since 2019. So, we've planned, that's what we've had on our mind at Pride the past few months, planning this edition. So, we just can't wait to see everyone back, together.
And Simon, when you think of when I think of Pride, I guess the first thing that comes to me is a festival that seeks to include and celebrate everyone, right? And people of all types of diverse backgrounds and diverse sexual identities and all of that, right, Simon? So,
absolutely.
So what goes into making a festival that's by its nature is inclusive as possible?
When you work in inclusion and diversity, first you have to think about representativity. That's really, really important. That's for anyone who works in that field. So for us, we work for the 2S LGBTQI plus communities. So when we do our programming, we are a festival, so we want to represent our communities on our stages. That's the first thing we can do. So that's how we conceive our programming. And it's not only about having one person for one community. No. It's about having 5, 10, 15, 20 people. Because, if you go to a festival and you see people who look like you, think like you, you're like, oh, okay, this is possible. This is visibility. This guy, I can be out. I can be proud. This is really, really important. So that's how we conceive our programming.
And there's a special role, Simon, of the Montreal Pride, Fierté Montréal, because it's the largest one in the French-speaking world. Is that correct? It's the largest one in the French-speaking world?
That's absolutely correct. In terms of resources, a lot of if you look in the Francophone world, a lot of Pride organizations or even LGBTQ organizations are run by volunteers. We have full-time staff. We hire people. We are well-resourced. I mean, that's the luck we have. We are in Quebec. We're in Canada. We have, we're supported by public funds and private funds. So yes, in terms of resources, we are the biggest LGBTQ Francophone organization in the world. So that comes with, we have a duty. We have to serve our communities, and also we have demands and to carry the demands of our communities.
We're with Simon Gamache, Executive Director of Pride Montreal. Simon, so let me ask you, and I would imagine some people in the community would describe me as, what do they call it? A cisgendered, heterosexual white male, okay? So, as a guy like me, invited to Pride Montreal.
Of course you are. I mean, we cannot do what we're doing without allies. And, that's fundamental. I mean, if you're just, we work, all of us, I'm not so much better than you are. I'm a white, gay, cisgender man. I mean, I'm gay, but I'm a cisgender. I mean, so, we have privileges. So you have to recognize your privileges, and that's what I do in my role. Like, okay, I have these privileges, and you talk to me, I have visibility, so I'm using those privileges. And yeah, and if you don't, identify as 2S LGBTQI+, you can be an ally. And just join us. I think one of the great things is you can come to the festival. Everybody's welcome to the festival. We have an amazing lineup this year. You can come to our community day. The community days are in the village, August 5th and 6th. I mean, that's an opportunity to meet organizations do amazing work in the field. And of course, there's the parade on August 7th. You can march. I mean, what's really special with our parade in Montreal is at the end of the parade, anyone can join. And I think that's what makes this parade so special. And yes, we have allies who join us. That's really, really important.
And Simon, obviously, we think of the village, right? When we think of Pride Montreal and the events that are happening there, but it's not just in the village this year. You got events all over.
Yes, well, actually, we're expanding. I mean, we're doing a lot of things in the village, but we're making a big move this year. We're moving to the Olympic Park, so that's just west of the Big O, Metro Peanut. I mean, it's a huge space. I mean, we were there in our growth. I mean, when last festival we couldn't fit everyone we wanted to fit in our old site, so we had to find a new space, and we decided to go to the Olympic Park. It's iconic. There's a lot of things we can do there, so we'll be there. I mean, our opening show there is on Wednesday, so we open that site on August 3rd, Wednesday. We have big shows. We have food trucks, we have bars and all of that. We have all kind of stuff. I mean, so we really invite everyone to come visit us at the main site from August 3rd to 7th. But we're still in the village. We do a lot of stuff in the village.
Simon, so I just, as we wrap up this interview here, I want to just ask you, how things are going in the community. And listen, I'm looking at your press release for Fierté Montréal, right? Mm-hmm. And I notice you make a point here a couple of times of pointing out, that, and as you guys put it, the 2SLGBTQIA plus community. And the question I have to ask is, I talk to, gay friends, I talk to lesbian friends, and one thing that they've mentioned a couple of times is they feel that there's a little bit more, how do I put it, like infighting inside the community now. Like, as you add letters to all of this, sometimes it feels like there's factions within a community that should be standing together. So, what is the vibe right now in the community, and how is that going?
Well, you know what? When you talk about diversity, it's normal. There are frictions. You have people with very different interests and with very different backgrounds, with very different experience. It is normal. I mean, that's fine. It's okay. If there wouldn't be tensions, it would be problematic. So, we're fine with this. I mean, that's a challenge of the organization I have the great pleasure of running. We're trying to work with all communities. Is it challenging work? Absolutely it is. It is motivating? Yes, it is.
And as we wrap up here, what's your message to Montrealers on the week that lies ahead?
Come visit us. Come. Whoever you are, come visit us. We're expecting huge crowds. We're really, really excited. Weather should be nice. We're a very welcoming community. Just come see us in the village. Come to the parade. Come to community days. I mean, they're really special. August 5th and 6th in the village, and come, of course, to the Olympic Park.
Simon, thanks for taking the time this morning. I really appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Happy Pride.
Happy Pride to you as well. Simon Gamache is Executive Director of Pride Montreal. Starts today, goes through till the 7th. When we return on the Elias Macos Show, we're going to take a look at our daily look at transit-related issues. In Transit is coming up next, and we'll take a look at the chaos happening in Old Montreal. It's getting so bad, residents are fuming. We'll tell you why next.
This newscast brought to you by Renovco. Renovating? Go with the consumer's choice for all your renovation needs. Call Renovco 514-856-9993 or visit Renovco.com.
Good morning. It's 10:30. I'm Don Kagan-Fleming with the CTV News Update. Here's what's making news right now. Police were called to a car dealership in Kirkland early this morning. A bullet hole was found on the storefront, though no victims have been found, and no arrests have been made. Investigations are ongoing there. A Montreal grocery store, Les Trois Paniers, offers shoppers 3 prices to help fight inflation: a solidarity price that gives them basically no profit, a normal price that matches most grocery stores, and a higher price that counteracts those who buy the solidarity one. The store on St. Catherine, east of Jacques Cartier, says it works out great as an option to help fight inflation costs because about a quarter of people take the solidarity prices and about a quarter take the higher ones to balance things out. And new rules for paying off the minimum payment on a credit card balance in Quebec come into effect today. That minimum payment can now be no lower than 3.5% of the card's balance. There will be half a percentage point increases each year, up to 5% by August 1st, 2025. And now with the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, here's Catherine Wood.
On the westbound Metropolitan, they're working to clear away an accident around Saint-Laurent. You're congested from at least Langelier over to Saint-Laurent, and the eastbound Met's holding you back from Stinson over towards Saint-Denis. Northbound to Carrie bunches up slightly at the top. The outbound La Fontaine tunnel's heavy from Yves Prévost. The South Shore bridges look good. Laurentian Autoroute northbound, we have an issue on the Gédéon-Ouimet Bridge. You're backing down to Curie-Labelle in Laval. Leaving the western tip of the island, the outbound de la Tourte is busy now from Ancien Combattant, and east of the island, 40 East, really busy from the Benjamin Moreau towards Falmont. The super sale is on at Super C. Enjoy extra lean ground pork for only $1.99 a pound until Wednesday, only at Super C. Your next traffic report's at 10:45.
And now your Dormevu Weather Center forecast. A hot and sunny one today with a high of 30 degrees. That will feel more like 35. Clouds rolling in tonight and some showers after that around midnight with a low of 20 degrees. And then a mix of sun and cloud tomorrow with a 60% chance of showers and even the risk of a thunderstorm. It'll be a humid day with a high of 26 degrees and a humidex of 34. Right now in Montreal, it's 25 degrees. Your next CTV News update is at 11 o'clock.
Getting you the facts, asking the tough questions. The Elias Macos Show.
All right, coming up on In Transit, we're going to be asking this question. Should we ban cars from Old Montreal? You know, we actually bring up the whole notion, right? It's come up a couple of times last week. Ban SUVs, right? Ban vehicles, right? But I think this one, you know, when I throw out that question to you, a lot of times, you know, I know what the response is going to be. I think this discussion is a little bit more tricky because we've got a part of town, Old Montreal, historical, beautiful, cobblestone streets. It really, in some respects, belongs to tourists, especially over the summer. And I don't know if you've tried to get down to the old port, to Old Montreal this summer, but it has been nothing short of chaos. I got a text message here from a listener, okay? This is a listener who lives in Old Montreal. And they write me this: Elias, I live in Old Montreal, and I've lived there since 2005. I love it. But this year, I can't get home because of traffic. It's total chaos for residents as well, and dangerous as usual. Swarms of people crossing all over the place. No one can hardly move a vehicle. 514-790-0800. We're going to open up our phone lines on this one. 514-790-0800. When it comes to Old Montreal and those cobblestone streets, should cars be removed be taken away from Old Montreal? I want your take on this one. And if you live in Old Montreal and you've been going through this chaos, I want to hear from you as well. 514-790-0800. We'll go to you next.
Kids get hurt, kids get sick, and kids need your help. The annual CJAD 800 Caring for Kids Radiothon returns August 25th. Your support of the Montreal Children's Hospital Foundation literally saves lives. Dormez-vous joins us once again as our phone bank sponsor to help this great cause. Sleep well, stay well. Thanks to Dormez-vous. And feel great knowing you're helping sick children right here in Quebec. From News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
Montrealers' favorite fine furniture store is Mobile Art Decor. For over 30 years, Mobile Art has been the best source of exceptional, top-quality luxury furniture, custom upholstery, and accessories for lighting and design that will inspire and motivate you. Imported from Europe and around the world for every room and every taste. For a truly unique experience, professional interior design advice, and great service, visit Mobile Art, 8260 Devonshire, west of DeCarry. mobileart.ca.
IGA reinvents online grocery shopping. Introducing Voila par IGA, a new ultra-precise service at a great price, delivered on time, and guaranteed fresh or is free. That means less time doing your groceries and more time in the sun. All you have to do is... and voila! Voila! And, wait for it... voila! Par IGA. Your groceries delivered just like that. See terms and conditions at voila.ca.
This summer, I'm going to avoid spreading COVID-19. It's easy. I'll wear a mask in crowded places. If I have symptoms, I'll self-isolate and do a rapid test. If I test positive, I'll stay home for at least 5 days. And for the next 5 days, I won't visit anyone who's at risk. I'll avoid social events like festivals and gatherings. And I'll limit my activities to only the most essential, all while wearing a mask and staying 2 meters away from others. The virus is still out there, so we have to be careful. A message from the Gouvernement du Québec.
To celebrate its 35th anniversary, New Look has tons of frames at $35. Good news if you've got a head for glasses and figures. And at Figures, you'll want to head over to newlook.ca real soon to make an appointment to get your $35 frames. Jacinthe Laurando Optician.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.ca/Canada. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ziprecruiter.ca/Canada. That's ziprecruiter.ca/Canada. ziprecruiter.ca/Canada.
Last time they competed on CTV's MasterChef, they came so close. They could taste it. Now they're getting a second chance to win it all. Gordon Ramsay hosts MasterChef Back to Win. All new Wednesday at 8, only on CTV.
La STM vous souhaite la bienvenue à bord.
I came back and I saw like every car in a certain line of traffic, they had tickets. So somebody's making a hell of a lot of money from this kiosk, this so-called kiosk. That somebody's the city of Montreal. They're making some money. Right? Yeah. Jimmy and his peeps down at the City Hall, they're making some money.
Jimmy, quickly here. Egbert's right. The fix is in. You want this.
No.
Bus, metro, train, drive. In Transit is on the Elias Macco Show. CJAD 800.
That was a little snippet from the Big Five this morning. One of the things we discussed, Egbert Gay and Jimmy Zubris were on the program. Jimmy, of course, an advisor to the mayor of Montreal. We took you to Old Montreal because right now what is happening in Old Montreal can only be described as chaos. My lines have lit up here at 514-790-0800 as I throw out this idea of banning cars from Old Montreal. Why not? Cars don't belong on cobblestone anyways. Gonna get your take in just a second. But for those of you just joining us, I want to just set the stage here. What really we're talking about. If you look at a map of Old Montreal and you look at the access points to Old Montreal, what has been happening? Because there are so many events happening in the Old Port. Tourists are back in the Old Port, right? You have Cirque du Soleil doing a show in the Old Port. And all of the north-south roads that lead to the Old Port or Old Montreal, they are becoming jammed and backed up. So I'm just to put it in perspective here, just so you know what we're talking about here. If you start in the easternmost point of those access roads into Old Montreal, Saint-Hubert, right? Then Barrie, then Saint-Denis, and then there's Saint Laurent, and there's Saint Urbain. All of these north-south streets that will funnel traffic into the Old Port, they're backed up for an hour just to get in or out. If you live in Old Montreal, you're stuck. You just want to get home, but you're stuck with all the tourists and everyone else, the people that are trying to get into Old Montreal. And one of the things, guys, and this is the crazy part, reading about what's going on, and I've seen it, I've noticed the commotion, and I was wondering, why is traffic so backed up to get into the parking lots? Well, this morning we found out why. I did not know this. Federal government runs the parking lot there, right? It's federal land. They make people pay as you enter. You know, most parking lots, you just get in and park. And then sometime, please go to the machine and pay for your parking. And that's a much better process. No, it's federal government. From the government that brought you camping out for 2 weeks to get a passport, they're bringing you lining up for an hour to get into parking. Okay? Because they're making people pay before getting in. That's a part of this. And it leads to chaos on de la Commune and all the other streets in the neighborhood. But maybe we should just ban cars from Old Montreal. You know, and if there was ever a place to try it, maybe it is those cobblestone streets. What say you? William's on the line. He's in Lachine. William, what do you say? Ban the cars from Old Montreal?
Yeah, I'm team ban the cars.
Why?
I mean, there's so many reasons to not bring your car to Old Montreal. Like, it's an accident waiting to happen. The roads are tight and full of people walking all over the place all the time, right? And, like, because it's cobblestone, like, you just, like, people always walk right in the middle of the road, plenty of, like, large groups, and you're just, like, it's a nightmare to drive there and park there. Like, trying to find parking in Old Montreal is just impossible. So, like, I don't get why people bother taking their car anyway. Just take the metro. It's so easy. It
is so much easier to take the metro. You know, one of the things here, there's very few private parking lots, right? There, I know there's one near like Place Jacques Cartier, always jam packed. And then I think of the fact that the federal government is mismanaging access to their massive parking lots. Has to be a better way. William, thanks very much for the call. Let's go to Don. Don's in Beaconsfield. Hey, Don.
Elias, in 2018, I was an Uber driver, and the same problem was there at that time, 5, 6, 7 years ago. It was the same thing. We just figure out now, ban all the cars.
You know what, Don? Yeah, it's not a new problem. They say this year is even worse than before, but it's not a new problem.
Ban all the cars, set up like an electric caleche instead of bringing back the horses. You could do so much to be able to do there, but use your imagination. We're supposed to be a progressive city.
Don, thanks very much for the call. Here's my imagination. You know, if you're a resident in Old Montreal, you get a vignette that allows you access into the old port area. So you're a resident, you still get to own a car, and you get to park in your condo parking lots, maybe some spots on the streets, but it's just for residents. And then everyone else, sorry, suck it up, park at the metro station. Let's go to Robin in the West Island. Hi, Robin.
Hi.
What do you say?
Mountain of information from the time I called in till now. But I am going to say that, first of all, if I lived in Old Montreal, I'd probably have a different perspective. But living here for as long as I have never had problem getting to Old Montreal. I have never had problem getting to St. Paul Street. I have never had a problem parking. I've gone alone. I've gone in carpools. And I just don't hear or see what you're talking about. And I have to say that it's also across all of North America in every major city. Every major city is quiet. And the retailers and the restaurateurs need to have people with cars come down there. We can't kill them.
Yeah, Robin, thanks very much for the call. And what's interesting here is that perhaps the solution is not a solution for 12 months a year, right? Because as someone that lives, like I'm a 10-minute walk from Place Jacques-Cartier. I don't live in Old Montreal, but I'm so close, right? I can just hop, skip, and a jump away. The thing is, you have the summer tourism season, which is just chaos and madness. But then outside of that 3-4 months, it's actually quite pleasant. There's not a lot of traffic. So maybe it just has to do with the time of the year, right? And then I think, we're going to speak to someone from the city of Montreal this week on the program about this issue. I think we actually do need to look at the fact that in all likelihood, a big component here is the old port botching access to the parking lots. I'll give Charles a few moments here. Charles, what do you want to say?
I want to say that maybe for Old Montreal, we should start considering rickshaws, maybe electric bikes with a buggy on the back.
Yeah, and Charles, it's a very good point that we have so many, and I'm getting some text messages here from listeners saying, hey, add a train line. Like Old Montreal predates the automobile for 200 years. Cars out, ram in, put a light rail system, right? Like how great would that be if you had a spot where you could go, you had easy access by your car, and then you hop on a light rail, takes you right in to that old iconic area of town, right along the old port. And then I got this, Ernie says this, Elias, where are we supposed to park? There used to be a huge public parking in front of the Palais de Justice. Now it's private. Very true, that parking lot that's there. And with the bloody bike path all over, where do you go? I want to point this out. The bike path, the one on Barrie, the one on Saint Denis, going into Old Montreal. Do you know how busy it is? Like that, the Saint Denis and Barrie area going into the old port is like, if you had to say, Elias, give me an example of why bike paths work, that's where I'd point, Ernie. Unfortunately for you, I think those bike paths are making the opposite point you're trying to make. Thanks for all your text messages here. And then, of course, what do the elderly and handicapped people do, right? What do they do about this? Well, you know what? Maybe we allow taxis in and out, right? Residents and taxis. Maybe that solves the problem. So that's another way of looking at it. Thanks for your calls. We got to get to traffic. It's 10:46. Coming up next on the Elias Macko Show, we're going to take a look at the Supreme Court ruling that came out Friday. This was a big ruling, right? Sex with a condom versus sex without a condom. They are now legally different. You need consent for each scenario. We'll speak to a lawyer about that coming up next, okay? Look at Traffic is brought to you by Metropolitan Rust Proofing. Get a $20 discount off their complete rust proofing treatment for a limited time. Metropolitan Rust Proofing, a smart investment that really pays. It's 10:46, and here is Catherine Wood.
The westbound Metropolitan is slowing on and off its length now. Laurentian Autoroute southbound is sluggish. Côte-Vertu down to the Met. Westbound 20 is very busy now from Pancourt into Dorion as you cross the Taschereau Bridge. But on Island, the 20 is looking good. Northbound to Carrie's a bit sluggish up at the top. Laurentian Autoroute northbound holds you back Dagenet to the Gédéon-Ouimet Bridge. Outbound La Fontaine Tunnel heavy from the Anjou interchange. And east of the island on the 40 East, very slow from the Benjamin Moreau span to Valmont. Super C is hiring. Present yourself in store and get an interview or apply online at superc.ca. Students and retirees join the team only at Super C. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800. Next report 11 o'clock.
Montreal's home for live sports and sports talk. TSN 690.
3-on-1 for Montreal. Osborne on the right side and a one-handed slam. The ball is up. He makes the grab. Touchdown, Montreal.
When you need to know. When you need to get it off your chest.
This has the makings of a team that will likely be drafting in the top 10 again next year without actively tanking.
Montreal's Major League Sports Talk lives on TSN 690.
Are you concerned about your parents' well-being? The aging process can be stressful and challenging. Liana Senior Transition Support provides guidance in life transitions, from elder care planning consultation to exploring home care and senior residence options. Solutions are available right now.
Hi, I'm Matt Del Vecchio. Call us for a free, no-obligation consultation at 514-622-8074 or look us up at Lianis Senior Transition Support. That's Lianis Senior Transition Support.
Are you running a startup or just trying to get your established business back on track? You need to take care of the bookkeeping and the financial statements? Mackesson Consulting can help.
They'll do your accounting so you can focus on the operations. They'll take care of filing your corporate tax and business loans. Mackison Consulting, 5396 Park Avenue. Book an appointment with a Mackison consultant now at 514-276-0808. That's 514-276-0808.
Renovco has been Montreal's leader in renovation and restoration services since 2001. As they expand, they would like to invite you to join their team of designers, general contractors, and renovation tradespeople. If you are skilled, conscientious, and appreciate the level of quality that Montrealers have come to expect over 2 decades, then you are what Renovco is looking for. For a competitive salary and excellent working conditions, apply today. All trades welcome at hr@renovco.com. That's RENOVCO.com.
eBox has internet packages starting at $39. That gives you more wiggle room for all kinds of stuff.
Like ordering takeout 7 times instead of 5 this week?
You can do whatever you want with the wiggle room. Internet packages starting at $39 at ebox.ca.
You know that ad with the gross toenail?
Yeah, what's it for again?
It's a nail fungus infection.
Right, nail fungus. Ugh, I can barely say the words.
What is it anyway?
It's contagious and eats away your nail.
I think I have it.
You too?
1 in 5 Canadians have or have had it at some point.
What are you going to do?
Doesn't the ad say I need to talk to a doctor?
That's exactly what you need to do. Nail fungus should be taken seriously. At the first signs, show it to your doctor and ask about prescription treatments that can be applied to the nail.
CTV tonight. It's time to Ninja. The most elite athletes, the most difficult obstacle courses, the most innovative challenges on TV.
Unbelievable!
American Ninja Warrior. All new tonight at 8, only on CTV.
Straight talk, round tables, great guests. This is Elias Mackos on CJAD 800.
Continuing here on the Elias Macko Show, it's 10:50. Supreme Court of Canada on Friday, ruling that the use of condoms can be a condition in sexual consent in assault cases. This will set a precedent in Canada on the issue. Let's find out more. Meg Lonergan is on the line, professor of criminology and legal studies at Carleton University, also teaches at Concordia as well. Meg, welcome to the show.
Hi, thanks so much for having me.
So before a case can get to the Supreme Court, there's a case and it goes through the legal system, right? So why don't you tell our listeners what led to this case ending up at the Supreme Court?
For sure. So in March of 2017, Ross Kirkpatrick met a woman in British Columbia, and this woman agreed to have sex with Mr. Kirkpatrick on the condition that he wore a condom. And the first time he wore a condom, the second time they had sex, he did not, and she only realized afterwards. And based on this, he was charged with assault, which he then appealed to a higher court in British Columbia, and then British Columbia's court kicked to the Supreme Court for a ruling on whether or not having sex by deception, so saying that you're going to wear a condom or that someone will only have sex with you if you wear a condom, negated her consent to that sexual activity.
And the Supreme Court is very interesting, and I've seen some confusing headlines over the matter here. I've seen headlines saying that it was a split decision 5-4, but that's not actually the case here, right? The Supreme Court was unanimous on the decision. It was their reasons that were split, right? Can you tell us more on that?
Yeah, that's correct. So when the Supreme Court rules, they will have a majority opinion, which represents the majority of the justices. And then they'll have sort of dissenting opinions of people who don't necessarily agree. But oftentimes, justices will agree, but not necessarily for the same line of reasoning. And so that's what's happened here. So all the judges agreed that not wearing a condom when someone has given consent on the condition that a condom is used negates the consent. However, there's some disagreement about sort of the logic that then leads to that decision.
So tell me about that disagreement. What's the disagreement over?
I actually haven't read the entire case, and I totally understand why it's confusing to some folks. So basically, from what I've seen, the majority is right. It's sort of a clear-cut consent versus non-consent, right? So if somebody this is the condition by which we are engaging in sexual activity, then if you don't have consent based on that condition, then consent is void. There seems to be some other discourse around sort of the messiness of enforcing that, right? So how would you prove in a court of law that that was a condition or that a condom was, removed, right? It's going to sort of devolve into a he said, she said scenario. So I've definitely seen some concern around that and sort of the enforceability mechanism and sort of the problems that'll lead when police are conducting criminal investigations.
Meg,
However,
finish your thought.
However, as we know, most sexual assault cases aren't reported, and of the cases that are reported, the number of cases that actually make it to an investigation and then a court case are very few, right? And so I'm not necessarily convinced that there will be sort of this flood of new sexual assault cases being reported coming before the court based on stealthing or where a condom is supposed to be used and then is removed without the partner's consent or knowledge until after.
Meg, does this change previous court rulings? Let's say there was a similar case like this 10 years ago, and maybe, charges were not filed. Does this go back to old cases as well?
So it does. So it's based, part of the precedence that was cited is around a case that involves someone poking holes in the condom without their partner being aware. And so we're seeing a very similar precedence, right? That negated consent, poking holes in a condom, right, is more or less also not using a condom, however, with sort of the performance of putting one on, but you knowingly poke holes in it, which negates, its safety as a birth control method, and for sexually transmitted infection, right? So it is based on that precedent. Sort of what's interesting is that it's a very clear-cut case from my perspective under, right, somebody's Section 7 charter, right, to life, liberty, and security of the person, right? Somebody can't unknowingly expose you to bodily fluids, which come, right, with the risk of sexually transmitted infections, some of which are uncurable, right? Yeah. We're all aware of HIV, AIDS, and how that can impact somebody's life. And so that's very serious, right? We take sexual consent very serious in the legal matter. What I find sort of interesting about your question about 10 years ago, I think we are making gains culturally in recognizing women's bodily autonomy in particular, and the need for consent in sexual encounters, right? Not assuming that somebody is saying yes because of previous relationship, previous acts, but really, understanding that women are autonomous people and they can make decisions and are making decisions about their bodies and their personal safety.
We're with Meg Lonergan, professor of criminology and legal studies at Carleton University. Meg, this is an interesting case for various reasons, and I got to say, you brought up HIV/AIDS and somebody's somebody's rights here, and I sort of said to myself, I'm surprised that this case like this didn't come up 30 years ago on something like this. I'm genuinely surprised with all of those issues, whether it's STIs and birth control and all of that it took so long for a case like this to make it to the Supreme Court. Are you surprised?
I'm not surprised, partially because I did used to work for the RCMP Sexual Assault Review Team, which was charged with reviewing sexual assault investigations done by the RCMP over a number of years. And as we sort of know also from feminist organizing that I've been involved in and volunteer work, right, that a lot of people don't report sexual assault. A lot of reported sexual assaults aren't necessarily investigated with a mind to how consent and the law works. So I'm not surprised that we haven't seen that case sort of make its way through to this part of the criminal justice system. But at the same time, it's sort of funny that this is only now coming into sort of cultural consciousness again, when sort of the last time there were discussions about this was 12 years ago around Julian Assange, who in Sweden was facing these charges and was sort of part of the scandal around whether or not to extradite him to Sweden.
And Meg, before I let you go here, this also applies to women, right? Like women too cannot change the consent here. And let's say they'd had sex with a partner using a condom, and they decide to have sex without it. They've got to get consent as well with this ruling, right?
For sure. And of course, right, we know same-sex folks are out here also having sex, right? Just across the board, sort of regardless of what you're working with and who you're having sexual relations with, you need to have explicit, ongoing, enthusiastic consent.
All right, Meg, thanks so much for coming on. We got to leave it there.
Thank you for having me.
That's Meg Lonergan, Professor of Criminology and Legal Studies at Carleton University. When we return on the Elias Macko Show, according to science, we are all connected. We're going to tell you why next.
Opulent living begins at the Du Musée Project by Presti in the Golden Square Mile. Townhouses and condominiums with hand-selected finishes and everything you'd expect from a distinguished address. Valet porter service and luxury amenities. Just steps from downtown and Mount Royal.
Hi, I'm Max Pacioretty. Come see for yourselves why I chose Presti to build my home. Visit presti.ca for more details.
Your masterpiece awaits.
Want a good dose of adrenaline? Launch yourself on the mega zip lines of Tyro Park in the Laurentians. A thrilling activity that will make you believe you are flying. Thanks to Shopico.ca, your access to the classic plan will only cost you half the price. Such strong emotions will certainly whet your appetite. So take advantage of discounts on delicious sushi from Sushi Taxi in Repentigny, Mascouche, Greenfield Park, Drummondville, or Sherbrooke. Unique recipes made with passion and creativity. Find these and other great local deals at Shopico.ca.
You're listening to the Voice of Montreal. News, Talk Radio, CJAD 800, an iHeart radio station.
Good morning. It's 11 o'clock. I'm Don Kagan-Fleming with your CTV News Update. It's 25 degrees right now. Your full weather in just minutes. Here's what's making news. Gunshots in Kirkland. The anti-health measures convoys cost the government $14 million, and a guardian angel refused a residency because of his cancer. First, though, with the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, here's Catherine Wood.
Northbound to Carey has volume Côte St. Catherine up. Met West slows on and off VO to Carey. And for the outbound La Fontaine Tunnel, we're seeing a lot of volume from the Anjou interchange. Leaving the western tip of the island, Illitourt looks good. 20 West is doing fine for the Galipo, but you are slow from Pancourt into Dorion as you cross the Taschereau span. South Shore, 30 West has volume from the 112 to Grande Allée. And east of the island on the 40 East, you're heavy from the Benjamin Moreau to Valmont, where they're working to clear away an overturned semi. They have the right lane blocked still. Pay less for airport parking. Download the Park and Fly app to reserve your stay and get their best rate guaranteed. Tap and save with Park and Fly at parkandfly.ca. Next traffic report 11:15.
In the news, around 1:30 this morning, Montreal police responded to an incident at a Kirkland car dealership. Bullet holes were found in the storefront, but no one appears to have been hurt. The area was closed off for investigations, but no arrests have been made at this time. The convoy protests against vaccine mandates and COVID health measures had at least a $14 million bill for the government, according to La Presse. $6 million of that is from the blockade in Coutts, Alberta. Meanwhile, when it comes to the convoy that froze Ottawa for weeks earlier this year, the RCMP spent $1.6 million for overtime and travel expenses alone, with the rest of that $8 million coming from the protests being handled. The head archivist for the Winnipeg-based National Center for Truth and Reconciliation says he located up to 1,000 photos of residential schools and students during a preliminary search of the missionary oblates of Mary Immaculate Archives in Rome. They operated 48 residential schools in Canada. Raymond Frogner says he looked through photos and personnel files describing the religious order's actions.
For us, as we go through records and try to uncover the destiny of children that have been lost, these are photographs that might indicate, at certain points in time where these children were located.
He says the next step now is to digitize the photos and then share the images with communities to try and identify students. One of Quebec's guardian angels working in the overburdened health network is having his family's application for permanent residency denied because he has cancer, according to the Journal de Montréal. Yverneau, identified only by his first name here, has been working in the healthcare system nonstop through the pandemic, despite dealing with pancreatic cancer. In theory, through Quebec's guardian angel program, that should allow him and his family to get permanent resident status. But Immigration Canada considers him a, quote, excessive burden on the health system because treating him would cost about $24,000 a year. That decision leaves him and his wife, as well as their children, in a precarious position. Yverneau and a doctor from Haiti both say his return to Haiti, his country of residence, would be a death sentence based on his health and a lack of specialists that can take on his case. The first ship carrying Ukrainian grain has left the port of Odessa this morning past a Russian blockade. Russia and Ukraine signed agreements in Istanbul with Turkey and the United Nations last month to clear the way for Ukraine to export 22 million tons of grain and other agricultural goods. Peter Steno with the European Commission says there should be nothing holding back further grain ship departures from Ukraine's ports.
We look forward to the implementation of the whole deal and resumption of Ukrainian exports to the customers all around the world where they need it, because the negative consequences of Russia's aggression against Ukraine and blockage of Ukrainian ports are affecting the most vulnerable people in Africa, in Asia, and in the Middle East.
The deals also allow Russia to export grain and fertilizer. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at CJAD 800. And now your Dormevu Weather Center forecast. A hot and sunny one today with a high of 30. That'll feel more like 35. Clouds rolling in tonight and some showers that will start around midnight with a low of 20 degrees there. And then a mix of sun and cloud tomorrow with a 60% chance of showers and a risk of thunderstorms. It'll be a humid day with a high of 26 degrees and a humidex of 34. Right now in Montreal, it's 25 degrees. For all the news during the day, stream us on your smart speaker. Just say play CJAD 800. Your next CTV News update is at 11:30.
How Bell makes mobile plans better.
With Bell's new Unlimited Ultimate plans, you get tons of data with no overage fees. And unlimited calling, texting, and data across Canada and the U.S. Plus, a 24-month Crave mobile bonus. It's like the ultimate fully loaded brownie with whipped cream, chocolate sauce, and 2 cherries on top.
Get a mobile plan with so much more. All on Bell, Canada's best 5G network. Visit a Bell store or bell.ca/ultimate for details. Bell, doing more of what you love just got better.
Welcome to Notre-Dame-des-Neiges Cemetery's Remembrance Grove, as well as its new St. Louis Grove, which offers a view on Lake St. Louis. Choosing one of these first eco-friendly burial sites in Montreal means continuing the circle of life by having your ashes buried under one of 6 local tree species. It's a poetic way of giving back by contributing to improved air quality and biodiversity. Learn more at NotreDameDesNeigesCemetery.ca.
On a need-to-know basis, he's got you covered. Elias Makos, CJAD 800.
Third hour of the Elias Makos Show. At the end of this hour, we're going to pay tribute to Star Trek's Nichelle Nichols, who passed away over the weekend. Lieutenant Uhura, as most of you know her. Stay tuned for that. But the reason I'm mentioning her right off the top, right now, I'm a big Star Trek person, right? I'm a big fan of Star Trek. And Lieutenant Uhura on Star Trek, right? She was the communications officer, and she was sending messages to the alien species. And if you're someone who's watched Star Trek, if you're someone who's watched any of these science fiction shows where they go out to space and they have other races of aliens, right? You know how funny it is, right? They meet someone for the first time and they're just talking to each other, right? You know, it's like, how is it possible? How is Captain Kirk talking to a Romulan and they're just talking to each other, just like that? Well, in Star Trek lore, there's something called the Universal Translator, right? This magical piece of technology that allows them to just translate languages instantaneously. Well, get a load of this. Neuroscientists have found a universal language network in the human brain, which could reveal the secrets behind all spoken language. So I saw this story. I said, geez, maybe this is the underpinnings of the Star Trek Universal Translator. Could a Universal Translator become a reality? Let's find out more. Saima Malik Moraleda is on the line, a PhD candidate at Harvard University in the Speech and Hearing Bioscience and Technology program. Saima, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, I said that right. It's Saima, isn't it?
Yes, Saima is perfect.
Okay, great. Wait, what is it? Saima or Saima?
Saima.
Saima. Okay, wonderful. Okay. Saima, thanks for coming on the show. Now listen, correct me right off the top here, because I went down the Star Trek path, because I always go down the Star Trek path. So,
well, you know, I love that you went on with the Star Trek path, because I have some interesting constructed languages series for you. Yeah.
And well, tell us all about it. What have you discovered?
All right. So, well, in this particular study that you looked at, where we looked at a universal pattern, what we see is, first of all, the motivation was that, you know, there's at least 7,000 languages being spoken around the globe, or signed. But most of the studies that we do, whenever we map like the language network in the brain, there's only a few labs and a few languages that are used. So English, French, some German, Spanish. These are the places where like they tend to do this research. So it's very limited. It's like 5 to 7 languages. And so the goal was to try to see if some of the characteristics that we see in these Indo-European languages can be extended to as many languages as possible. So we looked at a few different things. We looked at like where these areas in the brain that process language are located, so the topography. We also know from previous studies with English that these areas are highly selective to language, which means that they only care about language and they don't care about any other tasks. So if you are doing math or music, these areas are not engaged. And they're left lateralized. So the left hemisphere of your brain is heavily doing this processing, and this is where the areas are located. So we got up to 45 different languages, and we found out that these patterns, like the topography, the selectivity, and the left lateralization of the language network is the same across these 45 different languages. And what's interesting, though, and the reason I was thrilled that you were mentioning Star Trek is that we are also trying to extend this to more languages, and some of them being constructed languages. So sometime in November, we're holding an event where we're inviting Klingon speakers, we're inviting Esperanto, High Valyrian, Dothraki speakers, and we're currently recruiting. So if anyone listening to the radio right now is a speaker of these languages, please get in touch. We are currently trying to recruit people and see whether these patterns also hold for constructed languages, because they're very different from natural languages insofar as like they've evolved. Natural languages have evolved over a long time, while like constructed languages have had a short span around the earth. So they are not molded by the same pressures as natural languages are.
Well, as Spock would say, fascinating. We're with Saima Malik Moraleda, PhD candidate at Harvard and MIT in a Speech and Hearing Bioscience and Technology program. So, Saima, you know, the interesting thing here, right? 45 different languages, you're looking, and regardless of the language, right? Key locations in the brain are lighting up. So to me, you know, I extrapolate that, and decades of research, we end up at a universal translator. So where do you go with your mind when you think about where you are now and where this research could lead?
So, I mean, what we are seeing here are broad properties of the brain, right? And so maybe there are differences. There's 6 key areas that show up during this processing, but maybe there's differences across these different areas that maybe some languages tap into like frontal areas more, and other languages tap into like lateral areas more. So that'll be interesting to see as we collect more data from more languages. Or there's also maybe some languages that drive more heavily on the right hemisphere because they're like the way they have meaning. The way like meaning is represented in them. So, you know, we have a few theories for which we would have to collect more data. And the other part is, you know, testing other languages that have different properties. So constructed languages being one, languages that are older like Sanskrit and Latin, we're interested in testing those as well. And just seeing if this like pattern keeps holding, and whether that universal, what was the Star Trek term you used?
The universal translator.
yeah, the universal translator continues to hold across all these languages.
Now, on the flip side of things, right, and you see all of these universal bonds, these things that are the same. Has anything stood out at you? Like, here are some things that are very different depending on language.
Not for the languages we tested and for the properties we tested. I think we would need more data for more participants, so we have more variability, and we would need just more diversity even within those languages. So I'm actually very interested in. We didn't have any sign languages within it, so that would be. It would be interesting to see if it holds across different categories within languages.
That must be so surprising, because obviously, and again, I'm no expert, but you're the expert here, but like tonal languages, phonetic languages, and yet you see the same thing, right? That to me sort of sticks out as being surprising.
Yeah, I mean, what this is telling us is that the language network is basically wired to be able to support any kind of language, right? And so, to some extent, the fact that we don't see it in these broad properties is not as surprising. But again, if we collect more data from, say, a tonal language, maybe we'll see that some areas that are closer to like sound processing are more engaged between like the speech processing areas and the language areas, which are slightly different. So like not speech, acoustic, like areas that are not doing language but are processing acoustic, and areas that are processing language, what maybe they're working in tandem more. We need more data for that. So I'm sure there's more nuances that we'll find in the future.
Yeah.
But what's exciting is like broadly we know that this network is supporting, is it basically has come, it has evolved to be able to support any kind of language.
Saima, we're in Montreal, and Montreal's a bilingual city, right? So many of us are bilingual English-French, and then you throw in the fact that many of us are immigrants, or our parents are immigrants, so we speak actually 3 languages or 4 languages. Is this something to go down a path to, like someone who speaks multiple languages when you're doing your studies?
Yeah, that's very interesting. So all the people we tested here were bilingual because we were recruiting people in Boston. So, everyone by default also tended to speak English as well. But bilingualism is actually the topic I'm most interested in because I grew up in Catalonia, so speaking Catalan, Spanish, English, and a whole bunch of other languages. And so we actually have also tested polyglots in the lab, so people who speak 5 or more languages. And interestingly, what we see is that for polyglots, for people who speak multiple languages, it seems like their language network becomes more efficient, which is kind of counterintuitive. So when you look at the language network of a polyglot, it looks smaller than like a non-polyglot. And so what that tells us is those areas work harder, and so it'll become more efficient when processing language. So that's what we've observed for multilinguals. Now, a question we have, which we want to get into more, is whether the people we tested, the polyglots we tested, are people who took it up a little later in time. At some point they discovered their love for languages and they started picking up like 5 to there's people who speak 12 or 24 languages. But the patterns might look different for people who say are born in Montreal and are children of immigrants and who might just from birth speak 3 to 5 or 6 languages. So, we don't know the difference there yet, but we do know that like the 2 languages or 3 languages you speak, they tend to be in the same areas, overlapping areas, and that if you learn them, if you acquire these languages later in life, and if you acquire like more than 5, you tend to become like an expert in language insofar as that these areas become smaller.
Saima, live long and prosper, as they would say in Star Trek, and I wish you lots of success finding the Klingon speakers and the Esperanto speakers as you do your research.
Thank you so much.
That's Saima Malik Moraleda, PhD candidate at the Harvard MIT's Hearing Biospeech and Hearing Bioscience and Technology program. When we return on the Elias Macko Show, Colin Standish will join us, leader of the Canadian Party of Quebec. We'll get an update on how things are going for his party in just a few moments. Traffic Time, brought to you by Metropolitan Rust Proofing. Get a $20 discount off their complete rust proofing treatment for a limited time. Metropolitan Rust Proofing, a smart investment that really pays. And here is Catherine Wood.
Eastbound 40 is thicker now between Cavendish and DeCarry Circle, and we have a couple of things going on the eastbound Met. There's an accident before Iberville, and the Iberville exit itself is closed for work on Cremazy, so you're congested now on the eastbound 40 from almost Saint Laurent out past Iberville. Met West is busy, Papineau to DeCarry, northbound DeCarry, extra volume Côte St. Catherine up. 20 West is a bit sluggish around First and Norman. In the West Island, you'll find slowdowns near Woodland, and then you're busy across the Taschereau Bridge into Dorion. In Laval, things are looking pretty good. Laurentian Autoroute northbound is slower now on and off from the 640 to De La Seigneurie. Outbound La Fontaine Tunnel has volume from at least Yves Prévost. And east of the island, the 40 East is slowing from the 640 out towards Valmont. Looking for a car? Visit Automobile en direct and get a rate starting at 3.99%. More details in stores and based on credit approval. Next report, 11:30.
Mix and Match at Dormez-vous is back, where we'll match you to the right mix of products no matter your sleep style. So whether you're a sheet hogger, a pillow lover, a deep dreamer, or a mix of everything in between, our sleep experts have seen it all and will help you find the sleep essentials you need. Get a hot price on a queen mattress with cooling gel foam that helps keep you at your optimal sleep temperature. Now only $439. But hurry, this price ends Tuesday. Sleep well, stay well. Dormez-vous.
Summer means the windows are down and the music is up. Enjoy it with summer drink days at McDonald's McCafe. Try a medium frappe for $2 or a delicious small McCafe iced coffee for $1 all summer long. Taxes extra. Prices exclude delivery. See restaurants and mcdonalds.ca for details.
This summer, I'm going to avoid spreading COVID-19. It's easy. I'll wear a mask in crowded places. If I have symptoms, I'll self-isolate and do a rapid test. If I test positive, I'll stay home for at least 5 days. And for the next 5 days, I won't visit anyone who's at risk. I'll avoid social events like festivals and gatherings. And I'll limit my activities to only the most essential, all while wearing a mask and staying 2 meters away from others. The virus is still out there, so we have to be careful. A message from the Gouvernement du Québec.
Summer is made for those classic wind in your hair, hands flying out the window moments. Moments of unexpected fun and exploration. So get out there and explore with Journey Rewards. Start saving 7 cents per liter on fuel at participating Ultramar stations. Go ahead. Take that spontaneous road trip. Download the Journey Rewards app to start saving today. The road is calling. Journey on. Available on Google Play and the Apple App Store. Program terms and conditions apply. Visit journey.ca for more details.
I'm Mitsumi Takahashi. CTV News is Quebec's #1 source for news. Visit us online at ctvnewsmontreal.ca for all of our top stories, video, and live events. It's your home. Make it your news.
CTV News Montreal. Great talk and good company. Every morning, Elias Mackos, CJAD 800.
All right, welcome back to the Elias Mackos Show. Let's talk some politics, because we love talking about politics on this program. And as we kick off August, look at the calendar, folks. August, then comes September, then comes October. We are 2 months away from the next provincial election. With that in mind, Colin Standish is on the line. He's leader of the Canadian Party of Quebec, and let's check in with what's happening with his party. Colin, welcome back to the show.
Hi, Elias. Thanks for having me.
Listen, here's the thing, Colin. You know what? You know me, right? I gotta be straight with you. I just gotta give it to you as it is, right?
Please do.
So, Colin, here's the thing, right? It's not my words. These are not my words. But this is a thing. This is a popular thing you see in the media sometimes, and it's a word you want to avoid being associated with. And I was reading a story about your party, and it was in the Gazette, and literally the beginning of the story, the fledgling Canadian Party of Quebec. And I know when you hear that word fledgling, right? And that word is thrown out at a whole bunch of things. You go, uh-oh. So is your party fledgling?
We're a credible, established option to stand up to the CAQ government and provide, a voice of opposition for all Quebecers in this coming election. So certainly, it's a David versus Goliath story, but we're confident we're going to elect seats in the National Assembly. The polls done a month ago show that. We've announced our first slate of candidates 2 weeks ago. We are actually announcing several candidates in the Montreal area tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. And very exceptional people in the South Shore, in Montreal proper, and along the North Shore as well. So it'll be great to have them on your show perhaps in the coming days. So once again, we're confident we have the team, we have the principles of standing up to 21, 40, and 96, that we offer a credible option.
Okay, so there's the thing, Colin, and you just did it, right? And this is the thing that when I hear it, I go, ugh, like that's my initial gut reaction. When you throw 21, 40, 96 all in the same sentence, I find they're really different. Maybe you've heard me, right? I'm very much in favor of Bill 21. I think the returns come from the people from Algeria and Iran and Tunisia, and the fact that immigration requests have not gone down even with Bill 21. There's a reason for that. Some of the people want the freedom that comes with a bill like Bill 21. So I hate when all of those things are thrown into the same boat here. Why do you throw all of those things into the same boat? It's always the same sentence. And to me, I'm like, these are really different.
Yeah, well, they certainly are different pieces of legislation, but from my perspective and our parties, they are abhorrent morally, intellectually, and legally. So we are very much tooth and nail against 21, 40, and 96 for very concrete reasons. I mean, 21, we're obviously for a secular state, but once again, the so-called secularism being peddled by our political elites in this province really discriminates against minorities who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, who move to Canada and Quebec for more opportunities, more human rights, and to be treated equally, and they don't get that with Bill 21.
Why haven't those numbers fallen off a cliff, right? Like if that's true, if your statement, we need to take it at 100% that value, right? Then why hasn't the next day Bill 21 comes into force? No people from Muslim countries want to come here. No people from religious Christian countries want to come. It falls off a cliff. That didn't happen, right? So how could it be morally abhorrent? And how come I keep getting messages from people that come from these countries and they're like, thank you, Quebec. I don't want religion in my state.
Well, you're right. I mean, no one wants, once again, a secular society, and certainly a secular state is a good thing. But once again, discriminating against people for how they happen to dress and taking away opportunities in the public service, our largest employer, and the ability to get services, that's not the way to go about it. Cripples human rights, human dignity in a profound way. But I look at other statistics, Elias. I really look at retention rates for immigrants to Quebec. And if you look at it, within 5 years, 50% of newcomers actually leave this province in eastern townships where I'm from. In Sherbrooke, 80% of people leave within 5 years. So that's a statistic that people come, they want to get in the door to Canada, to Quebec, but then they're not actually staying. And we should look very hard at those numbers. Why aren't people staying in our society? That's what I look at.
And that's been a perennial problem, right? That didn't show up with 21. That has always been the case. Okay, I want to get off that just for a second here so we can talk about your party, really, because I know you're on the program for that reason. So let's look ahead, okay? Let's look at numbers here, right? 125 seats in Quebec. You're not running in 125 ridings. At the end of the day, how many ridings will you end up in? And what is, top battleground for you, for our listeners, where you're going to make the case, okay, we're going to be a real option for you?
Yeah, so, 125 has always been aspirational for us. We're still getting candidate applications. We're still vetting people. I encourage your listeners, if you think you'd be a strong voice for your community, please apply on our website, CanadianPartyQuebec.com. But in regards to where we're focusing, great question, Elias. Montreal, greater Montreal area, the eastern townships, and western Quebec. So we hope to field, a full slate of candidates in those regions. Once again, tomorrow we'll be announcing several exceptional candidates for the Montreal area. And that's where we're really focusing. We know we can win seats in those regions. Obviously, strong minority English-speaking populations, very strong federalist francophone populations as well. We know we can win seats there. The poll last month showed us being second place in 7 ridings in Montreal. That we're happy to be scrappy number 2, and we're going for number 1. So we plan to win seats there. Certainly, once again, Eastern Townships where I'm from. I'm running in Westmount St. Louis in Montreal. We're confident we're going to win seats there, downtown, the West Island, South Shore, North Shore. And as well, we have exceptional candidate Danilo Velasquez in Gatineau, planning to have strong candidates in the Pontiac as well. So once again, that's our priority, is to focus on those 3 regions for this election campaign.
If you're confident that you're going to win seats, that means you're confident that there will be an implosion in the Liberal Party of Quebec, their base. Do you have any evidence that that's actually happening right now, that there's such an implosion of the Liberal Party of Quebec that you can win seats?
Well, yeah, it's a great question, Eli. So yes, I mean, it's statistically proven in the Main Street poll, a very credible polling and campaign management firm did a poll in June that shows that the Liberal Party, where they were already at historic lows at 46-48% the last few months, they've collapsed down to 28% in the greater Montreal area, or certainly downtown and West End, right? So that's basically halved their voting, their popularity in this election, and then we're number 2 with wind in our sails. So we're once again, the statistics actually show this, that recent poll. We hope to show up in other polls going forward. We're a new party as of just June 15th, so we're confident we'll start showing up in other polls. And as well, anecdotally, people are furious with what's going on, Elias, that are furious at the CAQ, they're furious at the Liberal Party of Quebec for their duplicity and dishonesty on the fundamental questions like Bill 96, and they want an alternative, right? So we're trying to bring forward, we're credible, we're moderate in regards of many socioeconomic policies, we're very firm on human rights, on the Constitution, and on language rights, and we're trying to offer an option for all Quebecers, French, English-speaking, newcomer, Indigenous, that if you want a voice of opposition to what Mr. Legault is doing, we're your vehicle. If you want a voice for the future of Quebec that's inclusive and prosperous, we're that vehicle as well.
We're with Colin Standish, leader of the Canadian Party of Quebec. So, Colin, of the candidates you named, you said there's going to be a whole bunch more coming tomorrow here. And I'll be very honest, you listen to the show. We like to have fun sometimes, and sometimes when I talk about the Conservative Party of Quebec, right, I've made comments about just how it seems like a motley crew. Like they'll just take anyone. You've got the banker, you've got the lawyer, you've got the gym owner, and it's very interesting. You look at them and they show up on a stage, and boy, do they look really different. Just like socioeconomically, they look different, right? Mm-hmm. I saw a photo of your first candidates, right? And it wasn't like that, right? And it's funny. I'll make fun of the Conservative Party for being so different, and now I'm sort of gonna jab you a bit for all of you guys in the suits there looking alike, right? So, what's your vision there for guys in suits, and will we see some differences here?
Well, certainly, to be buttoned down and offer, look credible and professional. That was something that we try to project. But once again, I do want to tackle that directly, Elias, and I think it's come up on CJAD a few times. But 2 weeks ago when we announced our first slate of candidates, 3 of them were francophone, right? Jean Mérier, Jean Lalonde, Marc Gauguin, lived their lives bilingually to a certain extent, but these are mother tongue francophones. And then as well, we had Danilo Velasquez. He is born in Nicaragua. He is Hispanic male, Spanish speaking originally, now trilingual. And then myself, right, as sort of an Anglophone WASP there as well. But once again, that was a fairly diverse crew of people. And once again, a majority of them are from French-speaking backgrounds. So once again, the perception, you're right, they were all males. We were buttoned down. But once again, 3 out of 5 of them were Francophone backgrounds, 1 Hispanic male, a newcomer to Canada and Quebec, and then myself. So we were proud of that. I think that was a diverse slate, not as diverse as it could have been, but diverse in a very profound way to show that we can unite all Quebecers under one tent going forward. And then secondly as well, tomorrow we're going to be announcing other candidates. I won't disclose their names at this point in time, but another slate that epitomizes the diversity of Quebec as well, and we're going to have more slates announced as we come up to the election. But I did want to jump in on one point about the Conservative Party. Could I speak to that, Elias?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead quickly.
Yeah, and so just on the Conservative Party of Quebec, I know it's come up on your show and other NCJD. That I think votes have been parked there that have seen an alternative to the CAQ and the PLQ. But once again, there was a report by CBC sort of delving into the conspiracy theorists behind them, and as well the very superficial opposition to Bill 96 that Mr. Duham, who is very charismatic and great on radio and communications. But once again, they don't really offer a vehicle for change for Quebecers, certainly minority and English speakers in this election. So once again, we're really trying to position ourselves as that credible voice going forward in this election campaign.
Just the fact that you wanted to take that time there, it says to me, Colin, that you view the Conservative Party of Quebec and how Eric Duham certainly seems to have some wind in his sails. That probably is concerning you with the voters that you want to get.
Not so much concerning. Once again, a lot of his voters are from Saguenay to the Beauce, in majority French-speaking ridings there, where he might be getting 20 to 40% of the vote and still not electing seats. That it's going to be interesting to see how much his vote is convertible with the CAQ and strong other ridings. But yes, I want. But once again, to me, I really wanted to bring forward that once again a very superficial opposition to Bill 96. He's a proponent of Bill 21. I guess yourself are as well, Elias. But once again, that once again the motley crew, as you described it before, is once again not the professional, credible voice to represent Quebecers going forward in this election. And so I just wanted to remind people of it. I don't see him as a threat to what we're doing, but once again that there has been a resurgence in his party. It's been a surprise to myself and many others.
Colin, listen, I think if you've got some star power coming to your candidates, that is something that could definitely change things up in this election campaign. You'll come back real soon. We'll talk to you again on the program.
That'd be wonderful. Thanks, Elias.
Colin Standish, leader of the Canadian Party of Quebec. When we return, Tim Hortons, says your digital privacy and your location are worth a free donut and coffee.
This newscast brought to you by Supermarché Akavan, Iranian, Mediterranean, and Middle Eastern grocery. Open 8 to 4 Monday to Saturday with 2 locations to serve you. Visit akavanfood.com.
Good morning, it's 11:33. I'm Jason Mayoff for the CTV News Update. The Kremlin says the departure of the first ship carrying Ukrainian grain from the port of Odessa is very positive. The cargo ship Razoni is carrying corn to Lebanon. Ukraine's Minister of Infrastructure says his country is the 4th largest corn exporter in the world, so today marks a colossal success in ensuring global food security. 30 people are now dead as a result of flooding in Kentucky, and Governor Andy Beshear says some of the hardest hit areas are getting more rain on top of what has already fallen, calling the situation just not right. And the head archivist for the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation has found 1,000 photos of residential schools and students in the archives of the Missionary Oblates of Mary Immaculate in Rome. The religious order operated 48 residential schools in Canada and has already provided the Winnipeg-based center with more than 40,000 records. For the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, here's Catherine Wood.
On the eastbound Metropolitan, they've cleared away an accident around Iberville, but now we have a center lane stall at Christophe Colomb. You're backing to DeCarry Circle, and keep in mind on the eastbound Met, the Iberville exit is closed for work on Cremazy. Met West slows P9 to DeCarry, northbound DeCarry, some extra volume Royal Mount up. On the westbound 20, you're slowing now from Angrignon through to about First Avenue. Heavy as well at Woodland in the West Island. And as you cross into Dorion, things are looking better now across the Taschereau Bridge. Laval autoroutes are doing okay, but Laurentian autoroute northbound thickens up around the 640 up through Blainville. Outbound LaFontaine tunnels at the Anjou interchange. And if you're headed east of the island, the 40 east is busy from the 640 out to Valmont, where they're working on a semi that overturned earlier today. Looking for a used vehicle? At Automobile en Direct, have access to more than 850 vehicles under the $25,000 mark. Next report, 11:45.
Your Dormez-vous Weather Center forecast. Sunshine today, the high 30 degrees, increasing cloudiness tonight, a few showers or a thunderstorm overnight, the low 20, and a mix of sun and cloud, the chance of showers or a thunderstorm tomorrow, the high 26, the humidex 34. It's 26 downtown, but it feels like 32. Your next CTV News update is at noon.
It's the Brick's 51st birthday bash. Come celebrate with unbelievable deals in every department. Like 50% off sofas when you buy the matching love seat or chair. Up to 60% off vinyl clearance mattresses in store. Up to 25% off bedroom and dining furniture. Up to $600 off select big screen televisions. Plus, when you buy more, you save more. Save up to an extra $400 off select major kitchen appliances. Some exclusions apply. Visit thebrick.com for details. The Brick, saving you more.
Chatter Mobile is Canada's #1 prepaid mobile provider with plans that are #1 on your back-to-school shopping list. With Chatter, you can get nationwide prepaid plans with nationwide coverage from only $15 a month. That's really, really affordable. If you're starting school or just need to stay connected, Chatter makes it easy with no credit checks, no term contracts, no commitment. So it's easy to say yes, yes, yes. With Chatter Mobile, now you make the call. Visit your local store or chattermobile.com today.
Hey, yesterday we were at Scores. There was something new. Spicy crispy chicken tenders. Yeah. It was really good.
We're spicing things up all summer at Scores with our 3 crispy chicken tenders dishes in spicy versions, each offered for a limited time.
Circumcision has proven health benefits, reducing the risk of STDs and other medical problems. At Circumcision Montreal, it's a quick, virtually painless procedure done under local anesthetic in a state-of-the-art sanitary clinic that guarantees your privacy as well as your health and safety. A special skin glue closure technique also ensures an improved cosmetic outcome. If you feel that circumcision might be right for you, book an appointment with an experienced doctor at circumcisionmontreal.ca.
Are you an insurance broker looking for a new opportunity? Accent Insurance Solutions is growing and seeking personal and commercial lines damage insurance brokers with 3 or more years experience. Come and work with a team committed to both your professional and personal development. Enjoy a better work-life balance too with Accent's flexible hybrid schedule. Interested? Just email broker@accentassurance.com. That's broker@accentassurance.com or call Accent at 514-363-3636.
eBox has internet packages starting at $39. That gives you more wiggle room for all kinds of stuff.
Like buying a 20th pair of shoes for the next party?
You can do whatever you want with the wiggle room. Internet packages starting at $39 at ebox.ca.
Adam, Gerlene, Dave, Ashley, Doug, and Charlie.
Farmers looking for a partner. Think you could be the perfect match?
Anyone can apply to get on CTV's new matchmaking show, Farming for Love.
Go to ctv.ca/farmingforlove.
Casting closing soon.
Be the first to know. Elias Makos, CJAD 800.
All right, we told you this a while back. You heard about this lawsuit over Tim Hortons with their app. The app was collecting a whole bunch of data and stuff they should not have been collecting. And there's been a class action settlement here. And let me tell you something. Just how much is your data worth, right? How much is it worth if a company takes your data without your consent, your location data and other data without your consent? How much is it worth? Answer that question right now in your cars. Well, let me tell you something. According to this class action settlement, the most it's worth is $6.19 for a free hot beverage and $2.39 for a free baked good. That's how much you are worth to these companies when it comes to your privacy and your data. Let's find out more about this. Carmi Levy is on the line, Bell Media tech expert. Hi, Carmi.
Hi, Elias. I'm very depressed seeing those numbers, just thinking if that's what my data is worth, we clearly have a problem. Maybe I don't want to be sharing my data anymore. I thought it was worth more.
And let me tell you something, Carmi. Most people are going to undervalue their data so according to the class action, right, you get any hot beverage, right? So some people are going to maximize, right? And they'll get the hot, extra large, mochaccino, frappa, whatever, with the whipped cream, and they'll get to $6.19, right? $6.19. Most people are going to use it for a double-double. They're saying it's only worth $2, Carmi.
Yeah, and even if you do max it out, I mean, the fact that Tim Hortons says at the very most your data is worth $8 and change in total, coffee and a donut, whatever kind of coffee you like, to me it's a travesty. It kind of shows that as a society, we just don't understand this whole data privacy thing. We aren't putting the value on data that we should. And then one of Canada's biggest restaurant companies goes and violates us in the most obvious way, and they get off with not even a slap on the wrist. This is just an absolute travesty. I was waiting, hoping that this would set some kind of precedent, and if this is the precedent it sets, we are all in trouble.
So, Carmi, I got to ask you, was Tim Hortons just the one that got caught? Is everyone doing this? But they were particularly egregious here. What sets Tim Hortons apart?
I don't want to sound overly negative, but you're absolutely right, Elias. They did get caught. A National Post reporter, James McLeod, decided to, do some digging into his use of the app. He obtained some data under Freedom of Information laws, and it showed that his location had been tracked 2,700 times in less than 5 months. And the reason that he did that research, in other words, he looked at the Tim Hortons app instead of someone else's app, is, Tim Hortons is kind of a national standard. We've all gone to it at some point. It's in every neighborhood, on virtually every major corner. So he figured if he was going to use an app to set an example, to tell the story, may as well use one that we're all familiar with. But let's not fool ourselves here. Pretty much every other app that we use for restaurants, for grocery stores, for malls, you name it, they're all doing the same thing. They're all grabbing our location information. They're all asking for accesses to certain devices and sensors on our phones. They are all soaking up every last piece of data that they can, because that's how they work, and frankly, that's how these companies make money off of your and my backs.
So, Carmi, what do we do about it? Because right now, apps for restaurants, this is table stakes. And I mean this, it was like maybe, I forget how many years ago it was, where there was a certain point that was reached, and I said to myself, I will never, ever order a ride without using an app. So whether you're Uber or a taxi company or any other competitor, if you don't have an app, I'm never ordering from you. They reached a point where that happened. And I feel, Carmi, this is like in the last little while. Now, when it comes to restaurants, in the either the fast service game or the pickup order game, if they don't have an app, they will not get my order. Okay. So that's quickly changed for me. So every restaurant has to have an app like this, so what's being done to guard against there being another restaurant chain that does something similar to Tim Hortons?
Well, I think the first thing that we have to do is start making, and you're absolutely right, we live in a digital age, and these apps are increasingly sort of, especially because of the pandemic, we've all learned we need these apps in order to survive day to day, especially when, for example, going to a particular location may not be an option. We've got to Uber Eats it, we've got to skip the dishes it, and have it delivered to our house, or we have to pre-order it and then quickly pick it up in the drive-thru. We can't do that without the app, and so I think it's not that the apps are bad, it's that we have to start making conscious, informed, intelligent, proactive decisions about which apps we're comfortable having on our phones and which ones we're not. And so if I decide that I go to Tim Hortons frequently enough, then I think the app will be worth it for me because the return that I get on that investment will make it worth my while. But I'm going to download it consciously. I'm going to read the terms of use. I'm going to make sure that I understand them. I'm going to go into it with my eyes open. If I happen to be out and about and there's another app, another restaurant that wants me to download the app, I'm not just going to download it for the sake of downloading it. I'm going to use those same filters before I decide that it's worth it for me. So limit the apps that you download to the places that you trust, that you work with, that you're comfortable, that the return justifies it. Ignore everything else and what's being done to person. So in other words, we are our best hope to protect ourselves from this kind of abuse. And, by making the right decisions about what we use and what we don't. And then there is legislation. It's called Bill C-27. It is working its way through the House of Commons, through the federal process of becoming an act, which would then provide additional protections for consumers to kind of rein in the worst kind of behaviors that we saw with this Tim Hortons issue as well as others, so that, this kind of thing probably couldn't happen again. Could there be other abuses? Of course. But hopefully not on this scale, thanks to this new law.
All right, Carmi, listen, I want to get to one other topic while we have you with us. Carmi Levy, tech expert, on with us. Let's talk about Instagram. They made some huge changes, I think particularly in the U.S., but I've seen some changes here in Canada. And then there was a backlash. Kylie Jenner and others have forced Instagram to pause plans here to become more TikTok-like. Tell us what this story is all about.
So essentially what's been happening is, of course, Instagram, they're owned by Meta, the company that also owns Facebook, and they want to make money. So rather than just when you go through your feed, if all you do is see your friends' posts, that really doesn't make them a whole lot of money. So if you're an Instagram user, and I'm a photographer in my spare time. I use Instagram as a main platform. They've been stuffing our feeds with more things that we didn't ask for, accounts that we don't follow, more ads, more videos, more reels, things that really aren't part of that original pure photography experience. And a lot of people are getting upset. And we sort of have to realize that, Instagram is a business. They've got to make money, and we don't pay for it. And so I'm not saying this by way of an excuse. In other words, there shouldn't be excuses. They have to balance, though, your and my desire to have what we like to call an unfiltered experience with their need to make money. And they pushed a little bit too far. The Kardashians pushed back. They have well over 600 million followers between them. And the company blinked. But let's not fool ourselves. This is where social media is going. As these tools mature and as they get older and they got to make more money, they're publicly traded. Investors are saying, drive the share price up. I want bigger dividends, make me more money. This is what happens. They become more annoying. They become less usable to you and me. It isn't about end users. It's about the people who pay the bills. And unfortunately, we don't pay those bills.
Yeah, the advertisers do. Carmi, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Great being here live. Thank you.
Tech expert Carmi Levy on with us this morning. When we return, we'll look at the life and legacy of Star Trek's Nichelle Nichols. And we'll hear from her, an interview that she did on how Martin Luther King Jr. dissuaded her from quitting Star Trek. It changed television history and the world forever. We'll get to that in a second. First things first, though, 11:47, time for traffic. Brought to you by Metropolitan Rust Proofing. Get a $20 discount off their complete rust proofing treatment for a limited time. Metropolitan Rust Proofing, a smart investment that really pays. And let's say good morning to Lauren Glazer.
Morning, Elias. Looking at northbound Laurentian, we're losing some time off and on between the 640 and the outlets. On the westbound side of the Met, delays 2 between P9 and DeCarry. Eastbound side of the Met, time lost DeCarry to Papineau. Do you want to watch out for a stall? That's at Christophe Colomb blocking off the center lane. Northbound DeCarry delays as well. Jean Talon to the top. For southbound 25, you're losing time there between Anjou and the tunnel. Northbound 25, delays between the tunnel and Yves Prévost. Did have an earlier accident there. Looking for a car? Visit Automobile on Direct and get a rate starting at 3.99%. More details in stores and based on credit approval. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to Star 800. Your next report at noon.
Rock marks moments in time. And only one radio station has been doing it in Montreal for over 50 years. Get your rock fix from the spirit of rock. Shome 97.7.
Orange cones don't have families. They don't have loved ones who count on them. No kids waiting to play hide and seek after dinner. They have no dreams or projects. Orange cones aren't afraid when they get brushed by a car, and they're not worried about being hit by a driver in a hurry. Orange cones can't lose their lives. But road workers can because they're human. When driving through roadwork zones, be alert and obey signs and signals. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
The Adjusto program from Desjardins Insurance would like to remind you that you can always take your car to go to work, but it won't be disappointed if you leave it at home alone all day. Unlike your pet. Right, Buster? With Adjusto, if you drive little and drive safe, you save on car insurance. You also get a 10% enrollment discount on your premium for the first 6 months. Off the couch, Buster. Certain conditions, exclusions, and limitations may apply.
IGA reinvents online grocery shopping. Introducing Voila par IGA, a new ultra-precise service at a great price, delivered on time, and guaranteed fresh or it's free. That means less time doing your groceries and more time in the sun. All you have to do is... And voila! Voila! And, wait for it... Voila! Par IGA. Your groceries delivered just like that. See terms and conditions at voila.ca.
Is living at home more difficult, or are you concerned about your parents' well-being? Liana's Senior Transition Support provides guidance in finding the ideal options in home care and seniors' residences. Solutions are available to you right now, including immediate care and urgent relocation.
Hi, I'm Matt Del Vecchio. Call us for a free, no-obligation consultation at 514-622-8074 or look us up at Liana's Senior Transition Support. That's Liana's Senior Transition Support.
Everyone loves Italian food, and you can bring delicious and authentic Italian food home from Restaurant Di Menna. They've been serving the East End's best Italian dishes since 1971. Order your favorites for delivery or counter pickup. Or better yet, load up your freezer with Di Menna's restaurant quality frozen meals, Di Menna's famous Montreal-style pizzas, or lasagnas, pastas, sauces, and more to make dinner easy and delicious. Visit DiMenna.com to see the full menu today. Restaurant Di Menna, your new favorite Italian restaurant in St. Leonard.
Let's see. If I move the snowblower into the bathroom, move the skis and Christmas decorations into the dining room, will that give me room for the lawnmower and kids' bikes?
Depodium Mini Entrepot. Try 4 weeks free. Details at Depodium.com.
Last time they competed on CTV's MasterChef, they came so close. They could taste it. Now they're getting a second chance to win it all. Gordon Ramsay hosts MasterChef Back to Win. All new Wednesday at 8, only on CTV.
Breaking news, expert opinion, the Elias Macco Show.
Entertainment world lost a good one over the weekend. Nichelle Nichols, of course, best known for her role as Lieutenant Uhura on Star Trek, the 1960s sci-fi TV series, which turned into the movie franchise of the 70s and 80s. She passed away aged 89. Now, one of the things about that role, her role as Lieutenant Uhura in the 1960s, at that time on TV, television was devoid of black faces. And when you would see an African-American face on TV, they were not in positions of authority. This role as Lieutenant Uhura on Star Trek changed that, right? She was in charge of communications. She was right next to Captain Kirk. So the show launches, she's in that iconic role, but as that first season progresses, there's some frustration. right? And there's some frustration that her speaking part is a little bit more diminished, more yes sir, no sir, that kind of thing. So keeping that in mind, Nichelle Nichols, a little bit unhappy being on Star Trek. And she walks into Gene Roddenberry's office. Gene Roddenberry, he's the guy that created Star Trek. If you've seen an episode of Star Trek, you've seen Gene Roddenberry's name. So we're going to play you an interview here. This is an interview Nichelle Nichols did a while back with the people that look at the history of television, in fact. The Archive of American Television. They actually make it their role to document the history of TV. So she walks in, we're going to take up this interview as she walks into Gene Roddenberry's office and says, "That's it, I'm leaving Star Trek."
And he was sitting behind his desk, and he looked up at me, and he said, and I handed him my resignation that I'd written out. And he took it, I finally laid it on the desk, and he looked at it, and he said, "Take the weekend, Nichelle," because that's how I know it was either Thursday or Friday. And he said, "And think about it. Think about this. It's more than you think it is. Just think about it. And if you still want to go on by Monday morning, I'll give you my blessing. You go with my blessings." And he took the resignation and stuck it in his desk drawer. And I said, "Thanks, Gene," and I skipped out of there. Whew, that went better than I thought. And as fate would have it, I've always used this way because I believe in fate. I believe it was fated. I was to be a celebrity guest at some fundraising thing in Beverly Hills. And I had just been taken to the dais and sat down when the organizer came over and said, "Miss Nichols, how are you?" and blah, blah, blah. And he said, "Listen, there's someone here who said he is your biggest fan." And he's looking chirpy, you know. And he said, and he's desperate to meet you. He really wants to meet you. So I said, "Certainly." And I stand up and turn, and I'm thinking, it's a Star Trek fan. He said, "It's a Star Trek fan. I'm looking for a young man who's a Star Trek fan." I turn, and instead of fan, there's this face the world knows with this beautiful smile on it. And I remember thinking, whoever that fan is going to have to wait, because Dr. Martin Luther King, my leader, is walking toward me. And then this man says, "Yes, Miss Nichols, I am that fan. I am your best fan, your greatest fan. And my family are your greatest fans. As a matter of fact, this is the only show on television that my wife, Coretta, and I will allow our little children to watch, to stay up and watch." He said, "We admire you greatly, you know." And I said, "Dr. King, thank you so much." And then I got the courage to say, "And I really am going to miss my co-stars." And he said, "What do you mean?" "Dead serious. What are you talking about?" I said, "Well, I've had an off." He said, "You cannot." And I said, "Well, I'm going to leave Star Trek because I'm going to say have an offer to star in I never got that far. I said, "Well, I'm leaving Star Trek." He said, "You cannot. You cannot." I was taken aback, and I didn't say anything. I just looked at him. He said, "Don't you understand what this man has achieved, is achieving or something?" And I thought, deja vu all over again. I just looked at him. He said, "For the first time on television, we will be seen as we should be seen every day, as intelligent, quality beautiful people who can sing, dance, but who can go into space, who can be lawyers, who can be teachers, who can be professors, who are in this day, and yet you don't see it on television until now. And he went on, so many of the things, perhaps some of the things he said, but I could say nothing. I just stood there, realizing every word that he was saying was the truth.
The late Nichelle Nichols passing away over the weekend at 89. And of course, that role in Star Trek led to so many things. She ended up working for NASA, but just think about the number of astronauts and other people that ended up working in the space industry and NASA, all due to that one role. When we return on the Elias Macko Show, going to take a second look at something that, boy, was ever a talker in hour one of this show. The police showing up in Roxborough to take down a lemonade stand.
The Elias Macko Show, brought to you by the Brick's 51st Birthday Bash. Unbelievable deals in every department, like 50% off sofas when you buy the matching love seat or chair. The Brick, saving you more.
eBox has internet packages starting at $39. That gives you more wiggle room for all kinds of stuff.
Like ordering takeout 7 times instead of 5 this week?
You can do whatever you want with the wiggle room. Internet packages starting at $39 at ebox.ca.
So now the male officer who's still standing on my lawn starts telling me how aggressive I am. So I get up from the wheelchair, I take my walker, I walk down my steps, go on my lawn, and I'm telling him, of course I'm aggressive. Like, what is wrong with you guys? Don't you see what these children are doing? What are you guys doing? I said, do me a favor, give me the ticket. Well, didn't we tell you that we're going to arrest you?
Jeez.
I looked at him, I gave him my wrist, and I said, please, arrest me. Arrest me. Go ahead and arrest me.
Ayanna Massa's interview this morning on the Elias Macko Show on her confrontation with the police over her children's lemonade stand. They're trying to raise funds for MS research, as Ayanna has MS. If you missed that interview, go to the CJAD 800 website and you can listen to the full thing there. That is our program for today. Marissa Ramnanan producing this one. Jay Farrar and Master Control. Thanks so much, guys. And that's our show for today, the first one in August. We'll be back at it tomorrow. Let's get you to news.
This newscast is brought to you by 1-800-GOT-JUNK. No contact junk removal from 1-800-GOT-JUNK. All you have to do is point.
Good afternoon. It's 12 o'clock. I'm Jason Mayoff for the CTV News Update. Mainly sunny today. It's 26 downtown. Weather details in minutes. Here's what's making news right now. Someone fired on a business in the West Island this morning. Changes to how much you need to pay on your credit card, and the death toll rises in the Kentucky floods. With the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, here's Lauren Glazer.
Good afternoon, Jason. For northbound Lake Erie, we are seeing a slower drive, Queen Mary up to the top. Also slower eastbound Secan Code to Liesse to Christophe Colomb. Earlier stalled truck through that area, still blocking off the center lane. Both sides of the 25 now pretty slow between Anjou and the tunnel. On the westbound side of the Met, you're losing time as well. St. Michel out to the Carry. Northbound Laurentian, that has volume between the 640 running off and on up to the outlets. Super C is hiring. Present yourself in store and get an interview, or apply online at superc.ca. Students and retirees join the team only at Super C. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800. Your next report at 12:15.
In the news, gunshots in the West Island this morning. A bullet hole was found in the front of a car dealership in Kirkland. Police were called in early, around 1:30 this morning. No one's been arrested and no victims have come forward. A major change in the rules for paying off the minimum payment on your credit card now in effect. If you had a card before August 2019 and your minimum payment was below 3.5%, it is now 3.5%. Then it rises every August by 0.5 percentage point before reaching 5% in 2025. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear says the death toll from the massive flooding in the state has climbed to 30, and he expects that number to rise even higher. About 400 people have been rescued so far, and Beshear says there are so many stories of neighbors rescuing neighbors.
There was a kid who the water got so high could use a jet ski.
that they had that was driving around up on top of people's porches to get them out. But let me tell you, these are incredibly strong people.
Rough weather has made some of the attempts at evacuating stranded locals from their flooded homes more difficult. More rain is expected today. Elon Musk is keeping details about his countersuit against Twitter hidden from the public. Twitter sued Musk for reneging on a $44 billion merger agreement. A judge has ruled the Twitter versus Musk trial would begin October 17th. The leaders of Britain and Ireland joined mourners at the funeral of politician David Trimble, who shared the Nobel Peace Prize for helping to end decades of violence in Northern Ireland.
Trimble, who led the Ulster Unionist Party for 10 years, became a key architect of the 1998 Good Friday Peace Agreement after he reversed his long-held opposition to negotiating with the IRA-linked party Sinn Féin. Then he shared the Nobel Peace Prize with moderate Irish nationalist leader John Hume for ending the sectarian conflict. Britain's outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson and Irish Premier Micheál Martin joined Trimble's widow and 4 children for the service at Harmony Hill Presidential Church near Belfast. Trimble died on July 25 at the age of 77. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
Follow us on Twitter and Instagram at CJAD 800. Your Dormayville Weather Center forecast: mainly sunny today, the high 29, increasing cloudiness tonight, a few showers or a thunderstorm starting around midnight, a low 20, and a mix of sun and cloud with a chance of showers or a thunderstorm tomorrow, the high 26. It's 26 downtown. For all the news during the day, stream us on your smart speaker. Just say play CJAD 800. Your next CTV News update is at 12:30.
Why should I have a funeral?
This is Bridget Federley from Canaan Federley Funeral Home. As family and friends reunite during a funeral, mourning becomes a shared experience. We cry, we support each other, and we share warm memories. At Canaan Federley, we work hand in hand with our families to honor the life of their loved one.
Canaan Federley, recipient of the Consumer Choice Award for 2021 and 2022. For information, call 514-481-5301 or visit canefederley.com.
You're listening to the iHeartRadio Talk Network, and this is the Evan Solomon Show.
Happy Holiday Monday, everyone. I'm Evan Solomon. This is the big show. I hope you are chilling out. I hope you are doing something to enjoy a much-needed Holiday Monday. Here we are. We're coming up to the cusp of summer, that midpoint, peak, end of July, early August. You're already thinking, can I smell September? No. Just stay in the pocket here. We're in the summer. So what we're going to do for you to stay in the pocket today is you're going to hang out with some of the coolest people. This is like your summer hangout. Like, let's say, for example, you want to hang out with someone who studies engineering but decides she's going to fly to England, chase a giant wheel of cheese down a hill with hundreds of others, and win. Yes, you are going to meet the young woman who tumbled head over heels in this bizarre bonkers only in Britain, chasing a large wheel of cheese. I thought she was going to break her neck. Wait till you meet her. And then you think, oh, Evan, I don't want to. A cheese chaser? Yeah. No, Evan, I'm sorry. It's all about real estate, buddy. Don't you know anything? The markets are crazy right now. I'm like, okay, well, okay. How about a guy, you want to meet Hopwood Dupree, the Hollywood producer, who was searching for his genealogy. After all, his name is Hopwood Dupree. And he found that his family owned a giant castle. I mean a giant castle. I mean it's like a small town castle in England, but this ancestral castle was falling to pieces, so he bought it with the town, and he's spending years trying to upgrade it, and it's haunted, just for the record. And it's weird, and Hopwood Dupree will join us. And then you think, I love haunted house stories. It's Monday. Give me some and I hate haunted house stories because I'm scared of them. But there is actually, I don't know if there's a horror movie that you've seen called The Conjuring. I will never see it because I'm scared. But it is a horror movie about a farmhouse that's based on a real farmhouse that is haunted. And a Boston real estate developer bought the farmhouse in The Conjuring, the real farmhouse, for $1.5 million, and she swears there's paranormal activity. There are ghosts, there are malevolent spirits, and she's sleeping in it, and we will talk to her, and she's doing something I will never do. So you're going to get that. And then you think, sorry, man, I don't want to be scared. I want to be inspired. And I'll say, that's okay. Maybe you want to meet a gold medalist, the guy that won the gold medal at the Olympics for the 200, the guy that came silver to Usain Bolt, Andre DeGrasse. He's only an 11-time world champion. He only recently led Canada's 4x100 relay team to the World Track and Field Championships gold medal, the first time since 1997. Yeah, that guy will join us. Andre DeGrasse, cool guy. So that is your holiday lineup. So now you're chilling on the dock or in the back deck, or you're walking around. Maybe you're doing a little work. Chill out, hang out with some of the coolest people. You'll have a laugh. You'll go, oh my gosh, I would never do that. You'll be inspired. So enjoy the show and chill out on a happy Monday. Well, bungee jumping. Everyone likes to do a little bungee jump, right? That's a thrill of a lifetime. But François-Marie Dibon, broke the world record. How many bungee jumps can you do in 24 hours? I don't know. The record is 430. What did François-Marie do? Let's find out. He joins us now. Hello, sir.
Hello, Mr. Solomon. Very pleased to meet you. How are you doing today?
I am awesome. I love this story. Let's just get right up with the number, my friend. The previous record was 430 bungee jumps. How many did you decide to do in 24 hours?
Well, we decided to start by first one jump and see how it goes. So I started with one at 11 past 10 a.m. and we continued until we reached the baseline of 430 plus one in 12 hours. Then we had a break. I had some rice and some ham, and I resumed jumping until the end of the 24 hours. And the final count was and is 765, sir.
700. So you had food and you're jumping. Don't you barf?
Actually, it's important to eat and drink. And actually, as your body is on the survival mode, it keeps everything inside. Except that when you are going ups and downs, you can feel seasick. So this is something I've been working on the technique, on the breathing, on core training, in order to avoid this disconvenience in 24 hours.
Yeah.
So I haven't felt any seasickness in the 24 hours. My body was my ally. And now I have to give back and rest.
Now tell me something. Now, how did you just love? When did you first decide I'm a bungee jumping guy? Like, did you just love bungee jumping, or was it parachuting? And then, like, how do you become a guy that wants to do 765 bungee jumps in one 24-hour period?
Well, after actuarial exams, I just did want to refresh my mind, if that makes sense, and try something new. 12 years ago, so I went on the website to see a bungee jump spot, something that was just out of my reach, had been out of my reach my whole life, but I decided to give it a try. And I really looked into the safety part of each bungee website. So I went there, I did 2, and then I start thinking that I could do that all day. So I just decided to put that statement to a test.
So, but you loved it. Do you remember your first bungee jump 12 years ago?
Yeah, it was very difficult. And actually, it's very difficult. But I knew that it was good for me to get out of my comfort zone sometimes.
Right.
And try to face my fear and overcome them. Like everybody, I don't like fear and I don't like pain.
Right.
But bungee jumping is not painful at all. But some fear can be involved, of course, the apprehension of jumping in the void, because the whole history of mankind has taught us well to avoid this kind of extravagance, of course. So the brains are well programmed, and fear is a good message, but you are not your brains. You can choose to ignore the messages that are sent.
François-Marie Dibon, you have the world record. Now, when did you decide I'm going to go for the world record, that this is going to be my thing? Like, this to me is the moment. And how did you train for that?
Well, it's just an opportunity and people who meet and feel feel good together. 5.5 years ago, I went to Scotland and had the opportunity to go and jump in Killiecrankie in the Highlands, in this amazing area in the mountains, surrounded by mountains, in an oak wood above a nice little stream. It's really, the scenery is wonderful. So I saw the guys, I saw the team, very professional. I saw the equipment, very safe, their processes. So I chose to trust it. I did 6 jumps the first day. I went back 2 days later, 30 jumps. And then we started chatting with the team saying, yeah, no, let's go serious. At that time, the record was 158 and we thought we could break it. But as every project, there were ups and downs, short of staff, locally, and then the pandemic. And then this, bungee jump legend, Mr. Mike Hurd, brought really the record from 158 to 430. So we thought, yeah, that's exciting. That's a challenge. Let's try to do something about it. So it's really about motivation and elevating each other. I think the best respect you can show to a competitor is by giving your best.
Yeah, well, you almost doubled them. Now, when I look at the math here, 24 hours, 765 jumps, that's like a jump one every what? One every 2 minutes. Yeah, under 2 minutes. 153. Yes. So how do you do it? So you how long does a bungee jump take? Because you have to go within 2 minutes. You jump, and basically in 1 minute and 53 seconds later, you got to jump again.
Well, even shorter, because we had some breaks, some pauses to change the bungee cord at some point.
So how do you do that? Like, what happens? You jump, and then how do you? I thought you bounce around for a while.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. You jump, you bounce around, and then you stabilize and then you attach the winch to your harness, and a winch leader on the platform above retrieves you back to the deck. Then the jump masters quickly and very efficiently check that everything is safe, and only when they allow me to jump, then I would jump.
And that's a minute and 50. So are you dizzy? Are you like after
No. Absolutely not.
Even after 200 jumps, you're not like, holy mackinac.
No, nothing.
Your back's not sore? Your legs aren't sore? Nothing?
At the end of the 24 hours, the hips were a bit sore due to the pressure of the harness. But the legs were strong. It's just a question of practice. If you practice cardio, core, if you sleep early and you try to eat well, then this is what it gets. And the alchemy, which is the secret formula, which is the combination between Scottish spirit and some French touch.
Love it. The alchemy. That's Scottish spirit and the French touch.
Yes, they are wonderful people, and I really love all the Scottish people. They are lovely.
Here's the moment, François-Marie, when you won. Listen to this. They're singing "We Are the Champions." Listen to this.
Yes.
This is amazing. What was it like when you were listening to that, François-Marie?
This is 20 minutes before the end. I asked the team to put that music on, this very all-time famous "We Are Champions" by Queens, and my desire was that all the team would sing that, because it was not about me, it was about the whole team. So it's really "We Are Champions," and this actually you picked up the best moments in this 5.5 year of adventure. When I was at the bottom of the jump, and I was hearing the whole team on the platform singing "We Are the Champion" at my 765th jump. And this was for me the most intense and most moving moment, to hear how happy the team was, how happy they had given so much of themselves into this challenge, even if they have shifted, teams have shifted every 3.5 hours, but
and you got the world record.
We did it.
You did it.
Yes.
François-Marie Dibon, world record holder, 765 bungee jumps. Well done.
An update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
We have slowdowns now on the westbound side of the Met. Papineau to DeCarry. Eastbound Met volume from ahead of DeCarry to Christophe Colomb. Earlier stall there has been moved out. Northbound DeCarry, a slower drive. Queen Mary up to an accident that's at Royal Mount, blocking off the left side. Both sides of the 25 pretty slow between Anjou and the tunnel. For northbound Laurentian, off and on delays between the 640 and the outlets. Scotiabank's ultimate and preferred packages have unique rewards for unique people like you. Visit scotiabank.com/ultimate300 to see how you could be rewarded. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to star 800. Your next report at 12:30.
Are you a gambler or an investor? Hello, I'm Richard Lapointe of CIBC Wood Gundy. Gambling and investing both involve risk. The difference is that as an investor, you want to reap the benefits of informed investing to keep your money and your family's future safe. That's where I come in. Let's not gamble your money away. Whether you're a low-risk or high-risk investor, let's make sure you come out on top. I'm Richard Lapointe, and I can always be reached at 514-847-6324.
CIBC Wood Gundy is a division of CIBC World Markets Inc., member of CIPF and IROC.
Linen Chest is having its famous white sale. Save at least 30% on all duvets, pillows, and mattress pads, plus we pay the taxes. Save 65% on ultra soft modal sets, regular up to $240, now starting at only $49.95. Down alternative pillow, save 65% for an incredible $13.95. Save 65% on Bohemia stemware set of 6 glasses for only $19.95. The Linen Chest famous white sale is now on. This is your chance to save big.
To celebrate its 35th anniversary, New Look has tons of frames at $35. Good news if you've got a head for glasses and figures. And at Figures, you'll want to head over to newlook.ca real soon to make an appointment to get your $35 frames. Jacinthe Laurando Optician.
Make your life outdoors better. Turn your garden or backyard into a beautiful oasis with Laniel Paysage. For over 60 years, Laniel Paysage's family-owned garden centers have been the source of inspiration for beautiful landscapes for DIYers and professionals with Permacon paving stones, retaining walls, blocks, and borders. Laniel Paysage's knowledgeable staff and remarkable service in Pierrefonds will help make your life outdoors better. For details, visit lanielpaysage.com.
Mom, Dad, you should shop Amazon for back to school and save some money. See, I'm currently obsessed with superheroes and need all the superhero stuff. Superhero lunchbox, superhero backpack. But next year, it'll be something else. Maybe dinosaurs? I don't know. I'm not a fortune teller. But I can tell you not to spend a fortune and shop low prices for school on Amazon. Okay, good chat. Amazon. Spend less, smile more.
I'm Maya Johnson. When you're on the go, our news goes with you. Download the CTV News app and get all our top stories and video. It's your home, make it your news.
Watch CTV News at 6 and visit ctvnewsmontreal.ca.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Well, it is always a pleasure to welcome to our program one of the greats, maybe one of the greatest Canadian athletes in the world, Andre DeGrasse, 11-time world champion, Olympic medalist, and he led Canada to a gold medal in the men's 4x100 meter relay at the World Track and Field Championships, and there was a national record there, so this was pretty remarkable. And joining us now is the man himself, Andre DeGrasse. How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How you doing?
37.8 seconds. Tell me about, like, the relay's exciting because anything can happen. It's so crazy in there. Tell me about that race for gold, and because I guess that's the first gold since '97.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. I mean, I was about 3 years old when the last time we won, so it's definitely great to be a part of history. We, as a quartet, we've talked about that moment for the last couple of years, saying that, hey, we're a strong team. We deserve to be here. We have a shot to win this. We've won bronze, we've won silver. So, we were really aiming for a gold medal this time around. So it just feels really good. It feels really special to be a part of that team, to represent the country and to kind of, do that, close to home. There was a lot of Canadian fans in the building, in the stadium. And, it was just incredible to hear all the noises, all the cheers, and everyone was just so excited and elated for us. And, it was just an awesome feeling for me. So it's definitely a great high, especially to end my championship.
Aaron Brown, Jerome Blake, Brendan Rodney, and Andre DeGrasse, who's on the line with us. Tell me about, like, people don't really, like, you do the 100 and the 200. We'll get to why you didn't run those in a second, but a relay's different. Like, what is this particular strategy and skill that on the outside we don't know, like how hard it is to hand the baton off? How do you get maximum speed? Because it seems like the precision of timing is just absolutely critical. What is the hardest part about this race?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's very tough. It's very challenging. We always come together at least once or twice a year to practice it because anything can happen. I mean, in a relay, you could drop the baton, you leave late, you run away from your incoming runner. So it's really technical. It's a really technical event. And for us, we always have to, like, I feel like in the past, we've always played it safe, with our marks so that we can end up in the finals and try to make the podium. But this time around, we kind of took a little bit of a risk. We extended our marks. We trusted each other and believed that, hey, the incoming runner is going to catch us. We're going to call out stick. So explain what you mean. Sorry, Andre. Yeah. When you say extend your mark, that means like in the transition period, it's a longer. So the person handing the baton has to run a little farther, and the other person's almost hitting peak speed lengthwise. Exactly. Yes. I mean, for us, so usually, for example, we might go 27 steps, from the relay exchange zone. This time we might have did 29. We extended that mark to say, hey, we want to try to get the baton later in the zone, like towards the middle and towards the end of the zone, so the outgoing runner can get a good proper acceleration. Wow. So for
what's the danger? Is the danger that their other runner's a little tired and is going to slow down?
Yeah, that is a big danger. I mean, hey, like that, the incoming, the runner coming in to the outgoing runner, might not catch them. So it's always a risk. It's always dangerous like that. Say, hey, are you gonna catch me? But then, the outgoing runner has to say, the incoming runner has to say, just believe me, just trust me, I'm going to catch you. And when I call, call your name or call stick, I'm gonna, hand you that baton.
That's what you call. So the moment is you put your hand back. Like if you're running, you're the outgoing, and Andre DeGrasse, you've got your hand out. Someone calls stick. You're not looking back. They're just going to lay it in your hand. Is that what happens?
Exactly. Just trust that runner is going to lay it in your hand. Exactly. Christmas. So for us, it was a big trust, because, our coach is always, Glenn Roy, he's always very conservative. And, he wants to just make sure that we get the stick, as quickly as possible. But we felt like, we had to, extend that zone in order for us to win, to have a chance to win. Because every time we've kind of played it safe, we've got bronze or silver. And so we wanted to switch it up. We had to try something new, because, we wanted to go for that gold medal. And it worked out in our benefit this time around. So we're super grateful and super happy for that moment.
Oh, it was awesome. Now, when you get the stick, when you get the baton, Andre DeGrasse, and you're running the anchor leg, and I guess the Americans are your big competition at that point, right? The silver medalist is there beside you. You're cranking. Are you paying attention to them, or do you just run your race? Or do you think, holy mac, and I got to pick it up? They're the Americans, they're the Brits or something.
Good question. But no, I mean, you kind of just have to focus on your own race. You can't worry about what everybody else is doing around you. That's when things can go bad, when you're focusing on the other lane. So you want to just make sure that you're focused on, hey, there's the tape. You see the incoming runner hit the line, hit the tape, and you just go. And then once they call you, you reach your hand back and you move. So for us, that's what we had to try to just focus on. We didn't worry about, hey, what the other runners are doing. Just worrying about us, worrying about our own lane, and just trying to just stay in our own lane, basically.
It's so great. Just one last thing on this. Now, you didn't run the 100 and 200 because of COVID, is that right? So why choose this race and not one of those?
Yeah, I mean, it was going to be really tough. I mean, I didn't have a good last 3 weeks of training because of having COVID. So it was going to be really tough to actually, run 3 races and get to the finals and get on the podium. at my best. Like you can't be 70% and everyone else is 100%. So it's gonna be really tough to win. So I knew going in that, hey, I had a week to rest, about 5 or 6 days going into the relay. So I think just the extra rest kind of helped me, as you kind of get over all the symptoms and everything. So, I knew like, hey, I didn't have to like do as much. I'm only running about 80. So I think it's about 85 to 90 meters once I get to Baton. So it's not like a full race.
World, listen, that's Andre DeGrasse at 70 to 80%. He's got a gold. So look out. Now here's the thing. So my wife is a vegetarian. She eats fish, but not meat. So she's always on the lookout for good food. And so, of course, we're all trying to emulate Andre DeGrasse. I hear now you're supporting something called Cheese Made by Tristella. So this is like a cheese alternative. It's like a meat alternative, but it's made of cheese. Like what? Because she's like, oh, I'm so sick of the veggie meat or something. So what is this thing? This is like a meat burger made out of cheese, or isn't that a cheeseburger?
Yeah. It's basically, it's a chickenless burger and nuggets. It's different. It's something that's never happened before. It's the first time ever that, Tristella, is doing this. You can buy it in the grocery store. It's really good. It's quick and easy and simple. You just put it in the oven. So it's something that's very nutritious that I enjoy, especially for my training. It's a good source of protein and calcium. So it definitely helps me towards my goals. When I'm on the